Your energy level, if I gave you a scale between 1 and 10, 1 being no energy at all and 10 really high, over the last, say, 3 months, what would your average be for you?
5 or 6.
Okay. And what's the quality of your sleep generally like? Do you have problems sleeping, or you sleep well, you get to bed easily, or...?
Yeah, so it used to be really bad, actually, but in the last 2 months, I think it's been really good.
Okay.
Yeah, so I am sleeping quite well.
Okay. Do you have vivid dreams, or not really?
Not really, not too vivid, no.
What is your energy out of 10 at the moment? What number would you give it?
This exact moment?
Yeah, roughly.
5?
Yeah, okay.
So have a quick look into your eyes. Okay, just look here. Okay, you've got quite a bit of acidity in your body. I just need to take your pulse, please. Yeah, just want to. So. Your mouth. Okay, thank you. There are signs there of some malabsorption.
I would like to let you understand about how important to be have good balanced diet. In the morning, always eat warm. Yeah.
Okay.
What you eat is very important. Yeah, that is instruction. Yeah. You can eat breakfast, lunch, dinner like this. Yeah. And the fruit you can eat 1 or 2 hours before the main meal. All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You feel your pulse? No wonder you get tired. Your pulse is very deep.
Oh.
Yeah. And the volume of the pulse is very small. If you really want to benefit from Chinese medicine, you prepare to take at least 3 months of medicine. Normally, our human body, we do have ability for self-regulate or self-balance. But if you have some kind of symptom, like you're not sleeping well, or you have loose stool, or you have some aching in the shoulder, yeah, period pain, and if this kind of symptom keep on going more than 3 months, just indicates your body is not good enough to help you to restore the balance. Or on the other words, you have little we call chronic condition. And 3 months is general. It takes for any kind of like blood cell or immune cell or nerve cell, or hormone cell to regenerate.
So prior to April, and you were quite fit, did you have any issues?
Not with breathing, ever, no.
But you were not complaining, fatigue?
No.
May I see your tongue, please? Stick out your tongue. Open your mouth widely. Thank you. What about exercise? Can you do any exercise?
I can, but if I overdo it, I seem to get a bit worse. Like sometimes I have to lie down because I get a bit faint.
There are 15 ingredients in your mixture.
Okay.
when they make prescription, you could see, what's in it.
Yeah.
If you are interested.
Yeah.
But they will shake, together, and you just take 6 grams.
Okay.
And you will get the measure spoon, how much weight for 6 grams, and just dissolve in the boiling water.
Okay.
And dissolve and stir when it's cold, and just drink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, just one arm, doesn't matter which. That's great. Thank you. And I just need the upper arm. Super. Thank you very much. Got the old school one. Everyone else is using the electronic ones now because they're much easier. But
Oh yes, the pump one.
yeah, we trained with this one, and I sort of like I'm reluctant to give it up. I'm just straighten the arm a second. That's great. Relax again. Thank you. That's fair. If you can level up your diet just by, well, I normally eat that, so let's choose the slightly healthier option, then over years that will pay dividends.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
So it's not about sort of being, that's what I'm trying to say, it's not about being too orthorexic about it and going, I have to make everything perfect, because that's bad. It's more about just kind of going, okay, I know that thing is slightly less healthy, so let's have that as a flavour thing or as an enjoyable snack, and then if I'm having it every day, let's choose that option. Yeah. So,
Yeah, that makes sense.
You feel past in 3 places and at different levels. Quite a lot of people develop this problem, but with the acupuncture you can always release tension in the neck and the shoulders. So what I'm doing is screening our system to find out where and what we can do, what's necessary to release tension in the connective tissues or in the nervous system or whatever it is. Using terms of Chinese medicine, of course, yin-yang balance, we can look at releasing tension and obstruction, which causes pain. So I'll put them in gently. I'll work up from the feet upwards, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. These ones are quite painless. Some prescription for you. I take 3 tablets twice a day, morning and the evening. Doesn't matter if they're with food or not.
Okay.
And that will address the underlying pattern, the differentiation that Chinese medicine will look at.
Okay. 一回深呼吸してみましょう。吐いて。もう一回ゆっくり。吐いて。ゆっくりにしてください。暑がりではない。最近はちょっとそうかもしれない。そうかもしれない。でも普段なら普通手と足が寒い方で、あんまり暑がりではない。
Why we need in Chinese diet breakfast must be have tea, because tea can be warm up your digestion system rather than occupation. Digestion system, which is work on help your food, is turned into nutrition.
So for things like the herbal supplements and the acupuncture, do you need to take them like every day or weekly or monthly? Like what's the best?
For your disease condition, if you change your diet immediately, I say I give you 1 month treatment. This 1 month treatment, if you combine acupuncture, herbal supplement, herbal tea, will be fast. If you say I have very busy life. I can't manage it. Don't worry. You can just take a herbal tea with supplement, which can help you is daily manage to quickly increase your qi energy, yang energy level, straight away provide your energy activity function.
Chinese medicine goes back thousands of years. So the clever thing about Chinese philosophy is observation, and obviously it's a lot of time looking and then figuring out combinations of formulas. So there's a history that goes back and is catalogued, but they don't just change their minds and do it. They layer, and the depth of thought in Chinese herbal medicine is refined all the way through to the modern age.
So if I was basically back to normal after this and was feeling pretty good, does acupuncture exist for upkeep, or is it better to just not do it by that point? Do people do it for just...
They do, and it depends who the person is, and I don't think there's the right answer to that. Sort of, if you're feeling really well, you have no requirement.
Yeah.
But some people, especially in London or in a busy city, they're working really hard, and they're really stressed, or their environment is putting pressure, so they then start to feel fatigued, or any myriad, they start to express imbalances. So I do have regular patients who come back fortnightly or monthly, just because it's like going to do yoga, but they come into acupuncture because it fits in and they can schedule it, and they walk out feeling like they've just had a really good reset.
So this is what we call the drunken walk, walking down your back with the heel of my hands, feeling the ribs and the spine shifting toe, because in reflexology terms the big toe is all to do with our head, and the neck of the big toe is our neck. So I'm just feeling around the back and side, seeing what the toe is telling me about the neck of the body. Orientation, I'm just looking at the pelvis. So what that was for, sacral fixation, is to make sure that the pelvis is symmetrical and balanced, harmonious with your body. Now a little qigong where I'm working.
腰は痛かったりします？腰は大丈夫？
大丈夫です。
よいしょ。OK。
Okay, shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, I thought it would be best if I just tell you a little about myself, so you know who I am. My name is Anand Marshall. I'm a classical herbalist, Chinese herbalist, and I'm also a Japanese acupuncturist. I qualified in 1998 as a TCM acupuncturist, which means traditional Chinese medicine, and then I went on to study Kampo, which is Japanese herbal medicine, in 2000, I think it was. And then later on I went to study Japanese acupuncture, a certain style of Japanese acupuncture. So although it's called Kampo, which is Japanese herbal medicine, it actually came from China about 1100 years ago. It's based on a particular Chinese theory called the Shananlun. So I learned that the Kampo system first, and then in 2010 I did a postgraduate in classical Chinese herbal medicine on the Shananlun. So I've kind of got back to the source basically. So that's my background. I worked with the NHS for 13 years as an acupuncturist. I've been involved in teaching for about 20 years, and currently I teach Chinese pathology, and I'm in charge of the clinic at City College of Acupuncture in Old Street. So that's my background. What I thought would be useful before instead of going straight into a consultation, give some some of the ideas that underlie Chinese medicine, because it can be quite confusing for a patient to go straight in, and often when the practitioner wouldn't have time to explain all this because they wouldn't have time to do their consultation otherwise. So I think one of the most important things to remember within Chinese medicine is that if you said philosophically what's the difference between conventional medicine and classical Chinese medicine, it's not that one is better than the other, it's just what the difference is. That Western medicine, they would say, treats human diseases. So they're interested in the mass, if you like. How does this disease affect everyone, and how do we find a solution that treats everybody to not suffer from this condition? The concept of a side effect is acceptable. So providing it's minor, it's okay for it to occur. But otherwise, that's roughly the big difference between that. In classical Chinese medicine, we're interested in why, rather than saying looking at human diseases, why does disease affect this individual? Okay. So we're interested in the individual, not the mass. Yeah. The concept of a side effect within herbal medicines is that it's unacceptable. If you have a side effect, you're taking something too strong, too weak, or no longer works, or incorrect. So you need to change your formula as the person gets stronger, weaker, catches coughs and colds, etc. You have to change your tack the whole time. So you'll be very flexible. So that's quite an important thing to remember, is one treats the mass, one treats the individual. Yeah. So what we're interested in is we look at people holistically. Yeah. So we, say for example somebody had IBS, we wouldn't look at just IBS, we were looking at how their mind might affect the condition, how the weather might affect their condition, or what foods might trigger their IBS. So we're treating Melissa with IBS rather than IBS, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
So we need to look at trying to find, we call it pattern recognition, or looking for patterns. So we're trying to find, somebody said to me once, trying to find patterns in chaos.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
So we're looking at a whole load of symptoms with the patient, and we have to make what connects everything. So what we try and emphasize is treating the underlying cause, not just the physical manifestation. And the underlying cause can be a bit obscure for some people's thinking, because it's not simple cause and effect. It's usually accumulation of things that create an environment that allows disease to exist. Yeah. So that's what you try and do. Yeah. And the thing within Chinese medicine, you have what we call the 5 pillars of Chinese medicine. So you have acupuncture, herbs, tuina, which is like Chinese physical therapy or bone setting, diet, and then and exercise. So each modality has a different specialist area or thing that it can be really good at treating. So I'm just an acupuncturist and herbalist. I don't do physical therapy. I wouldn't know how to, but I can use diet therapy. I don't know any qigong exercises. I'm not a qigong practitioner, but I've got some basic ideas I can use. So I work, not just me, but a good practitioner works in partnership with the patient. Yeah. So they look with them and say, okay, how did you end up here? And how do we make sure that you can create an environment that you can rehabilitate, rejuvenate, and not fall ill again? So it's really a partnership. So the way I explain when I'm teaching with my students is, I said, imagine you've got a stool with 3 legs. One is treatment, one's an activity, and one is diet. So the chair cannot stand on 1 leg, it stands on 3. The thing is, if you look, 2 legs are down to the patient. So most of the work is down to the patient. Okay. And it's actually me doing acupuncture or you doing herbs is one tiny piece. It's not going to be very effective if someone's going to do something that's actually working against them, which creates the environment which allows disease to exist. Yeah. So we try and empower people to help heal themselves, if that makes sense.
Okay, so it's all the different things coming together.
Yeah. So they're the kind of ideas with how I work, and I think my colleagues do too. Yeah. So I don't know if you have any questions on that at all.
Gosh. So it's also interesting to me with the herbs and stuff like that, is compared to like Western medicine, are the herbs like a prescription you do once someone's ill, or is it also something you do constantly to maintain good health?
Right, okay. I think the same principle they use in herbs, they use with food.
Okay.
So and the thing is, you have to look at the individual,
Yeah.
because we're all unique, and what's good for one person isn't necessarily going to be good for another. So if you understand the nature of your constitution, if you like, then you know what the food you're more likely you should be eating. So in terms of diet therapy, which is a big modality on its own, I use it very kind of crudely, to be honest, compared to some real masters in the field. I think there's 3 stages to diet therapy. One is when you eat, one is how much you eat, and lastly is the what. A lot of people concentrate on the what you eat, but don't know the first 2. So from a Chinese medical point of view, your digestive system is strongest from sunrise until midday. So your biggest meals need to be breakfast and lunch, because that's when your digestion is at its strongest and can absorb what it can most from the food at that time of day. Any time of midday, you should be actually eating less and easier to digest foods. Very often in the West, though, patients I treat here, like I saw someone today with long COVID, and she just can't eat in the morning because she feels too ill. So that immediately tells me that her digestive is shot to pieces. I need to look at things I can fix there, and try and also persuade her to have something to eat in the morning when her digestive system's at its strongest, and not to overload it when it's at its weakest, which is the end of the day. I think you shouldn't, if you eat the right things, because we say the kitchen's the first pharmacy. If you get things right there, then you don't fall ill, hopefully, in theory. Because a lot of Chinese herbs are actually things you find on the shelf, ginger, cinnamon, etc. It's not anything that I mean, cinnamon is the most used herb in the Shannon, which is the system that I use. It's revered for its effectiveness for treating many diseases, in combination with other herbs, obviously. So, and that would determine on the weather as well what you'd be eating. And the next thing is portion size. So if you shouldn't be overloading your system, like I don't know if we've noticed, but in the West our plates and things are getting bigger. Portion size are getting bigger. So we're probably eating more than we really need. And we say in Chinese med that if you overload your system, you create something we say stagnation or a blockage. And the byproduct that in Chinese medicine they call it, we translate it in English as damp. And damp, and we say damp creates so many other diseases. So in order to avoid it, you eat at the right time and the right amount. So you eat mindfully. So you eat until you put a little bit, maybe the size of the palm of your hand, the amount of food you'd eat. And if you think, okay, I've had enough, then you just stop. But if you fill the plate, most of us will finish what's on the plate because we're taught not to waste. And also we don't really think about what we're eating, we just mindfully quickly eat. So it's when you eat, it's how much you eat, and lastly, what you eat. And the what you eat is dependent on what's wrong with you or what your constitution is, as we'd say in Chinese medicine.
Wow, so there's a lot that goes into it.
Sure. So the same principles used there is applied, is repeated everywhere else. So in terms of herbs, some people might need to on herbs for, it could be maintenance herb. So for me, I've got an autoimmune problem, so I live on herbs, because if I don't, I'm going to have to be on immunosuppressants or steroids. So instead of doing that, I use herbs to try and stay off it, and so far, 15 years I've been clean.
That's really impressive.
Yeah, it's hard work because I need to make sure my weight's right, I have to make sure my diet's correct, and I have to make sure I don't over-exercise or under-exercise, but at least I'm well though otherwise.
Oh, I'm glad to hear. Wow,
So,
it's amazing that the herbs can...
Yeah, they're really, really powerful if used correctly. Like anything, I suppose.
Yeah, like anything, like in moderation, I guess, not going too crazy and worrying about only having extremely healthy things, I guess, also is the opposite.
The thing about what's healthy, I think, is very much, there's a lot of fads out there. So you'll find what is healthy, it will vary from time to time depending on whatever the latest fad is out there, but Chinese medicine hasn't really changed much in 3,000 years. It's pretty much
a solid thing
Yeah.
to trust.
Yeah.
How do you actually, sorry, because I don't really know Chinese, how do you spell the school you said it was, the Chinese word you keep saying?
The lineage system that I follow, the Shan Han Lun.
Shan Han.
S-H-A-N Hanlun.
Okay, just if I want to look it up later, I was like, I'm not going to remember this
Yeah,
word.
to be honest, it's a pretty obscure thing to read. It's quite hard to read. You really need somebody who knows classical medicine to explain what it means, because I read it and it doesn't make any sense, and because like my teacher read it to me with commentaries, I understood it. It's like, if you can you imagine. Well, when I spoke to Chinese colleagues and I was saying, "Oh, how come you didn't understand it?" And he said, "Can you imagine reading if you read Chaucer?"
Okay.
And that was written what century? 13th century was it? Something like that.
Literally no clue.
I don't know, I got the right century, but
it's definitely old.
Yeah, it's very old. It's old in Shakespeare anyway, a lot older. But we needed to be taught what they meant, because the spelling was different, the words don't exist anymore, the grammar was different. The Shanlun was written, I think, 200 BC.
Fair enough.
So no wonder they need someone to explain what it meant. You know? So
and language changes a lot over time. So.
Exactly. But the ideas, have remained constant. So.
Wow. I guess humans are still humans. So.
Yeah, we've all got 2 legs and 2 arms and a head and a body, and that's the amazing thing about Chinese medicine is that they were amazing observers of nature and how we fitted in nature, and they knew whatever happened in nature happens with us.
Yeah.
So certain conditions they understood probably always will plague us: back pain, migraines, headaches, fatigue, anxiety, panic attack, diarrhea, constipation, chills, fevers. They observe these things always happen under certain circumstances. So they don't worry about new labels coming out, COVID-19. They already knew what to do, because respiratory infections have always been here.
Yeah.
So they didn't have to come up with a new idea. It's exactly in the Shannon, exactly as it described it, 200 BC. So it really was no big deal to us to look at it, understand how it works.
It's really impressive that stuff's been around that long and is still...
Yeah, the geniuses put it together, but just amazing how they did it.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
So I thought that'd be useful to have a bit of theory, because most people wouldn't get the chance to hear this when they go in for a consultation. So
thank you for explaining it to me as well. I'm really happy to hear about it.
Is there anything you want to ask me, or should we just go into the consultation?
I think that's enough question-wise from me. I can't think of any others. I'm sure they'll come to me later and I'll request it.
No problems, anytime. So what I'm doing is I'm going to ask you a lot of questions, because I'm looking for clues like a detective in terms of how I can help you.
Okay.
And then I know what to prescribe based on what you say. At any time you don't want to answer any personal questions, feel free to stop. You can tell me off camera or not answer at all. It's perfectly okay. Or anytime you want to ask me any questions, feel free to stop me, yeah? Okay. So how can I help you today? Is there anything specific you'd like to focus on?
So it's a bit of a strange one, but recently I have been getting temperatures quite often.
Fevers, you say?
But low ones. So often, I don't have COVID for once.
Yeah.
I did allergy. I did catch it a few months ago.
Okay. How long have you been getting them for?
Since about May. And it's on and off. Like sometimes once a month, twice a month, and they're usually like the low 37s.
Okay.
So. Enough that I can still go to work and carry on my life, but it's a bit hard to deal with.
How long do they last for?
So if I get it usually later in the evening when I think I'm tired from the day.
In the evening you get it?
Yeah, and it feels like my body's overworked itself, and then I sleep it off and I'm fine the next day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it can. So it comes on in the evening.
Yeah, I can't think of any time I've had it in the morning, but I am rushing around a lot more in the morning, so less likely to realise as well, I guess.
So when you said you start feeling hot, do you sweat?
No.
You just feel hot? Do your eyes feel hot?
I'm not really sure about my eyes. Maybe. It feels like my forehead. And here I notice it as well, my neck. But yeah, I've tried to get in the habit of actually taking my temperature a lot more.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
do you get thirsty? Are you thirsty at that time as well? No.
No, not particularly. I do drink quite a lot of water. So.
Right. But you don't get more thirsty than usual.
No.
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 So you just get hot. Do you get palpitations with it, or dizziness with it, or fatigue
Dizziness,
with it?
yes.
Dizziness
yeah.
when you get hot.
Yeah.
Do you get palpitations?
So I sometimes have chest pain anyway, but I think it's unrelated. I don't
Okay.
think it's heart palpitations. Yeah.
Okay. And do you get night sweats?
No, I don't think so.
No.
It's just
Yeah.
hot recently,
Just hot.
so yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's hard to tell at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So just to recap, it started roughly in May 2022, a low-grade sort of fever heat. You get it once a month? Two times
once
a
or
month?
twice a month.
Once, 2 times a month, and it's usually evening, and it's your forehead, side of your neck feel hot.
Yeah.
And you get dizziness with it.
Yeah, I usually have to
And
lie
do you get
down.
fatigue with it?
Yeah. I think I have that a lot anyway.
Okay.
But yeah.
Is there anything else I missed with that?
So I actually wondered at first if it was related to my period, but I can't seem to find a correlation.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yeah.
All right. Thank you for that.
Yeah, sorry, there's so
sorry.
much at once.
Bear with me. I'm going to ask you now. I'm going to start the digging because this
Okay.
is just a symptom. I need to find the underlying potential causes. So your energy level. If I gave you a scale between 1 and 10, 1 being no energy at all and 10 really high, over the last, say, 3 months, what would your average be for you?
5 or 6?
Okay. And what's the quality of your sleep generally like? Do you have problems sleeping, or you sleep well, you get to bed easily, or...?
Yeah, so it used to be really bad actually, but in the last 2 months I think it's been really good.
Okay.
Yeah, so I am sleeping quite well.
Okay. Do you have vivid dreams, or not really?
Not really, not too
Okay.
vivid, no.
Okay. And do you wake up with energy, or do you...
Yeah,
You do?
yeah. When I
Okay.
wake up in the morning I'm usually fine.
Okay. Your diet, what's that like? Do you have a varied diet? Are you restricted in any way, or
No, not really restricted.
you can eat everything?
Yeah, except I'm not that fussy.
Okay.
Only a few things I don't like.
Okay.
But yeah.
You don't have any intolerance, allergies, anything food-wise?
I'm not certain about it, but like if I eat too much bread I feel a bit
Okay.
yucky.
Okay. And would you say you have an appetite, or do you find it hard to eat?
No, I've got an appetite.
Okay, good.
I wish I didn't, but I eat a lot.
No worries, nothing wrong with that. Would you say your thirst is appropriate to your lifestyle? Or you're an excessively thirsty person, or not really a thirsty person?
I drink a lot of tea, and then
Is that a habit, or is that because it's thirsty?
there's a habit. I'm obsessed with green tea. So
Green tea.
yeah, I don't drink coffee, so I think I rely on tea for caffeine.
How much is a lot for you? How many cups?
On a really, really bad day, I'd have like 6 cups.
6
But
cups.
most days about 4.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to really kind of frighten me then. But right. Okay. Do you have any allergies? Cats, dogs, dust, hay fever?
Hay fever I
Hay
have,
fever.
yeah, but
And
that's the only one.
Is it mild, or is it quite severe? Or?
Weirdly, it used to be, I remember it being worse as a kid, but maybe that's because I actually would like itch my eyes.
Right, and now?
It's not that bad, it's livable, just a bit of an
Okay.
itchy nose and sniffles.
So you said itchy nose, yeah? And runny nose, is it? Or just itchy?
Dry actually, like,
It's dry,
which is
okay.
why it gets really annoying.
Okay, so itchy nose, and you mentioned something else, sorry, I missed that.
Just like, yeah, sniffles and itchy eyes if I rub
Oh.
them, but yeah,
So-
just try not to touch
Or-
them.
Are you prone to any breathing issues, asthma, or general shortness of breath?
Shortness of breath I do
Yeah.
get quite a bit, yeah.
Do you? Okay. Do you use an inhaler? Or-
No,
you
I
don't
didn't.
need
I've never had anything like diagnosed. for
Okay.
it.
And are you prone to lightheadedness, fainting?
No, I've never fainted or
Ah,
anything
okay.
like that. No.
And would you describe yourself generally as hot or cold, or neither?
It's hard to judge today because it's
Today,
summer.
yeah, it is hot.
but
It is hot. at the
Most of
moment.
the year cold, yeah.
And when you say you feel cold, is that cold hands and feet? Yeah.
Yeah.
How about the body as well? Or is it more like hands and feet?
The worst is hands and feet, yeah. Sometimes like to the extent that I can't actually like, it's really hard to move.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm a very cold person.
Okay. This isn't to judge you, I think it's just for medical reasons, but do you smoke at all?
No.
Do you drink at all?
Rarely.
Okay. Okay. And are you prone to pain anywhere generally? Are you prone to like neck joint pains or lower back problems, or not really?
Get really stiff shoulders.
Yeah.
But it's probably my bad posture.
Okay. Your medical history, any major accidents, illnesses, operations?
No.
Are you on any prescribed medication at present?
No.
No. All right. So, what I would like to do is, can I take your pulse, please? So what I'll do, if I can take the left one first. Thank you very much. Just feeling for temperature. I'm going to go a bit quiet, bear with me. What is your energy out of 10 at the moment? What number would you give it?
This exact moment.
Yeah, roughly.
5?
Yeah, okay. Can I take the other parts, please, as well? Your pulse is very deep. I'm pressing quite hard to find it. But it's got, this side is stronger, which is the good side to be strong on.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I have been told it's weak before, so...
What I'd like to do also is look at your abdomen, if I may, because in Japanese herbal, in Campo and Sunderland, they use the abdomen to diagnose, not just the pulse.
Okay.
So
is that like
is
the
it right to
tummy?
lie down on the bed
Oh,
and I feel
yeah,
your
of
stomach,
course.
if it's okay? Please move it up. Quite warm.
Yeah, quite hot today.
Okay. Tell me when I press anything feels strange, uncomfortable, painful.
Okay.
Is that okay? Is that uncomfortable?
Yeah, I'm comfortable, I think.
And this one?
Yeah.
Is one side worse than the other?
Yeah, the right's worse, I think.
The right feels worse, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to make notes. Tell me if this is tender at all.
No, it feels fine.
That's fine.
More so than the other side, I think.
This is a little bit tender too.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be painful, but it just tells me if I can feel it or not. That's okay, no pain.
No, not really.
Okay, fine. I'm going to lower the bed for you, Melissa. You You can cover yourself where I've looked.
Thank you.
So, broad, I'm going to kind of massively simplify for the sake of discussion, but we can put herbs into different categories. So when we use herbs, we use formulas, we don't use single herbs.
Okay.
They're in combination. So sometimes some of the herbs won't have anything to do with what you're trying to treat, but they're there to try and prevent side effects.
Okay.
And try and protect the body from some of the stronger actions of some herbs. So the formulas are what we call balanced. Hot, cold, sweet, sour, etc. Direction going up, down, or outwards.
Okay.
So, if I was going to massively simplify, you can think of herbs in like different families, if you like. So, one set of family of herbs, we can call them fighting formulas, as my Japanese teacher would call them. And these formulas we use for treating infections, bacteria, viral things, etc. But you'll use them short term because we consider them toxic. We consider them very cold.
Okay.
Because they're very cold, we use the word yin and yang. So it means it will damage yang. So you use it for a short period of time to kill. I don't know. It could be used for say pneumonia, bronchitis, certain types of infections in the body. And then once it's done its job, then you need to repair the damage that was created by the disease, but also by the cold herbs. So they're fighting formula herbs, and that's not you.
Okay.
Right? You didn't have a very fast pulse. I saw no other signs of anything that needed the cold herbs that would treat that.
Okay.
The other type of herbs we would use would be herbs we said which are clearing. Sometimes they use the word clearing, expelling formulas. And if you want to clear or expel, you literally get something out of the body.
Okay.
So that will either make somebody sweat more, pass more water, or pass more stools, or in extreme circumstances vomit. Now I've never used a vomiting formula. I don't know how to use it, but my teacher was saying the reason, perhaps, at a time when those herbs were used, there wasn't the NHS or anything, they didn't have antibiotics, etc. So people who have been very ill might have needed these sort of treatments back then, 200 BC. So that, again, that's not you. Generally, we'd use those forms somebody quite robust, somebody who may be hot all the time, raging thirst, etc. And you think, okay, this person needs emptying. There's something in there that needs clearing out of the body. And again, that's not you. The other forms we use are we call them tonics, formulas, to make you stronger, to repair. And that's the category you fall into.
It sounds right.
So that's you. So what would usually happen I would contact my pharmacy. They will make the herbs and have them sent to me, and I'll have to pass them to you. They come in a powder form, not like the old days where you had to boil them and make teas and things.
Yeah.
They're all pre-prepared. I used a company who supply a product by a company called Sun 10. And Sun 10 supplied the NHS in Japan since 1960 or something. Wow. So they've been around that long. So they big pharmaceutical company, they test the herbs to see chemically what are they, how potent are they, because they're only natural. Year to year, they might need to alter the dosage because that year the plant didn't produce the right amount of flavonoids or something, because the weather affects the quality of the herbs.
Yeah.
So they would test that, but also they will label it in Latin rather than in Pinyin, which is Chinese English. The reason being the Latin is precise, and it's from the Materia Medica, which is the books they use like at Kew Gardens.
Oh, okay.
So the botanical books, if you like. So that's the company that I use, but obviously other herbalists use other systems. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying how I would work. And that's what I would do.
Okay.
And that's it, really.
Yeah. Oh well, thank you for listening to all my
No,
stories.
fine. It's my job. Do it all day long.
Oh, thank you so much.
Cool.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Yvonne. Have you been to see a naturopath or herbalist before?
Only like Chinese medicine stuff.
Yeah. So you've got an idea of what it involves.
Yeah, only slightly. Yeah, like with the tongue checking and stuff I've done before. Yeah.
Okay. I would like you to fill this sheet out first. It's just to just put your personal details, and it's just to say also that my policy here, if you need to read it, that I keep everything confidential, only pass on information if you want me to, and by your say so, and I adhere to all the regulations. So if you
Okay.
could just fill that out
Thank you.
for me, please, that'd be lovely. It's the 15th today.
Thank you.
That's it, lovely.
Yeah, do I sign this bit?
No, that's fine. It's only if you're for a legal guardian or for a child or anything. That's
you.
great, thank you. Okay. So usually I ask people, you know, what can I do to help you? Why have you come to see me today?
Yeah, so mainly it's right now my main health concern is fatigue, like quite bad fatigue that I've never had before. It's a recurring problem. It doesn't seem to be getting better.
And how long has this been going on?
Since about April, like early May.
This year?
Yeah, I did have COVID in April, but I'm still not entirely sure if it's linked or anything, but yeah.
And how was the COVID? How bad did you have it?
It wasn't awful. I had a temperature and big headache, sore throat, sore nose, but I didn't lose my taste or anything. Yeah, and just lay in bed for about like 5-6 days. But yeah, it seems to have been worse after almost than it was at the time.
Did you get any muscle ache and pains?
No, so when I actually had COVID, I didn't, but I've had them since, which is quite, mainly my legs. It's been quite
Any
strange.
cramps?
Not really, no.
And how long after?
The muscle pains were about a month ago when they were happening quite frequently, mainly at night, and I just couldn't sleep. But I haven't actually had them in the last few weeks.
Okay, good.
Yeah, seems to be like a little symptom roulette coming on at random times.
And the fatigue, is that throughout the day, or is it certain times? Did it come in waves?
Waves, yeah. Waves is a good word for it, yeah. It's quite sudden, often after I've done quite a big walk or something maybe. Just get really, really worn out, whereas before I'd be fine. But most of all in the evening after the day where I've done a lot of activity. Just very, very drained. And I was never like that before, so...
Yeah. And again, any other muscle pains or aches that comes with the fatigue?
Not really, no. Sometimes chest pain.
Okay. And how long does that last for?
The chest pain is more just like, yeah, it's like a slight pain but then it goes. It's not like lengthy or anything, yeah.
Okay. And the fatigue afterwards, how long does that last? Until you actually go to bed, or did it last all evening? Or?
Yeah, so I sleep it off and then it's better once I've slept.
Okay.
Yeah, until like the next wave, I guess. Yeah.
And how is your sleep generally?
My sleep is actually really good. Yeah, I aim for 8 hours most days and yeah, sleep pretty early and yeah.
What time do you tend to go to bed?
As early as I can, so often like 10:30 or 11.
And what time do you wake up?
7:30.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm in bed by 10:30, 11. I don't know if I'm actually asleep or not, but
Yeah.
I usually aim to get about 8 hours.
Okay. And do you wake up quite refreshed?
Yeah, in the mornings I'm alright.
And do you wake up in the night at all?
A few times, yeah, just to go to the toilet and stuff.
Okay. Do you notice if you wake up more or less the same time?
I've never really checked. I think it's usually like seems like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. I think.
Okay.
But I'm not entirely sure.
And can you get back to sleep okay afterwards?
Yeah, straight away.
Okay. So just keep going on about this. So say you've had a full day at work. So you go home, do you just instantly have to go to sleep? Do you sit down and think, oh God,
Yeah, that's about it, yeah.
And
As soon as I can.
How long do you sleep for?
So, I'll be in bed lying there kind of on my phone, ready to go to sleep, and then when it gets to 10:30 or 11, I will just sleep.
Oh, so you don't have a nap before you go to bed?
No.
You don't? Okay.
I'm just lying there on my phone or just not moving. Yeah.
Okay. And any other symptoms?
I think that's about it, yeah. I think that's it.
Okay. So I'll just ask you a bit about your medical history.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had any major recurrent illnesses such as asthma,
No.
hay fever, eczema?
Hay fever I get in summer, but it's not very severe.
Have you had the usual childhood diseases, chickenpox, mumps, measles?
Yes.
All of them?
I believe. I definitely had chicken pox as a kid, and yeah.
Okay. Have you had any hospitalisations, surgeries at all?
No.
And generally, what's your health like?
Generally, other than this and before this, it's pretty normal.
Okay. Sorry, can I just go back? Have you had the jab at all, the COVID?
Yeah, I think all 3. Yeah, I had the 2 and then the booster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which ones did you have? Do you know?
Pfizer, all times. Yeah. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, I occasionally do get some slight temperatures as well. So I forgot to mention that. But they're very, very low grade temperatures. I just seem to be prone to getting overworked and a bit hot quite easily recently.
Okay.
Very low grade, 38.5 or something, or 4. So.
Okay.
Wait, don't 38, 37. 37.5, sorry. It's very different.
And does that usually happen after lots of activity?
Yeah. Yeah, often after my lunch break or when I've got home.
Are you on any medication?
No.
Are you taking any supplements?
Yeah, I've
What are you
got
taking?
vitamin D
Okay.
and then also just gut health supplements.
So
Gut health.
Oh, gut
supplements.
health. Which ones? What, probiotics or?
Yeah. Can't really remember the brand though.
Okay, that's right. And do you take them daily?
Weekday. Because they're on my desk at work. So when I remember at work I take them, but I often skip them on the weekends.
Okay. And the same with the vitamin D?
Yeah. It's my bad habits coming out.
Any other? Vitamins or anything?
No, it's just those
No.
ones.
Okay. And do you know what the vitamin D is in the IU?
3,000, yeah.
Okay. Is there any family history of diabetes, cancer, heart disease?
Diabetes, yes.
Who?
My gran and my aunt.
Is this on your mother's side or
Mother's
your
side.
father's side? Your mother's
Yeah.
side. Is that type 1 or 2 do they have?
The one that like comes on in later.
Adult onset type 2.
Yeah.
And your parents, are they still alive? Are they healthy?
Yeah.
Do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I've got a younger brother.
And is he okay? Is he healthy?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, do you drink any alcohol?
Not really at all, no. I used to.
When you say not really, when do you drink or how much?
I literally, if someone's got a glass, I'll have a sip to try it and that's it. I just don't drink it.
Okay. Do you smoke at all?
No.
Any recreational drugs?
No.
Have to ask. Caffeine? Do you take caffeine?
Not coffee, no. I have green tea a lot.
That's got caffeine in
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Okay, how many green teas do you have?
Probably 4 cups a day.
Okay.
Green tea addict.
And do you exercise?
No. Not at all, really. Just commuting. That's about it.
Okay. And how do you relax?
Uh,
Do you relax?
Editing videos or sometimes reading when I'm commuting. I like to read. And watching Netflix, I guess.
Okay. And how's your mood, your temperament? Are you quite a balanced person or do you tend to go up and down?
Pretty balanced, yeah.
Okay, good. And do you get anxious about things?
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like does mind chatter and stuff count as anxiousness? I feel like
What do you worry about things? Does it bother you?
no, I'm just probably always thinking about like the next schedule, the next appointment, but not in an I'm not like
not in an
worried
anxious
about
way,
it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Mind chatter, yeah, it's lots of people get it, but
Yeah.
if it actually bothers you and you like you focus on it and then you become fixated on it and think and start to get tense and worry about it.
Okay, yeah,
But
no.
no, you're just sorting your life out.
Yeah.
Really.
Just always. Yeah.
Okay. And how's your memory?
Decent, yeah.
Okay. And how do you respond to stress?
Okay.
Do you let it out? Do you talk to someone or do you tend to internalise it?
I probably talk to someone too much. Yeah, I just offload onto everyone, I think.
Good. And how's your energy at the moment?
Pretty low.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being really energetic, where do you put yourself?
4.
Okay.
Especially this week.
Have you had a busy week?
Very.
Okay. And stress index as well, as your stress levels, 1 to 10, 10 being really stressful.
5. Yeah, 5 or 6.
Okay.
5.
Is your job stressful?
It is right now. It comes in waves, but depending on the time of year, right now it's suddenly quite stressful.
All right. So, do you get any chest pains?
Yeah.
How often?
It's actually been a lot less frequent recently. To the extent of even maybe once a week right now, so not often at all.
And is it always in the same place?
Yeah, it's always like around here on the left-hand side.
Okay. And do you get any wheezing, shortness of breath?
Yes.
Any palpitations?
No.
And how long have you had the chest pains?
Again, since like April.
Right, okay.
Yeah. But I've been aware of it at least. It's been since about then. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Have you been to the doctors at all about it or anything?
Yeah, I had a chest scan and there was nothing. I always had a blood test, nothing came up, and an ECG.
ECG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far it's like all healthy.
Okay. Good. Do you get coughs and infections easily?
I catch colds quite easily, yes.
Okay. Do you suffer from cold hands and feet?
Yes, especially in winter. Yeah, really poor circulation.
Do your fingers go white at all?
I don't think so, but I do lose like the feeling in them.
Yeah. Okay. Any problems with your sinuses, your throat, your ears?
No.
How's your appetite? Do you have a healthy appetite?
Yeah, I eat a lot.
And how do you feel if you actually miss a meal?
Hungry?
Does it irritate you? Does it annoy you? Do you feel sick, or does it just not bother you?
I think it depends on like what I've had for the last meal maybe and how sustaining that was. But I can survive it. Like I can sometimes if I was working from home, I could quite easily miss breakfast.
Okay. Do you get any reflux at all? Acid reflux after eating foods?
No.
Any bloating?
Depending on what I eat, yes.
Do you know what type of foods gives you bloating?
Like often like restaurant stuff like Thai food or like anything with lots of like garlic and stuff. Yeah.
So spicy food?
Yeah. But I still eat it.
The Thai food's nice, is it?
So nice.
Any indigestion?
No.
Any nausea or vomiting after eating?
No.
Do you suffer from gas, wind?
No.
Good. Just going back to your sleep, do you suffer from any night sweats at all?
No.
Do you dream?
Yes.
Do you dream vividly?
I don't usually remember them that often. So I'm not sure.
Some people do, some people don't.
Okay.
So there's nothing unusual about it.
I never know what the correct answer is.
Yeah, there's no correct answer.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'd say some people just, they claim they never dream because they never remember them.
Yeah.
And other people, they just say, oh my God, yeah. Like it's like a film or something. So, but everyone's different. So don't worry about it. Do you know if you dream in black and white or colour?
I think it's colour. The times I have like remembered, often if it comes up in conversation, I'm like, oh, I think I dreamed about that. I think it was colour.
Okay. Do you suffer from any headaches?
Yes, occasionally. Yeah.
Okay. And whereabouts on there do you get them?
The front and then near the eyes often.
Okay.
Often it's either pressure headaches, so like before a storm, or just like eye strain.
Okay. And what type of headache? Is it like a throbbing, or is it a dull ache or a sharp pain?
Dull.
And how long do they usually last for?
Not usually more than a couple of hours.
Any migraines?
No, I don't think so.
And how often do you get them?
Recently not that often, so maybe once or twice a month actually, yeah.
Do you notice if it's around the time of your period?
Yeah, it is, yeah. Also if I've just been on the computer too much, very often.
With you, when you're on the computer, do you look away quite often? No, we don't tend to, do we? Yeah, you should, and because for some reason, I don't understand why, when you're on the computer, you tend not to blink.
Okay.
Yeah, so we should sort of like look away like every half an hour if we can, or at least an hour. And sometimes if you just fix your eyesight on, you know, a distance, like something in the window or something, and just look at it and blink a few times, that will help to obviously, you know, the eyes, help the eye strain. Maybe, you know, put your phone a reminder or something like every half an hour or 3/4 of an hour, and just to like, you know, set the alarm off so you can like look away and blink.
Yeah.
And it only, you know, just blink for a few seconds or a minute or so. And then like, you know, sort of look into about 20 feet away, just keep your eyes focused and then just like blink. That will help. Obviously it stop your eyes drying out as well.
Yeah.
And it help you, you know, any eye strain as well.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know that one.
So any fainting, any tremors, dizziness?
Dizziness occasionally, like with the fatigue in the evenings, just like wanting to not, or if I've done like loads of cleaning around the house, often I'll get really dizzy. But
Okay. Any visual disturbances like floaters in the eyes?
no.
And how's your skin? Any fungal infections or rashes or itching?
No.
Good. Any joint or muscle pain?
Just yeah, a bit in my legs sometimes. But
And is that the lower leg or the whole leg?
so when I had like a week of just like loads of like night pain in my legs, but it was like this, the lower bit under my knees. But it seems to be gone now, so I don't know what it was. Yeah, and sometimes on my feet as well.
The sole of the feet or
No,
top bit?
the top bit. Yeah. But I don't know if I pulled it or something. When I was running for somewhere, I don't know. It just seems to always be the same place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is it swollen a bit? Any inflammation?
I don't think it's swollen. I think the bone is actually just higher on one side than the other. So it's just like, yeah.
Have you got a high instep?
I have no idea. What does that mean?
You know where your foot comes here.
Oh.
So how high is your instep? Because sometimes if you've got a high instep, the bone will be higher than, and you need to look about, you know, sort of like be aware of what shoes or how tight the top part of your shoe or strap is.
Oh, okay. I don't think it's got like.
And also, if you do have a high instep, if you have, you know, like an arch here, quite high, you need to make sure you've got proper support.
Okay. Yeah.
Because otherwise, that can like cause pain.
Okay, didn't know that one. Yeah, I don't remember this bit being too high, but.
Have a look when you go home.
Yeah.
When you go home, just sort of like put your arm like that, and then so you can see whether it's quite high or just, you know, how high it is really.
Okay. I'm curious now.
And the pain in the lower legs when you did have it, what sort of pain was it?
Like a constant, like, throbbing, like, pulsing, throbbing.
Okay. And did anything help?
It just seemed to go away with time. But at the time, I took Nurofen, and then it, like, dimmed down a bit, and then I just went to sleep. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I'd like to go through your diet.
Okay.
So what do you have when you first wake up in the morning?
Sometimes Yakult, like the drink.
Mm-hmm.
Then I get on the train. And then when I get to work, I have green tea. And then when I get hungry, I have a yogurt, like a Greek yogurt.
Okay.
And then I'll have lunch, which can be like anything, depending on the day. Like sometimes I go out to like a restaurant and have like tapas or Thai food or noodles or or sandwich even.
So do you eat meat,
Yeah,
poultry, fish?
yeah. I think lamb's the only thing I don't really eat just because I don't like it.
Okay, that's fair enough. Okay, and what do you have for dinner?
It varies. Really depends on the day. Like, often rice and some sort of food with the rice, or sometimes even like takeaway, sometimes junk food. Like if it's gonna be bad food, it'll be dinner. Yeah.
And what sort of takeaways do you have?
Yeah, I get like anything. More often like chips and burgers though than anything else.
Okay.
Sometimes like Japanese food. Yeah.
So you don't tend to cook a lot?
I used to, but now that I get home so late and when I was trying to cook on top of my schedule, I was getting even more like tired and like overwhelmed, and so I've stopped cooking and my partner doesn't cook. So if he isn't cooking, then we're getting delivery, so yeah. Did have burgers yesterday though, like homemade ones, so he did. But without chips, just the burger with an egg in it.
Okay. So do you eat vegetables?
Do I eat vegetables? If it's in something, yes. I like them. Occasionally I snack on a tomato. Yeah. Don't think about it. Yeah, they're not really there. Bananas, that's not a vegetable though. Yeah, not too many.
Okay. And do you have any snacks during the day?
I try not to snack too much on like sweet foods or anything. So not really. Nuts maybe if I do snack at my desk, like cashew nuts and almond nuts.
And are they salted, roasted or natural?
Natural ones, yeah.
Okay. And any fruit?
Not recently. Yeah, I used to snack on blueberries a lot, but they're quite expensive at the moment, so not really.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I eat quite a lot of bananas actually.
Do you? How many?
Not like daily, like 3 or 4 times a week.
And do you take any dairy? apart from the yogurt?
Yeah, just the yogurt. Yeah.
Okay. And what do you drink throughout the day?
Water and green tea.
Okay, so your diet isn't very balanced.
But the more I was explaining it, the more concerned I was getting about the vegetables, especially. Yeah.
Yeah, it's you know, and food is medicine. Food gives you energy, and if you're not giving your body the right energy and the right nutrients, you know, it's not going to function properly.
Fair enough.
Do you know, you say you get, you know, quite a lot of fatigue, and some of this could be connected to the COVID, because there is known fatigue connected to that, but also it can be connected to the diet as well. Well, your diet's not helping.
Yeah, actually, the time I moved in with my boyfriend was May. I'd never pieced that together, actually. So yeah, my diet would have got a lot worse from May onwards as well.
Yeah. Greek yogurt and bananas, they're both mucus forming.
Okay.
Now, when you produce a lot of mucus, your immune system, when you catch a cold or a virus or pathogen, your immune system produces mucus and likes to try and surround that virus, that pathogen, to actually, you know, get rid of it, to kill it.
Okay.
Now, if you're also eating lots of food that produce mucus, you are congesting your body, so the energy's not flowing properly, you know, and the blood's not flowing properly, so you don't want to be eating all these foods every day.
Okay.
So, you know, bananas, though you say 3 to 4 times a week, that's probably too much, you know, so once or twice a week, and Greek yogurt not every day.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, it is, coconut yogurt would be okay, but there again, lots of coconut yogurt has sugars and sweeteners in it, so that's probably not the best. So you don't eat anything at home, you just wait until you get to work.
Yeah, and then on the weekend I usually just skip breakfast.
Okay. Well, you know, porridge will be good. Porridge will give you energy. You can have it with nuts and seeds. That'll give you energy, you know, take you through to the lunchtime.
Yeah.
Lunchtime, you know, again, yeah, you're eating just... I mean, you know, you say tapas, you know, what type of tapas do you have?
Tapas, like chorizo, croquetas, quesadilla, or not quesadilla, like tortilla as well. Just like, I think there was an artichoke dish in there, and maybe a salad dish. It depends who I'm going with, like what we order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be good if you could include some salad or some vegetables rather than just oily meats and, you know, and noodles. And sandwich, if you have a sandwich, what's in the sandwich?
Should I like tuna?
Okay.
Yeah, tuna mayo sandwich.
And is that on white bread, brown bread, whole grain?
Recently I've got a bread machine. So whichever flour, I think the only flour I've got right now is the one from Sainsbury's, that's like white flour. But I'm trying to get my hands on some gluten-free ones because I often can't, if I eat too much bread I get a bit like stuffy. So I tried to eat brown bread usually. But yeah, recently it's been white bread because I got excited with my new bread cooker.
Yeah, and white flour products also are mucus forming.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I always get like stuffy in my throat when I have loads of white bread. So, yeah.
And you'll probably notice it if you eat like lots of white pasta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pasta's like the one thing I actually avoid because I always feel really rough after it.
Yeah. I mean, it could be the flour, or it could be, you know, say the gluten, which is in the flour, which is, you know, in the wheat. So, I mean, pasta, obviously you can get gluten-free pasta, you can get other types of like corn pasta, things like that.
Yeah.
But breads, yeah, try and sourdough would be good for you if you can get a starter. But sourdough, something like that. But gluten, it's mainly in wheat, rye, and barley.
Okay.
So do watch those grains. But it might just be because it's white flour rather than wholemeal or whole grain flour. What you need to do is experiment.
Okay.
Experiment with your bread maker and see which ones, and listen to your body. If you start to feel, pain or bloating, or your stools change, or you start to feel like stuffy up here, congested, then it's probably after doesn't matter what flour, then it's probably the gluten.
Okay.
Okay. And then, but you can buy gluten-free flours.
Yeah.
So, perhaps, make some breads, experiment with them.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, I mean, again, all the white flour products, all the processed food, because all these takeaways and everything, they are processed. You don't know how much sugar, how much salt is in them, and what other additives. So, your diet, you really must try and clean your diet up, because, you're having takeaways at lunch and then takeaways at dinner.
Yeah. Never really thought about it till I say it out loud. Gosh. So, ideally, would it be more like some sort of salad with each meal?
Yeah, salad would be good, or vegetables.
Okay.
Or a bit of both. A bit of salad, some vegetables, and a bit of protein. A bit of protein, the size of your palm, whatever the size of your palm is, that's the only protein you actually need.
Okay.
In any meal. So, you don't need a great big steak like this, you don't need a great big piece of fish like this, you only need a small piece of protein, and the rest of your plate should be small amount of carbs, which is hopefully complex carbs such as brown rice, something like that, or sweet potato.
Sweet potato.
And then the rest, vegetables. Now those vegetables could be made up of cooked vegetables, steamed vegetables, or salad, or a bit of both.
Okay.
Okay, so, but, plate full of noodles.
Yeah.
Or lots of tapas that, is all meat and...
Yeah.
That's not really doing it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've had all these health concerns and I never really thought about the diet part of things.
Yeah. And because, food, as I say, food, the body needs food, but you need to give it the right nutrients, the body. Because, you're asking it to go all day, but if you're putting crap in, you're going to get crap out. You're going to feel like crap.
Yeah.
And that's where, a lot of the fatigue is coming from, because you're not giving the body, the right nutrients, the right vitamins for you to carry on through the day.
Yeah.
Do you usually get a slump in the afternoon at work and you're like, nodding off? Yeah. Because your blood sugar levels are going like that. You need them to sort of be balanced, and that's because you're eating lots of stuff that really isn't good for you. You need to try and think, you and your partner, you need to sit down and think, okay, perhaps we should do more home cooking.
Yeah.
Especially, in the evenings. Have a takeaway, but not every day and not twice a day.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I'm trying to think at work as well, I think the reason I end up going out to buy food, even if it's Pret or somewhere, is because I'm always prioritising sleep in the morning over making something. But I'm thinking there is supermarkets nearby where I can at least try and get different vegetable selections or something.
Yeah,
like
or salad,
super
you know. I mean,
rich,
if you work in the city, do you work in the city?
Yeah, like central London.
So, you know, there's going to be salad bars, there's going to be, you know, where you can get takeaway salad, and you can choose your salads, and you can choose, you know, what meats you want in them.
Yeah.
So, you know, and if you want a dressing or you don't want a dressing, so that probably, you know, that'd be a good idea. But, you know, think about, you know, organising and planning meals, especially like, you know, for the evening, because it's all about planning, because otherwise, you know, you think, okay, what are we going to cook? What have we got in the cupboard? Nothing. So, you know, you need to sit down and plan, you know, what you're going to cook throughout the week and what you need to buy. And then any leftovers you could perhaps take to work the next day.
Yeah.
Or make up into a salad the next day. I don't know if you've got any heating, if you've got a microwave or you know, something like that. But you could always make, you know, leftovers into a salad. Add some herbs, add some spices. You could do that the night before.
Yeah.
Or do it in the morning. Just put it in a Tupperware dish and like take it to work.
Yeah.
It's about organisation and planning.
Yeah.
But, you know, you need to sit down and think, okay, well, let's try and plan meals, plan the shopping. And, you know, you're not going to get it right every time. And there will be times, you know, where you're too tired and you too, like, come home late and you think, I just can't be asked to cook. So, you know, there are going to be times like that.
Yeah.
But if you've got something in the cupboard, something in the fridge that you think, no, actually, that's going to take me half an hour to do, I can put that on, I can have a shower, or I could just have a cup of tea, watch the news for like half an hour, then the meal's ready.
Yeah.
And the thing is, by cooking your own food, you know exactly what's going in it. It's far more nutritious and healthy for you than all these, you know, takeaways with sauces, with MSG in, and everything else in. You don't know what's in them, too much salt probably. So, have a think about that.
Yeah. I will. That'll be this evening's conversation.
Yeah.
When I get home. That's quite eye-opening.
Yeah. And I mean, your partner's probably doing the same thing, having takeaways at lunch and having takeaways, you know, in the evening. So, and the more you start to cook, you know, sit down, have a nice meal together, and you know, the more you get into it, the more you'll enjoy it, and the more adventurous you'll get. So you know, you can like, okay, let's cook a Thai. Let's do it. But you know, you do it from scratch and see how you go, because you then do it to your taste.
Yeah. When you go.
Yeah. And then, you know, you can start with the salad like the Mediterraneans do. Start with the salad, because when you start with a little bit of salad will actually get the digestive enzymes going, the juices going. Also, it's very good for the gut. Okay. So, and then have like, you know, your Thai food or your mince or beef or whatever you're gonna, chicken, whatever you're gonna have.
So you have it's like a starter at home. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you include fermented vegetables as well, such as sauerkraut.
I love sauerkraut.
That is really good for the gut.
Okay.
Really good for the gut.
Yeah. I love kimchi as well. But I stopped having it because it smelled the fridge out.
Yeah, kimchi's lovely. I love kimchi. But fermented foods are really, really good for the gut.
Okay.
Put some good bacteria into the gut.
Yeah.
And like, say, if you have them as starter, that will really help the digestion.
Right.
Okay, so have a bit of sauerkraut, a bit of kimchi with a bit of salad.
Yeah.
And then have your, you know, it only needs to be a little small bowl, not a great big salad. And then have your main meal.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to start planning, see what I can take into work and how I can like adjust.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I could take rice or something in really easily.
Rice is great.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done it, you know, you cook rice in the evening, have it hot with a meal, whatever. And then if there's some left over, just have it cold, and you can actually add in a bit of oil, a little bit of vinegar dressing, add a few, if there's any vegetables.
What are those again?
Add in a few cold vegetables, right, and just make it a salad.
Yeah.
And you can add a few bits and pieces on it, a few raw nuts, and a few fresh herbs. There you go. Got yourself a nice tasty salad.
Sounds like all these meals I never eat.
But have a think about it.
Definitely.
I can email you some information about what a balanced diet should be.
If you're willing. So, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's quite concerning.
Yeah, but I think if you start to look at your diet, that will help a lot with fatigue.
Yeah.
Because it will help to balance your blood sugar levels. Because at the moment, you're having big dips, and that's a lot of it is because I think it's your diet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'll email you some information.
Thank you.
Make myself a note. So do you drink any other herbal teas apart from green tea?
If I do, it's usually like once I've got home in the evening, I try to avoid it because of the caffeine. So it'll be like a nettle tea or like some sort of like chamomile, maybe like something more calming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love tea, so anything.
Yeah, good. Yeah, chamomile's lovely in the evening because it's nice and relaxing.
Yeah.
Nettle's very good as a blood tonic. So it's really
blood tonic.
a blood tonic. Yeah. So it's good for the blood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh. I just thought it sounded really cool when I saw it in the supermarket, so I bought it.
Yeah.
I didn't know it had like health benefits. That's cool.
Nettle's great. Good for the bladder, good for the skin, but it's great for the blood as well.
Oh.
So yeah.
I'll be drinking more of that.
And nettle and mint, if you put the two together, you can I think you can buy some nettle and mint tea, but if not, what I do sometimes is like a bag of nettle and a tea bag of mint and mix them together. That's very nice as well. But don't have mint in, before you go to bed because it's diuretic, so you'll end up getting up for a pee a bit more if you drink mint at night.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, talked about your diet. Can I just have a look at your tongue, please? Pop it out, open it. Right, just relax it, just flop it out. Yeah, lovely, okay. And one more time, please. Open your mouth. Okay, thank you. There are signs there of some malabsorption.
Okay.
Which again would go towards towards your fatigue, because if you're not absorbing your nutrients properly, then obviously your nutrients are not getting around to your body. So, but there are some signs of that. Apple cider vinegar, if you try that before meals. Have you heard of apple cider vinegar?
Is that? Yeah, I think I tried it once where it had to be with the mother or something.
The mother tincture.
I tried drinking it during lockdown as like a phase. I had it with water for a while, but I ended up, didn't continue doing it.
Yeah, but it's good if you have teaspoon, or if you work start with a teaspoon and then like work up to a tablespoon in a little bit of water, 20 to 30 minutes before meals.
Yeah.
That helps helps the digestion.
Okay.
But again, think about the gluten as well, because it could be you may have a gluten intolerance.
Right.
So experiment with your bread making.
Yeah.
But experiment with flours and see, just listen to your body, see how it feels. If you start to get bloating, congestion or changes in bowel motions, then it could be the gluten.
Right, okay. Is gluten, it's a really dumb question, is gluten in white rice as well, or is it not in rice?
It's in grains,
okay.
such as wheat, barley and rye. They're the main ones it's in.
Okay.
Rice is okay, corn is okay, that's free of gluten, and amaranth and millet and quinoa, they don't have gluten. So the main ones that say are wheat, barley and rye.
Okay.
Trouble is with gluten is if it does cause a problem, you could end up having a leaky gut, and that's where particles of food go through the gut lining and they go back into your bloodstream, and then your immune system will go, hello, there's something foreign here, we don't like this. And so every time you eat that food again, your immune system's going to react. So then it can cause bloating, indigestion, constipation, diarrhea, fatigue, muscle pains. So so gluten can be quite a big problem. So do experiment with the different flours and see.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Or just go to the gluten-free flour and just cut out all the rest.
It's tempting.
Yeah. But so I'll email you some information about that.
Thank you.
Okay. I just need to take your pulse, please. Yeah, just want to. So. Okay, the other one, please. Okay, thank you. Have a quick look into your eyes. Okay, just look here. Okay, you've got quite a bit of acidity in your body. Sorry, no, the right, sorry. Okay, one more time, just want to look at the top bit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you've also, you've got quite a bit of, sorry, quite a bit of acidity in your body.
Okay.
And again, that could be due to the diet as well. Just, you know, you're taking too much acidic food in.
Okay.
So you do need to, you know, alkalise your diet by eating lots of vegetables.
Which foods are acidic?
Meat,
Oh, okay.
meat, fish, they're all acidic. Grains are acidic. So, you know, we do need some acidity,
Yeah.
but we've got to get it in the right balance.
Okay.
So vegetables are very quite alkaline.
So probably just not eating the other
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah. Fair enough.
But yeah, you know, meats and everything that we like, everything, fast food, processed food, all acidic.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah. You've also got some signs in your eyes that shows congestion as well.
Okay.
So dry skin brushing would be really good for you. You know, you get. Have you heard of dry skin brushing?
Is that the one you do in the shower?
You know, you do it just before the shower.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you can get a soft, really soft bristle brush, and it's just a very, very light touch. And you start at the ankles, and like just work your way up to the heart, and with your arms as well, and then just do it towards your heart.
Yeah.
A couple of minutes before your shower in the morning, and what it does, it just gets the lymph moving and the blood moving,
Okay.
and so it just helps the circulation, because you have got signs there that, you know, you've got some congestion in your eyes.
Okay.
So dry skin brushing would help. Also rebounding, you know, like a little trampoline, jumping up and down.
Okay.
But yeah, they would help, because you say you don't really exercise, so you know the circulation, you're not getting it. Do you sit down a lot during the day?
Yeah, pretty much all day.
Yeah, so some movement would be good.
Right.
So you know, you can buy little rebounders.
Okay.
They're just tiny little trampolines, and then you just jump up on them for like 5 minutes, and that again really helps to get the circulation and the blood moving and everything.
Okay.
Okay, but dry skin brushing again, that would really help, because it just helps to wake the whole system up and
That one
gets
sounds quite
everything
fun.
moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it takes literally minutes.
Yeah. Quite just before the shower, I can imagine that's quite easy to put in my routine.
Yeah, and the same, once you start doing it, it feels weird when you don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's a very, very light touch. You know, you're not really, you don't need to press hard. It's just a very light touch. I did have someone saying, yeah, but it hurts. I went, if it hurts, you're doing it wrong.
I can imagine the brush would hurt if you're going like...
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Why am I ending up with all this? Like, yes. No, don't do that. Okay, I just want to have another quick look.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got blue eyes, as you know. We call them lymphatic because it's to do with the lymphatic system. So probably when you were small, you may have had problems with your tonsils. You know, you see the kids when they're little, the runny noses, always got colds and coughs. They're usually the blue-eyed people, blue-eyed kids, because blue-eyed people react very quickly. So, you know, it's good because it shows your immune system's working.
Okay.
But they catch the colds, have the runny noses, tonsillitis when they're kids. You know, that's all, again, because it's all to do with the lymphatic system, which is part of your immune system. So again, you know, sort of like producing lots of mucus.
Yeah.
But yeah, lymphatic system. So you know, that's what we call blue eyes or blue-grey eyes. Okay. So yeah, but you've got some signs in your eyes of, like, say, congestion. You've got a medium constitution, so you know you must watch your energy levels. But you don't tend to push yourself to the limit. But you know, you usually know when to come home and draw back, and you need to, like, you need that as well. You know, sort of like, you can be a bit of a perfectionist at times.
You see this in the eyes?
Yes.
That's so cool.
You can be a bit perfectionist, and you do like to look after people, and you like to create a nice home.
What?
But when you're out of balance, you can be very tetchy and demanding. But you like a nice home environment, and you like to please people. But just make sure you're not put upon too much. You know, you can say no to people at times. Yeah. It's learning to say no. Okay.
I get that.
Right, let's have a quick look here. Place. Where are we here? Okay, so probiotics are good. Vitamin D is good. Again, you need that. You need that for calcium to absorb properly, and you need it for lots of other things. It's good for the brain. It's good for energy.
Yeah.
So you know, and especially coming into autumn, winter now. Well, we are in autumn. You need to take it every day, especially when it gets dark. You know, you're going to work in the dark. You're coming home in the dark.
Yeah.
Take it every day.
Okay.
And maybe, you know, keep a bottle at work and then have another bottle at home. So you definitely take it weekends, and you're definitely taking it during the week.
Okay.
Okay. Probiotics again, take daily if you can. Do you know how much is in?
I'm not really sure at all.
Okay.
Do they use the same thing, like IU or?
No, it's different types. Yeah, it is. But you know, if you include some fermented vegetables into your diet,
I'm very happy to do. I love them. Yeah.
Okay, so they're prebiotic food as well. So they give the probiotics food to feed on.
Okay.
Okay. So you've got all the your microbiome in your gut, all the thousands and billions, trillions of bacteria. The probiotics need good bacteria to feed on.
Okay.
Those fermented foods were prebiotics, so they produce good bacteria, the prebiotics for the good bacteria to feed on. So you're really giving your gut some wonderful bacteria to actually help fight any infections and to keep your immune system going.
Okay. And then the probiotic is like the supplements and the yakult, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, some foods are probiotics as well. You know, some of the foods are prebiotics as well as probiotics. I know, it's very confusing, yeah.
Why they name them such similar names?
Yeah. But no, take the probiotics as well as the fermented vegetables as well.
Right, okay.
Okay. But, you know, I think by helping your diet, changing your diet, will really help.
Yeah.
Will help the fatigue, because it helped to see you throughout the day. At the moment, your diet is quite poor.
Oh, it's good to shine light on it. I honestly didn't realise it was that bad. Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, you're eating. That's the main thing. You are eating.
Have an appetite.
It's just, it's not very balanced.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You know, it's not very balanced, and it's too much fast food, too much processed food.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you continue down that road, it is going to have a more detrimental effect on your health. So, you know, it's nice to have a treat now and again, but not every day.
I think I was so focused on like cutting out, because I used to be a lot worse with eating sugary foods. Like I'd always want dessert after I've had something more savoury. So I was so focused on cutting all of those out, I kind of forgot about everything else.
Yeah.
Being bad as well. So.
Yeah. And the thing is, you don't know how much sugar is in these foods.
Yeah. All the fast foods, definitely.
I mean, have a look at reading the ingredients. I know, you can't read the ingredients when you're at a restaurant or whatever, but, if you're getting takeaways, just have a look at, see what's in them. And if Chinese food, you're probably going to have MSG, monosodium glutamate, because it makes it taste nicer, but that's not really any good for you at all. Okay. And again, you don't know how much sugar is in things, and if you're buying processed food or ready meals, I don't know if you buy ready meals.
Ready meals? No.
You just get them from a takeaway.
It sounds ridiculous, but like I remember someone telling me that they were really bad for you, and then I just never got into the habit of ready meals. But yeah, I feel like because everyone goes out to eat to chat and stuff, I never really saw that as like the enemy.
It's not necessarily the enemy, because you can have some healthy foods when you go out.
Yeah.
But you need to pick and choose. Don't have something covered in loads of sauces.
Yeah.
Not every day, know. It's to say it's nice to have a treat, but when you go to a restaurant, try and have something with the salad. Try and have something with vegetables. Try and try and have. You can still have really nutritious food.
Yeah.
But you need to know what you pick and choose, but choose wisely.
Yeah.
Have steamed fish. Steamed fish with some vegetables or salad.
I do love fish actually.
Yeah. So, something like that rather than, tapas, which has got lots of oil in it. And
so would even like boiled potatoes be valid as vegetables?
Boiled potatoes, no, they're not really counted as vegetables.
Okay.
They're a starch.
That would be the starch side. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I won't count that then. I was thinking potatoes and fish I would have. But I guess I still need the green part.
Yeah, you still need the vegetables.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll email you some information about balanced diets and how it should be.
Okay.
And some suggestions, and also some information about gluten as well, because I think that will help you as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least it's only up from here if it's not great.
Yeah. But it's not dire.
Okay.
But there are definite room for improvement. Okay. Yeah. And also you may want to think about getting a good multivitamin mineral.
Okay.
Because your diet's not that great at the moment. At the moment. And again, we're going to go into winter. Soon. It may be best, if you could just help your immunity if you get a good mineral vitamin supplement to take.
Okay. Yeah.
Because if you get vitamin and mineral, that will give you the magnesium, which will help you. That will give you, because quite often people are deficient in magnesium. Magnesium also helps with cramps.
Okay.
So around your period time, it would help you, because any cramps, you need magnesium.
Yes.
But if you get a good mineral vitamin supplement, it will have magnesium in, it have calcium in, it have potassium in, it have all the other minerals that you need, it have all the vitamins that you need.
Yeah.
So it just helps to boost your energy.
Right. Okay.
And also, do you have any smoothies or anything, or vegetable juices?
I don't have smoothies because they're really cold. I end up feeling cold afterwards. But very, very occasionally, I might have. There's like this packet, like what is it? It's like a Japanese thing because my boyfriend's Japanese, and it's like this kind of like green shot that you mix into water, and I think it's like kale and stuffs. We're in the habit of having that daily, but seem to have gotten out of the habit of doing it.
We'll get back into the habit of doing it.
I really liked it as well.
Yeah.
I just found it a bit tedious to make each time. But
yeah, I mean, it could be. It's probably may have spirulina in, or chlorella, or wheatgrass, or
wheatgrass. Yeah, that was it. I remember looking up the history of what exactly this juice was, and something about them using wheatgrass to help people, like in the wartime when they didn't have the right things. Yeah, I think it's a wheatgrass shot thing. Yeah.
Well, get back into that bit, because again, if you do that in the mornings, it will give you energy.
Okay.
And it's also again full of vitamins and minerals. So try and get back into the habit of doing that.
Right. So that would be better in the morning than the evening then?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And again, Japanese food can be really healthy.
Yeah, it just takes so long to make. Yeah. I think before I was getting like quite sick, well not sick, but like very overwhelmed and like fatigued, I was trying really hard to make all these like different side dishes and stuff and all of that. It just took so long.
Do that when you're entertaining. On a daily basis.
Yeah.
Just cook one meal.
Yeah.
One meal, that's all you need. Get yourself a good cookbook, or just go on the internet.
Yeah, YouTube and stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing what's on there. So have a look.
Yeah.
But yeah, just have a sit down and have a chat with your boyfriend and like cooking. When are we going to start?
Yeah, I guess his consultation would be the same.
Yeah.
Like bad diet.
Yeah. Start there.
Okay.
And I think your energy will definitely improve.
That's nice to hear.
And your immunity as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially going into winter, I really don't want to be catching colds again.
Yeah.
Like all the time.
Exactly, and the better you eat, the more nutrients you have, the better your immunity will be.
Oh, okay. I'm a bit inspired now when I know there's a payoff, like having more energy again.
Yeah.
I'm more likely to stick to it.
Yeah. And you'll catch less colds and infections.
Oh, sounds quite good, really.
Yeah. Why didn't you think of this before?
Yeah. Honestly, though, I did not think of the diet. I've had all this time, like long COVID, and like what's going on with me. It's the same time frame. Did not stop to think about how badly I was eating.
It may have had something to do with COVID. We don't know.
Yeah.
But diet is so important, and that's one thing.
Yeah.
That you can change.
Yeah. Yeah. And from today. Well.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow maybe. Yeah.
When I next eat.
Yeah. So, any questions?
Not right now, I don't think. Yeah, I think I'll make sure I'm just more aware of the food and stuff, and I'll look over the stuff.
So I'll email you some information about balanced diets, and also a bit about gluten and just general food advice. And then, if you've got any queries after that, just email me back or give me a ring.
Yeah.
And I'll answer them.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
So you said you have quite big appetite.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you have heart palpitation?
Is that like chest pain?
Like easy to have panicking? Or suddenly you feel your heart rate a bit fast?
I don't think so. No.
So you said you enjoy the food, but not mean you feel hungry easily.
Yeah, I just really like eating, I think.
Do you have proper breakfast, lunch and dinner?
Yes. Yeah, most days, yeah. I eat
Later
a lot
on,
less dinner.
I need to really ask you you know, how to eat healthily because you are what you eat. And tiredness in Chinese term is just we call qi deficiency.
Okay.
Not enough energy. Later on, I will explain to you what is so-called qi. And after eating, do you have any kind of bloated stomach?
Sometimes I think if I eat things like garlic or like pasta, like I can get a bit of a stomachache.
Okay. No heartburn?
No.
Do you have cold hand or cold feet?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
And you prefer to be warm?
Yeah.
Yeah? And if you have excessive appetite later on, I check your tongue.
Okay.
If when you have dampness retention and the damp can accumulate it, become heat. And then you have heat and then, you know, everything is metabolism really fast. And that is why you have big appetite.
Okay.
Yeah. But you still feel tired.
Yeah.
So that means what you eat, you're not really, it's like 100% benefits.
Okay.
So you're not digest the food properly.
Okay.
You said you're not sleeping well.
No. Yeah.
With
but
your
once,
age.
once I sleep, I'm fine. It's just getting to sleep.
What sort of time you go to sleep?
11 p.m.
And then what sort of time you...
Sometimes like 12:30, I actually fall asleep.
So
I'm
you,
just sort of lying
you
there.
fall to sleep about 1 hour or more than 1 hour before you're able to go to sleep.
Yeah.
You're not Miss Worry, is it?
Yeah, it's only like thoughts in my head.
Really?
Yeah.
So you a little like overthinking or worried.
Yeah.
I see. That is typical. We call the symptom of qi deficiency.
Oh no.
You need to take more than 1 hour before you're able to fall to sleep.
Yeah, recently most days, yeah.
Do you have any kind of so-called stress or any kind of particular reason?
I don't get it on the weekends, so it's probably work.
So you work in front of computer a lot?
Yes, all day.
Oh, so you make sure every hour at least you have to standing up or moving around
Yeah.
at least 10 to 15 minutes, because one position too long and then you easily to have a kind of, we call professional, that kind of injury.
Okay.
We call repetitive strength injury. Yeah. So roughly you can sleep for 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah. So yeah, I get up at about 7:30. So yeah, about 7 hours most nights.
But when you sleep, you can sleep. It's like for the whole night, or you still need to get
when I
up.
sleep, I'm fine. It's just getting to sleep.
You not have a lot of dream or anything.
I don't ever remember them, so not really. Occasionally.
Okay. And then you said you have shoulder pain.
Which one's that, sorry?
You said you have shoulder.
Oh, shoulders.
Pricking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
How
my
long you
posture.
have this? So that is why the one sit in front of computer. Yeah. Roughly how many hours you have to in front of computer now?
Oh my gosh! Like the whole day. Like more than 9 hours. Yeah. And then.
So please make sure every hour you have to standing up, do some stretch. You know, like the shape of the star, just like this. You know, like the flag of the United Kingdom. You see, you can do like it. Like you can sit in good posture, or you can standing up and then look up, down, up, down, from the left to the right, neutral, down, neutral. You try to do it, and also always try to really just stretch like this.
Like that.
Yeah, as far as you can reach 3 times. every hour you can do that. It will prevent a lot of problems, especially you already have soda, yeah? 3 times, yeah, as much as you can, yeah? And then looking at the tip of the finger, and on one side, just looking at the finger as much as you can, yeah? 3 times, so it really helps you like this.
Oh yeah, that one's really
I love
tight.
it. You see, you already cannot, it's like make the hand straight, yeah? So that is simple way.
Thank you.
The whole information is you have yang deficiency.
Yang, okay.
Do you have any other medical history or family history of anything else?
No, not that I know of. Yeah.
So it's like healthy baby since you was young. Your parents is so healthy.
Yeah, I can't think of anything too bad. No, yeah. I think I'm good.
No hay fever, no
Oh,
asthma.
I have hay fever, yes.
Oh,
hay fever,
okay.
I do feel no, yeah.
But no eczema, no asthma.
No.
Okay. Right, now I'm going to looking at your before you know, I would like to let you understand about how important, yeah, to be have good balanced diet. In the morning, always eat warm, yeah.
Okay.
What you eat is very important. Yeah, that is instruction. Yeah. You can eat breakfast, lunch, dinner like this. Yeah. And the fruit you can eat 1 or 2 hours before the main meal. Or yeah.
Okay.
Can I have looking at your tongue, please?
Yeah.
Can you open your mouth? Can you roll your tongue up? Okay. Stick your tongue out one more time. You turn this side. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You feel your pulse? No wonder you get tired. Your pulse is very deep.
Oh.
Yeah. And the volume of the pulse is very small. Because deep pulse, I have to press hard before I can feel it.
Okay.
And the small volume just indicates they are not enough. It's like blood or anything to enrich, yeah, the blood vessel. In future, you know, that is long-term benefit.
Okay.
You can recommend to your, if you have a partner, a family, parents, because if you eat balanced and you won't have any kind of deficiency.
Yeah.
And that is something I always tell my patient, you is the one you have to have the responsibility to your own health.
Yeah.
Try to have enough water, like 2 to 3 liters, depend on your figure. Like with normal figures should be 2 liters of water.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a little of everything and everything in moderation. And that is whole idea of Chinese medicine, balance.
Balance and moderation.
Don't go extreme. And same thing, you know, if the one is always so-called keto diet is also not healthy.
Okay.
When you go extreme, it's really, if in the short term, temporary is fine, but long term it always create some insufficient deficiency. Yeah.
Right.
And because human being, we are parts of nature, that is why I always ask patients, you know, you eat everything warm, in the morning. And then if you help you process the food, digest better.
What about green tea? Is green tea okay?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Yeah. This one in the morning, this one in lunchtime, and this one is supper.
Okay.
But you still can add some ginger or garlic because you have this kind of tongue shape. But you have a really red teeth. And you have some yellow coating as well.
Oh gosh.
And if you not smoke, but your tongue picture just like someone, you smoke.
Really? Oh my gosh. What?
But
Why?
it can be correct.
Okay, that's really worrying.
And then simple way is always do this kind of exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now I try to explain to you a little what is Chinese medicine briefly. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Chinese medicine is all about balance. Do you have any concept of yin and yang?
Maybe from like Disney, like Mulan.
Yeah. And do you have any concept of 5 elements?
Yes. Is it like earth, air, fire, water, and wood?
It's also about yin and yang.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's say why I said Chinese medicine is all about balance. And the main philosophy of Chinese medicine is the philosophy of harmony and also balance. Yin and yang, same as 5 elements, they just concept, yeah,
Okay.
of that kind of philosophy, balance. Yin and yang are 2 opposite aspects like night and day, but have to be mutually dependent. Without one of them, neither can exist, and also mutual transform. And that is so-called the laws of nature. Nature being that way, yeah. Like after sunset, sunrise, sunset, night and day, day and night. And human beings, we are parts of nature because we have to live between night and day in universe. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
We have to breathe in and breathe out all the oxygen and carbon dioxide. And also 5 elements provide everything our human being need. And that is why to be a human being, we have to really try to know how to respect the nature and follow the routine of nature and always be healthy.
Okay.
Yeah. Nowadays, even the politicians, they have to mention about global warming.
Yeah.
Because, if we not care about what happened in the planet, and then we're going to have a really big it's like problem in future.
Yeah.
So yin and yang, like night and day, yeah. The symbol of yin and yang like black and white.
Yeah.
So yin is represent all the feature of nature of nighttime. It's time after sunset and become dark, and people should slow down and go to sleep. And when you sleep, you're quiet. When you're quiet, you're cold. So that is all the nature or feature of yin. Yeah. This is compared in daytime. Daytime is time after sunrise and become bright, and people just naturally awake, get up and get out and doing all the activity. And when you're active, you feel warm, and that is fire.
Okay.
Yes. So that is so-called the laws of nature. Yeah. Like no night, no day, like no dark, no bright, no quiet, no active, no cold, no hot, no bad, no good, no winter, no summer, or no in, no out, no short, no tall, no weak, no strong, no woman, no man, or no water, no fire. However, this kind of philosophy of yin and yang can be divided endlessly, or can be used as good example to explain all the things and phenomena in the universe, as huge as between one nation to other nation. If you're not trying to keep harmony and you just keep having conflict, like what happened in the world now, and same as our human being, yeah. If you not get on well with your parents or with your colleague or with your boss or with your neighbor, and then you're going to have it's like problem.
Yeah.
And now how we use yin and yang as water and fire to explain the relationship between the blood and the energy in the medical term or in our human body. So let's say in order to make the organ able to keep their function, as you know, you have to depend on the circulation to make it work. And circulation is blood, and the blood in the fluid form. So in that respect, the blood belong to the element of water.
Okay.
Yes, but water without the fire, water never become warming or steaming or moving or boiling water, just always in the water form.
Yeah.
And same thing like the blood in the blood vessel, they cannot circulate without pumping of the heart. And is it right? Our heart have to keep pumping all the time, cannot stop pumping even for 1 minute.
Yeah.
In that respect, the energy belong to the element of fire,
Okay.
which represent our body's function, represent the heater, the life force, like the hormone, which is energy have nature always keep moving, never like to be blocked.
Yeah.
So any kind of long-term stress or depression or anxiety or overthinking or worrying or fear or shock or grieving or sorrow or anger, it can block the energy flow. So, now I hope you start to understand little philosophy of yin and yang. The blood, same as body fluid, or the, we call like the saliva or sweat or our tear. They just, it's like belong to the stillness, material substance of body. Yeah, they all in the fluid form, so they belong to the element of the water.
Yeah.
But how to make the blood, able to circulate, or to be used it, and we need to depend on the energy. But the healthy way, is keep the balance between the blood and the energy.
Yeah.
And in order to keep the function of the organ.
Okay.
And people in the modern society, apart from they just sit down too much, not so close to nature, and they eat all the junk food, processed food, fast food, and of course it won't be that healthy.
Yeah.
And beside that, Chinese medicine, the big difference between Chinese medicine and Western medicine is we are holistic medicine. It means we treat the body a whole because we're looking at the body a whole.
Yeah.
And we always strongly believe that a healthy body have to depend on a balance of all the healthy internal organs. And the balance between physical, mental, or emotional, or spiritual, and balanced diet, good lifestyle, they're all important.
Yeah.
And any parts of body disharmony or out balance, you still have time to get problem because they all connect together. And one upset other and become vicious circle. So that is time we call internal disorder can reflect to outside manifestation. And same thing, any local problem, if you not get it right in time, as you know, English people always say stitch in time and save nine. So all the big, huge problem is always start from little minor disorder.
Okay.
So that is the time they upset the harmony between the blood and the energy. And the relationship between the blood and the energy, just like the relationship of water and fire, and that is so-called yin and yang.
Okay.
And wood element can create the element of fire, and the fire is also called afut.
Okay.
So energy, of element wood, same as element of fire, they all on the way up. So that is yang, like you sow the seed in the spring, and that is like a tree, and then all the plant grow the most in summer, and late summer we call element of earth. Wood create the fire, and the ash of the fire create the earth, and the earth in the middle, late summer harvesting, and after that metal come from the earth. So element of metal, can create the element of the water, can be melt and become water.
Oh, okay.
And is it right? The metal and the water is all energy go down like yin, So storing after harvesting, and hibernate, just like you use all your energy in daytime, and nighttime you need to have good night, decent sleep, and your body have time to repair itself.
Yeah.
And then next day you really feel refreshed and you have energy and you can really focus with the thing you're doing
Yeah.
sharply. But the one, if they're suffering from insomnia, that means they're not able to recharge battery 100%. And of course, next day, they won't feel really, it's like 100% recovering. Because nighttime is time really, because the body have a chance to repair itself, like restore the balance, or recharge the battery. So that the way Chinese medical, diagnostic, looking at the body through the observing, like your complexion, your vitality, and your tongue picture acts like a mirror of internal organ. Like you have a red tongue, red teeth indicates you have lots of heat, which affect your mind. And also, I don't know, do you have any thyroid problem in your family?
I don't think so, no.
Do you smoke?
No.
But you definitely have a red teeth compared to other area.
Oh,
Just
really?
let me have another look, please. Open your mouth. Yeah, red teeth. And you also have a lot of indentation and coating on the back.
Oh.
Yeah. Do that. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So the way we diagnose the problem from observing, like looking at your tongue and your complexion, your vitality, questioning, also lots of relevant questions, and then palpating, and the pulse is reflect the energy and the blood flow, in the meridian, and reflect 5 vital organs, like heart, liver, kidney, spleen, and lung.
Okay.
So since we have all the data patient, and we definitely consider about your age and the medical history, family history, state of mind, eating habit, living surrounding, working environment, and we can, according to all the flaws, your balance or the theory of Chinese medicine, and work it out. What is your imbalanced part? What is your weakest part or excessive part? Or what can be the cause of problem? And we try to treat the problem more from the root rather than just focus in symptom.
Yeah.
That is just a little basics.
It's fascinating.
Diagnostic. If you really want to benefit from Chinese medicine, you prepare to take at least 3 months of medicine. Normally, our human body, we do have ability for self-regulate or self-balance. But if you have some kind of symptom, like you're not sleeping well, or you have loose stool, or you have some aching in the shoulder, period pain, and if this kind of symptom keep on going more than 3 months, just indicates your body is not good enough to help you to restore the balance. Or on the other words, you have little we call chronic condition. And 3 months is general. It takes for any kind of like blood cell or immunocell or nerve cell, or hormone cell to regenerate. Because I'm not prescribed any chemical for the patient, and that is why Chinese medicine, we are very good for chronic condition, or preventative point of view, or we call functional disorder. Like maybe you go for all the checkup in Western medicine, and everything is normal, but you is the person can tell something is not right, or any kind of we call emotional related disorder, or how to slow down aging process. Like Chinese medicine, we're so good to treat this like premenopause or premature, ovarian failure or menopausal syndrome. As we so good to treat chronic condition like any kind of disorder, gynecological problem, like any kind of amenorrhea, or like no period or period pain, something like that due to endometriosis, or different kind of skin problem. And also we are very good to treat autoimmune problem. A lot of patients come, and because they don't want to, it's like long-term taking, what they treat the it's like autoimmune problem. in Western term, they normally prescribe some kind of like anti-inflammatory or immunosuppression, or steroid, and quite often they have side effect.
Yeah.
So, and same as a lot of metabolic syndrome like diabetes or high cholesterol or high blood pressure or any kind of gout. This kind of we call metabolic syndrome. And if they don't want to take chemical or painkiller or whatever too much, or arthritis, and then Chinese medicine is always good. Either work alone, depend how bad of the problem of the patient, or can work in conjunction with West medicine, side by side in harmony. Natural herb, the effect is slow but accumulative. But advantage of herb is when you feel good in the whole body.
Yeah, I guess it's because it's all natural as well.
Yes, based on natural plant, and especially our company, everything is based on by law. We're not it's like using something we're not allowed to use it, like heavy metal or something endangered species. Or something like animal, that kind of. So I think that is the consultation today for you.
Thank you so much.
So do you think you want to have some medicine to prescribe?
Yeah, of course.
Because from looking at your tongue, I can tell it's not right.
Okay, shall we start now?
Yes, please.
So, Melissa, my name is Ji Dong Wu. I'm a practitioner in this clinic. So I would like to, to see what can I help you.
So recently, I don't know if it's related to I had COVID in April, but I'm really bad fatigue all the time, and then also quite shortness of breath.
This April?
Yeah, this April.
But you got the COVID in April?
Yeah.
Last April? Oh.
No, this year.
Your fatigue was before you had COVID?
No, since May, June, July, I've been really bad with fatigue.
Oh, May, June, okay.
Yeah. So the last 3 or 4 months. Before that, I've never been too energetic, but I was a lot better. But yeah, recently it's got worse.
Talking about the COVID in April, you got it.
Yeah.
How was it? Was it very serious one, like a fever, temperature?
Yeah, I had a fever the first few days, shortness of breath, but I kept my taste. And also, what else did I have? I lost my smell for a little bit.
Lost smell?
Yeah. But what's strange is I didn't have any muscle aches, but I've had them recently. So, yeah.
And how many days it cleared?
I think I took about 8 or 9 days to be negative. Yeah.
And so then you said you just even you cleared or the result was negative, but you still feel a bit unwell, like fatigue, shortness of breath.
Yeah, and that doesn't seem to get better.
And have you had any treatment since then?
I've had scans, I had a blood test and a chest scan and blood pressure, but they didn't find anything. So I've had tests but no treatments.
Okay. And while you had the COVID, did you take any medicine?
I think paracetamol.
Just paracetamol?
Yeah, just paracetamol.
Okay, I see. You mentioned you also have the smell lost.
Yeah, that's back now.
That's back now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was just 1 or 2 days, luckily.
Okay. Okay, may I check your pulse, please?
Do you have the preference?
It doesn't matter anyway. I will check both.
Oh, okay.
So prior to April, and you were quite fit. Did you have any issues?
Not with breathing ever, no.
But you were not complaining fatigue?
No. I did start a full-time job April 2021, so literally a year before COVID, and I commute into London every day, so it's quite tiring, but only since after COVID has it got really, really tiring. So, yeah.
May I see your tongue, please? Stick out your tongue. Open your mouth widely. Thank you. Yeah, may I check this side?
Yeah.
Okay, just to focus on your tiredness feeling. All day or worse in the morning or in the evening?
Worse in the evening.
Worse in the evening. So, okay. And you don't have any sore throat, coughing, phlegms?
No, not at all.
Okay. What about exercise? Can you do any exercise?
I can, but if I overdo it, I seem to get a bit worse. Like sometimes I have to lie down because I get a bit faint. So if I did exercise Saturday and Sunday, by Sunday evening I'll feel really bad. Yeah.
How was your digestion?
It's okay.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Are you complaining like a bloating gas?
No.
No.
Yeah.
And how was your sleep?
Yeah, recently quite good. I always get 8 hours sleep.
And do you eat normal food?
Uh,
I mean, my normal means, balanced food like meat, vegetables, fruits, everything.
yeah, I'm not very fussy. I eat a lot of meat.
You do eat meat?
Yeah.
Okay.
And bread and vegetables and fruit. Some junk food.
And did you wake up in the night when you sleep? Go to the toilet?
Yeah, once a night maybe.
Once?
Yeah, once, yeah. Because I drink a lot of water before bed.
And any, dreams, nightmare?
I never remember them. Not really, yeah.
If you didn't remember, that means you are right, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good.
How was your periods?
Yeah, it's regular.
Are you taking pills or you are just normal?
Just normal.
Just normal.
Yeah.
Periods, no complaining.
First day's a bit painful.
Oh, just first day. Okay.
Yeah, just the first day.
But the cycle was okay, yeah?
Yeah, it's all normal. All the same time every month. Well, the same amount of days in between. Yeah, I track it on my phone to check it's normal. So.
And do you suffer from PMS?
I get like cramps, but
no breastfeeding, moody.
No, not really.
Okay.
It depends on who you ask, I guess.
And do you complaining headache?
Sometimes, yeah, maybe, but only usually the first day if I do get a headache.
In general, but you don't.
In general, yeah, quite occasionally.
Okay, sometimes, yeah. Dizziness.
Dizziness, if I'm really, really tired and fatigued, then yeah.
Any like ear pressure, tinnitus?
No, not at all.
And no joints pain you mentioned, yeah? You don't have any muscle pain in your joints?
No, not anymore. I had one night for some reason, I had really, really painful joint pain in my legs, but it was gone the next morning.
Okay.
So I have no idea what that was.
Anything else we haven't touched?
I don't think so. I think that's everything. Occasionally I get like temperatures.
Temperature?
But really low grade ones, like 37.4 or 5. If I am really fatigued and I've done lots of exercise, I might get a temperature.
Okay. And do you have palpitations? Raised heartbeat?
I get pain in
Chest
my chest.
pain.
Chest pain, but not palpitations.
No palpitation.
Yeah.
Okay, may I see your tongue again? Thank you. No bloating, no gas, you mentioned, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you eat cheese, dairy?
Not very often, no.
Not very often,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't drink milk or anything either.
And no ticklish sore throat?
No.
Okay. Okay. From
so much, sorry.
Yeah, from the information you gave me, I'm pleased to say you don't have major problem, which is you got to be careful. No, it's just after COVID, which many people could have some kind of the aftermath, like make the body out of order.
Okay.
What I can see, your tongue is quite normal, pink color, little bit greasy coating on the rear, which is normal.
Okay.
And just your pulse, the pulse is a bit weak. If you were vegetarian and it appeared on that kind of the pulse, I would say, okay, it's reasonable, okay. But if you do also eat meat, but the pulse still quite weak, that might just reflect you have a little bit energy level declined, deficiency. And that should be, just an echoes with your shortness of breath, tiredness. So in a way, it is in general energy level declining or deficiency. What I would suggest you take some herbal remedies. I will make some herbal medicine, which is in the powder form.
Okay.
It's extract from the herbs, but it's already made. So you just dissolve in the hot water, boiling water, just like you make a cup of tea.
Oh, okay.
And when it's cold, drink. I think possibly after 2 or 3 weeks, you should feel some improvement.
Be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so you put it in hot water and wait for it to go cold?
Just like you make coffee.
Oh, okay. So you just wait till it's drinkable. Okay.
Yeah, just like you make a cup of coffee, but you don't need to make a big cup, just a tiny bit, small amount of the water, dissolve in the water, boiling water, and when it's cold, drink.
Okay.
Yeah. But I have to warn you, although it is herb, made from an herb, it's quite strong. Because we don't use single ingredients. We will make a prescription like, between 10 or 15 ingredients. So you could imagine each herbs may have a different taste.
Yeah.
So it's like a compound,
Okay.
a kind of the multiple taste.
Yeah.
But after a couple of drink, you should get used to it.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be very safe. No toxic, no animal products.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Do you want to do that?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
There are 15 ingredients in your mixture.
Okay.
When they make prescription, you could see what's in it.
Yeah.
If you are interested.
Yeah.
But they will shake together, and you just take 6 grams,
Okay.
and you will get the measure spoon how much weight for 6 grams, and just dissolve in the boiling water.
Okay.
And dissolve and stir when it's cold. Just drink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it safe to have if I have like supplements on the side, like vitamin D supplements and stuff?
Yeah, no, fine.
Okay.
You could, because you need to drink twice a day, one in the morning, one in the evening or afternoon. As long as you give it 6 hours gap between
6
two
hours.
drinks, it's fine. You
Okay.
can drink it before food or after food.
Oh,
No problem.
that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it should last about 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, if you missed one, you don't need to catch up. Just it's very safe. It's not like the medicine or drugs. So
Oh, that's nice. Like treat it like tea,
yeah,
I guess.
Yeah. After 3 weeks, if you wanted, like okay, I'm feeling better, but still not fully
Yeah.
completely cleared, you could come back again.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, just leave it.
Okay. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Thank
Okay.
you. Hello.
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 So, this will take about an hour and a half. I'm just
Okay.
going to talk to you about your medical history for about an hour and 15, and then may do your blood pressure and or physical examination.
Okay.
Possibly. Okay. Right. So just to start with, what is it you'd like me to help you with today?
Yeah, so recently I've been quite tired all the time. I do think it's like a new thing because I used to have quite a lot of energy. But yeah, it comes in waves. So like last month I was really, really like tired and drained all the time. And then this month I am feeling quite a bit better. But I don't really know what link there is there. It's all a bit all over the place. And,
Okay. When did this begin? When did you first start feeling tired?
like May this year. Yeah.
Could you attribute that to anything? Can you pin that down to anything?
I did have COVID in April,
Okay.
but I did heal from it fine, and then
Okay.
yeah, it seems to have got worse and worse since May as well. So
Okay.
I still don't know if it is that, because I don't know why it would be getting worse. So.
Sure. No, it does sometimes happen that after COVID people recover, and then the post-COVID effects can come on later.
Okay.
Which is very strange, but it is something that I've seen a few times. So, so people get the post-viral fatigue. You know, in most infections, you just stay tired after the infection, but some people, they seem to get better. It seems to go similarly with breathing. Like some people, their breathing recovers, and then their breathing will get worse, and then it'll recover, and then it'll get worse. So it sort of seems to improve in this non-linear sort of wave, like you say. So it sort of like gets a bit worse, and then it gets better, and then it gets a bit worse. And it's like overall, over time, the symptoms should get easier, just without treatment.
Right.
But obviously, I'm a herbalist, so I'll see what we can do to expedite that process. But all right, so it began in May this year. So the main thing is fatigue. Have there been any other symptoms associated with that?
Initially, I was having quite kind of a feeling of temperature. I know it wasn't whenever I would measure it, I wasn't like having high grade temperatures, and it was only like mid 37s, and that seems to have stabilized now. Like I haven't had it this month at all, but I was getting a lot of like, it almost felt like hot flushes or something, which is really strange for me.
Did you, with that feeling of temperature, did you actually? You said hot flushes. You felt hot. Did you actually sweat?
Yes, I think I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where did you feel it? Was it the top part of your body? Only face, head? Where?
Mainly just the head. Yeah.
Okay.
Extreme feeling of hot.
But not this month.
Yeah, this month. I don't know if it is just the temperature's really helping, but or I've got used to it. I don't know.
Maybe. I think it sounds like you're getting better. But so when you had COVID in April, I presume that was diagnosed with a test.
Yeah, the LFTs. I did it for a week straight for work.
Okay, and what did you have with symptom-wise with COVID?
Yeah, I had a temperature for the first 2 days. A really quite high one actually. I lost my smell, but I kept my taste. I had a really bad headache for most of the time actually, and then about halfway through, I really struggled to breathe one night, and it was like this feeling of like a pipe being down my throat, and I was breathing through a straw or something.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But that was only one night, and then it got better.
It felt like it got better, but then definitely since then I do feel like it's harder to breathe as easily as I did before. I get breathless very easily.
Does that, and this isn't a trick question, it could be completely separate, but does that actually coincide when you get those little breathless spells? Do they coincide with the fatigue, or are they occurring separately?
The breathlessness will usually be if I'm moving, like some sort of to catch the tube or something.
Okay.
And then the fatigue will come after I finish moving.
Okay.
So kind of, yeah.
But so same time, but not exactly at the same moment, one after the other, but they're happening. They're coincident on the same days.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so shortness of breath when moving and fatigue afterwards. That makes sense. So when you say that the tiredness that sort of comes in waves, is this a tiredness that you feel all day long, or are we talking more fatigability? So what you've just described is more like, do you know what I mean? Is the difference between the two would be, because it could be both. It could be one or the other. If you're tired all the time, like just constant fatigue, you just constantly feel a bit knackered, like you haven't slept enough or whatever.
Right.
If you're more easily fatigued, like more fatigable, then it's like you're fine, but then you do a bit of exercise or do a bit of whatever, and then you're suddenly tired. Is it both of those, or?
I'm definitely the easily fatigable one.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you wake up, you
constant.
feel okay.
Yeah.
You feel like you've got enough energy, but it's just you burn out quickly when you're in that state.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Not TAT, but very fatiguable. So give me an example of something that would really tire you out when you're having one of those.
Yeah, so at work the other day I had to be on my feet for like it was just an hour of like kind of monitoring the elevators and helping guests get up and down the elevators because we had some old like elderly ladies coming.
Okay.
And all I had to do was man the elevator and take them up to the floors, but just being on my feet and moving back and forth for an hour, I was completely wiped.
Right.
I needed to sit down and then was really struggling to stand back up again once I'd sat down.
Got it.
Yeah.
So 1 hour on feet at work. Dealing with people, dealing with the public can be quite tiring at times, but
it wasn't bad.
1 hour feet at work equals very exhausting. And how long would you need to go to sleep after that, or would you just need to sit down for a bit? How long would it take you to recover, or would that be you done for the day?
So I think after I kind of sat then at my desk again for a few hours, I was well enough to like go home and then just rest all evening, and then felt fine this morning once I'd recovered.
Okay, so the fatigue persists for the rest of the day, but you can sort of recover partial battery life by just doing nothing for a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Tiredness, that's rest. Right, so you're saying this is happening in waves. It's less this month. So this month, how often is that happening? Say, for example, it's tricky to put figures on this sometimes, but how many times a week?
Honestly, like once, and some weeks I didn't even have it at all this month.
Okay, it sounds like you're coming out of the woods naturally.
I hope so. Yeah, but fingers crossed, because I think it does really go up and down.
Sure. So tiredness currently, and last month, how often was it happening?
Last month was quite bad. Like twice a week, 3 times a week, I think, a few weeks.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other sort of headline symptoms? Because I will be going through lots more questions, so we'll dig anything up if there's anything else. But is there anything else headline you'd like me to focus on?
I think those are the main ones, yeah.
Okay. So really the fatigue and the shortness of breath that sort of precedes it. Thank you. Okay, so let's go past medical history. So when you were you born early or jaundiced or anything exciting?
Exciting, yes. I came out the right way, but the wrong way up.
Okay.
From what I remember, yeah.
So, not breech, not feet first.
Just.
Don't know the term for it, but upside down.
There's not really a word for that one because people are always like, "Do you mean?"
Oh, I bet
breech?
there is.
And then
I bet there is a term for it, but
upside down baby. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so they had to use like little clamps on my head to get me out.
So forceps.
Yeah, okay. I've got like a bump somewhere on my head of like some extra calcium or something.
Interesting. No history of headaches or migraines or anything like that? Don't have to be.
Occasionally, yeah. I do get quite a few headaches, yeah.
Okay, we'll get into that. Thank you. And any illnesses as a child? Anything that laid you up or took you out of school? Or anything
no, other than like a bad tooth. That's like it. I think they pulled a tooth out because...
That is very slim pickings, which is good. So one time's bad tooth. So no hospital visits, no operations, nothing like that.
Whatsoever, no.
Okay, great. All right. So nothing during childhood, nothing during school years, no operations, tonsils, appendix still there.
All there, yeah.
Excellent. All right, I'll just run through a quick list of conditions just to make sure you haven't had them. I'm pretty sure you won't have done, but we have to do it. Jaundice.
No.
Hepatitis.
No.
TB.
No.
Glandular fever.
No.
Rheumatic fever.
No.
Asthma.
No.
Eczema.
No.
Hay fever.
Yes.
Diabetes.
No.
I presume not. Okay, thank you. Right, hay fever. Have you had that all your life?
I don't think so, but I don't remember exactly when from. I feel like year 6-ish I remember having it still. So.
Okay. What age is year 6,
That's a really good
approximately?
I think it's like 9 or 10.
Okay, thank you.
But I can't really guarantee that.
No, that's fine. That's just to approximate timeline placement.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah, 9, 10, hay fever. And for you, I mean, obviously hay fever, everyone knows what it is, but what are the main symptoms? Is it sort of snottiness or itchy eyes or itchy throat or what?
Yeah, get my nose gets affected, all like stuffy, and then
Okay.
itchy eyes. Not so much the throat though.
So no sneezing, no...
Oh, sneezing, yes.
Sneezing, yes, okay. Stuffy nose, itchy eyes. No wheezing or breath symptoms with it?
No.
So it's not going over into asthma? Okay,
No.
thank you. Itchy eyes and sneezing. Thank you. And when does that happen? What months of the year-ish?
It's usually like exam season, so it's always like April to June-ish.
Okay, April through June. Do you know what you are sensitive to there? Like, has any allergist told you at any point in the past?
I feel like I've noticed it's usually around grass pollen season,
Okay.
so I feel like it might be
Probably.
that. Yeah.
Alright, yeah. So probably grass. Thank you. Okie doke. So other than the hay fever, no other major medical upsets until COVID.
Yeah, that's literally it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
You have had a stellar medical history. Alright. So are you taking, I presume, no prescription medication at the moment? No. Excellent. Any over-the-counter stuff, so supplements or pharmacy bits?
Yes, I take vitamin D supplements.
Great idea.
Yeah, I had a blood test at the doctor's once. They told me I was low, so I take that.
What do you know the dosage?
Yes, it's 3,000 IU, I think it's.
That's the one. And that's just 3,000 IU once a day.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then also just a multivitamin.
That sounds very sensible. Okay. Excellent. Have you had all the usual sort of childhood vaccinations? So, TB and can't remember the 3 they put in one, the MMR and all that.
Yes, yeah, I believe so.
Good, excellent. And have COVID vaccinations?
Yeah, I've had them all.
Which, can you remember which ones you had?
Yes, Pfizer I had every time.
Okay, and when?
Oh, gosh.
Sorry. Roughly, just to sort of...
I think the booster was this time last year.
Okay.
And then it was the second jab was spring 2021. And then the first jab would have been maybe November 2020.
Okay, no worries. And no side effects or issues with any of those?
No, just felt a bit gross and groggy the evening of all of them.
That sounds normal. So,
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any allergies, particularly, well, we know about the hay fever, but any to medications at all?
I don't think so, no.
Excellent. That is helpful. Good. All right. So, family history. So, really thinking about sort of illnesses that might be inherited here. So, with your grandparents on your mum's side, let's start on your mum's side, do you know if any of them had anything medical, or if any of them, hopefully they're still around, but if any of them passed away, did they pass away with anything medical?
Yeah, so my mum's side, my aunt and gran both have diabetes.
Okay.
And I believe my granddad died of lung cancer, but I was so young, I'm not really sure.
Okay. Was he a smoker?
Yes.
How old? Was he in his 60s or 50s?
I'm really not sure.
Something. Okay.
Actually, was it for something to do with the lymph nodes as well, actually?
Not lymphoma. Because it could be lung cancer that spread into the lymph, or it could be a primary lymphoma or something.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not
sure.
entirely sure which one it is. There's definitely something to do with the lymph nodes.
Something not great associated with cancer, possibly lung cancer. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. No, don't worry. And so in his possibly 50s or 60s.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay. And then your gran, and your auntie on your mum's side, both with diabetes.
Yes.
Is that adult onset diabetes?
Adult onset, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Is your gran still around on your mum's side?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
is she otherwise healthy?
Yes.
No
Yeah.
high blood pressure or cholesterol or anything like that?
Not that I've heard of, no.
Perfect. All right. And on your dad's side, same question.
Yeah, I don't really know of any bad stuff on his side. I don't think there is any.
Okay.
Just
That's
bad
really
eyesight.
good. You have a pretty good genetic legacy from that side then, so that's helpful. Okay. Well, brilliant. Thank you. So, all right, your mum and dad, do they have any health issues?
I do think my mum has high blood pressure recently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okie doke. And high cholesterol as well? Just the blood pressure?
I think she's only been told about the high blood pressure to be careful with from the
Okay.
doctors.
Thank you. And but your dad, fine.
Fine, from what I know.
Right. Thank you. And do you have any brothers or sisters? And if so, are they all healthy?
Healthy younger brother, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Excellent. Perfect. All right. So I am assuming, no, but I shouldn't assume. Do you smoke at all?
No.
No smoking. All right. Good. Any drinking?
No.
And any naughty substances?
No. No.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Excellent. So what do you do for sort of hobbies for recreation?
Reading.
Excellent. Any exercises or anything?
I used to do yoga a lot,
Right.
but I don't really have enough time in the day anymore or energy, so.
Okay, that's interesting. When did that stop? Was that did that stop with the pandemic or did that stop with work or?
Yeah, it stopped at some point in lockdown, really. So it was before I was working full time.
Okay.
But I don't think it originally stopped due to tiredness. It probably stopped due to laziness. So back then it was a different issue.
Well, you know what? It's when your routine changes, as it did for everyone in lockdown. It sometimes truncates things because a lot of the time we run on habit because it's quite a low power circuit. And then it's a lot harder to re-establish a habit or to establish a new habit than it is to maintain an old one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now your life is differently shaped. You would have to find a place to sort of fit that yoga in there. So we'll talk about that because I think you could probably do with fitting a little bit of exercise in there somewhere. So, all right, so reading, that's excellent. But no, do you get any exercise at all, would you say?
Entirely from my commute it will be. So just running around London.
No, I mean that's often enough. Are you walking or how are you?
Yeah, like a combination of walking and getting the tube and stuff like that. But
Okay, so how much walking would you? I mean, it's a tricky question, but how much walking would you say you do in a day, for example, like minutes?
Yeah, minute. I really don't know. I know I get under 10,000 steps though.
Okay,
so it's not a lot.
Okay, commute, walks daily. Got it. Thank you. Yeah, definitely we could do with building a little bit of extra regular.
Yeah.
Okay. It's very, very, very easy to have a habit broken, and so I don't know, we'll get into that, but one of my favourite phrases is set a low bar and stick to it. So I think the way we mostly sabotage ourselves is we set a really high bar and then find that we don't have time, energy, motivation to accomplish that, and then sometimes that collapses and then it gets forgotten. Whereas if you just sort of say, I'm going to do 5 to 10 minutes of a yoga set every morning, that becomes more doable, or in the evening or whenever it's convenient, or even just start every other day with 5 minutes of yoga, but make it a thing like brushing your teeth, then it becomes a lot easier to sustain, because after 2 or 3 weeks it's become a habit, and you'll start hopefully feel the benefits of it. So then you become incrementally more incentivized to do the thing. Yeah. In theory. Anyway, all right. So all sounds very, very healthy. The only thing is a little bit more exercise, but you're getting lots of mental exercise, which is very important. Where you're living at the moment, sort of clean, sort of not damp. Good.
Yeah, and I've got a air filter thing every time that I look at the figures, and it's all good. So
amazing. I'm very impressed with that. Okay. I need one here.
Yeah, London's probably a bit worse for air quality, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It'd probably terrify me if I used it. So just.
It's even bigger.
I mean, I have
Yeah.
like plants in every room of my home, but apart from this one, but still.
Yeah. I do think at work probably I can't imagine the air's good, and I am there like most of the day, 5 days a week. So.
Okay. All right. So take me through your daily diet. What do you eat? So give me a breakfast, lunch, dinner sort of format. What you sort of eat in a day.
Right. So I know I should be eating breakfast, but I often skip it.
Not necessarily bad, but okay. So usually, no. Do you have anything like a drink or anything at breakfast time?
Yeah. Recently, I've been starting because I have been aware of how bad my diet is. So I've started having like a little green juice in the morning, and then I have this. It's very niche, but there's this Japanese drink called like amazake. And
I know it.
Yeah.
Really?
The
fermented rice stuff.
Yes, yeah. I've been having that because I tried to stop drinking so much green tea because I met someone who also had long COVID, potentially long COVID symptoms, and she said she thought caffeine might be making it worse.
Oh, interesting. But I'll tell you, and it's an interesting little factoid about green tea.
Yeah.
You're quite right that caffeine in some people might make the fatigue worse, but the flavonoids, the antioxidants in green tea, a couple of them are quite strongly antiviral, including, in the Petri dish, I hasten to add, somewhat antiviral against COVID. So it's not all that bad. So depends how much. I mean, if you're mainlining pints of it, then maybe reduce. But drinking a couple of cups is probably fine.
Yeah, I was having about 4 cups a day, I think.
Not crazy. That's okay. Are you sensitive to caffeine? Would you say?
See, I don't really know.
Okay, then you're probably not.
It was quite hard to cut it out, though. I did have a really bad headache.
When you stopped?
When I stopped, as if I was like withdrawal symptoms.
Yes, that is literally caffeine withdrawal.
Oh, yeah. It was about 3 days. It was bad, the headache.
Headache and feeling tired and not motivated.
Very grumpy, yeah.
Yes, that's caffeine withdrawal. So, yeah. But you're currently no green tea, so now you're having amazake.
Very sad life. I miss it.
Do you know what I'd suggest is, because I'm a big chocolate fan, as in the proper chocolate, so I have like half a pint of chocolate twice a week because I love it, and then like maybe one day a week I'll have a proper Japanese matcha tea. But I don't have caffeine more than 3 days a week. Personal choice, and like no shade to anyone who has it every day.
Yeah.
But for me, that preserves the nice effects of it. Like I'll have a nice little lift from it, which is enjoyable.
Yeah.
But it stops me getting into that dependency thing. So if you just have it no more than maximum 3 days a week, I'd say maybe twice, 2 days a week as a little treat. So I have my chocolate days on days when I'm doing work at home and I'm not going to be disturbed. And because I like it for mental work and I can sort of relax and enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I sometimes have green tea if I have a bit of work to do with other people.
Yeah.
That's just choice. It seems aesthetically right to do that, but so the point is, I don't think you need to. Well, we'll get into it, but I think if your sleep is okay, and green tea didn't disturb your sleep in any way.
I don't think it did.
Okay, then I think you'd be okay to just have it up to 3 times a week. Should stop you from getting dependent on it.
I was definitely dependent on it because it was like every morning until I had.
But you have to be strict about it if you do that, because it's very easy to go, oh, I'm really tired this morning, I'll just have a cup of tea. So no, you kind of have to, you have to find alternative means of waking yourself up, which is really just powering through as you are doing.
It's getting easier though. I was quite amazed.
It does. I think probably if you've given up caffeine, how long have you been without it now?
It's only been like 2.5 weeks.
Oh, do the whole month. Do a whole month. A whole month. Do a whole month. Yeah. Because I think in the past when I've gone on a little caffeine fast, at least a month I think to sort of reset things a bit.
Right. Okay.
Otherwise it's too soon. It's I feel better now. I'll just straight back on it. Do you know what I mean? So
okay. I'll power it through then.
Yeah, you're doing well. It's good.
Hopefully,
All right. So the green juice, what's in that?
That's also another Japanese one. I believe when I looked it up, it was barley shoots or something like that.
Yeah. Not green barley grass. Barley grass.
Barley grass, maybe. They said it's usually wheatgrass, and then it was the Yakult one that was using like a different wheat that was basically similar. Right. Oh no, maybe hold on, sorry, yeah. I think it is wheatgrass, and usually they use kale. That's it, sorry. Yeah, it's a wheatgrass shop.
That's great. Oh, so it's just straight up wheatgrass.
I believe so.
All right.
Sorry, all over the place with my ingredients.
It's all right. There's a lot of people don't even know what's in them, so that's pretty good. So you're happy, and you usually have one or the other, like the wheatgrass juice or the Amazaki, or you'd have both.
I have both, yeah. So, because I really like drinking warm things in the morning.
Nice.
But it's a lot of effort to make the green drink warm, and then it tastes a bit gross. So I have a shot of that, and then I'll have my nice warm Japanese drink.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Yeah. So what time would that be normally?
About 9:40.
Okay. Perfect.
To work, yeah.
So lunchtime would be when?
12:45.
Okay. And what would you normally have?
Recently, a halloumi wrap.
Okay.
Almost every day.
I mean, halloumi is very tasty, and I say this as a vegan. It's very tasty. So halloumi wrap. Any other examples, other lunches? If that's like daily at work at the moment, are there other lunches, weekend and stuff?
Yeah, I have quite a lot of like rice with some sort of leftover curry or something recently.
Nice.
Yeah.
I assume in the wrap and whatever there'd usually be some veg, like some green stuff in there.
There is, yeah. Which I've been trying to have that instead of having a lot of like just takeout before.
Okay, groovy. And is there protein in these in the farm? Obviously halloumi, cheese, yes, but rice and curry, there'd be beans, or what sort of things would be in the curry?
I don't think the curry, it's more like there's chicken, there's
that's
potatoes.
protein.
Oh, okay, yeah, carrots.
That's all good. That sounds great. Very good. All right, so dinner would be when?
About 7:30.
Excellent. And what would you have?
It really depends on the day, but dinner's gonna be the bad one. So it's like more burgers, more cheap food. I think I had like fish cakes and salad yesterday.
Wait, so when you say bad, because let's dispense with the judgment for the moment, but if you say bad, you mean more fried often?
Yeah, more fried, more likely to be Deliveroo.
Okay,
if I'm tired.
Gotcha. All right. Alrighty. And would you normally have any sort of fruit or green stuff with that, or not?
Salad sometimes with dinner, yeah.
Occasionally, salad.
Yeah, and fruit would be if I go to M&S at lunch and do grab some fruits because I'm craving it, like watermelon or something.
All right, gotcha. So, do you have snacks at all? Or are you a snacker, or is that pretty much it for the meal times?
I'm not really a snack. If I do snack, there's some nuts on my desk. Unsalted nuts.
Very good. Right. Unroasted, unsalted. Very good.
Yeah. Most plain ones I could find.
Yeah, which is really boring, but best for you. So, yeah. So nuts are great. I mean, as a vegan, I eat my body weight in them, but they are better, unfortunately, unroasted. And of course, I do roast them to put them in meals and stuff because they're much more flavoursome once they're roasted.
Yeah.
But when you roast them, same as when you heat up any protein, actually, this is true of like meat as well, you produce AGEs, these advanced glycation end products that aren't so good for you. I mean, they're not going to kill you overnight, but it's a minor side effect of eating to stay alive. If you get AGEs in some foods, and they tend to be higher in roasted foods that are cooked at very high temperatures and that are browned. So the same browning reactions that produce an increase in flavour and make things more flavourful, really irritatingly also produce more of these AGEs. So the way to deal with that is, I don't think to deny yourself those foods completely, but to eat a proportion more raw foods, as long as they're safe and healthy and good raw foods. And also, when you're sort of doing things like toasting nuts, to include lots of foods with antioxidants in the meal, like veg, whatever. It's all sounding a bit orthorexic, but in the bottom line, when you just eat normally a range of stuff, you'll usually cover those bases.
Right.
But it's not a good idea just to, if you're snacking every day on toasted nuts.
Yeah.
Much better if you can just it's dotting I's, crossing T's level of kind of improving.
Yeah.
Just if you can level up your diet just by, well, I normally eat that, so let's choose the slightly healthier option. Then over years that will pay dividends.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
So it's not about sort of being, that's what I'm trying to say, it's not about being too orthorexic about it and going, I have to make everything perfect because that's bad. It's more about just kind of going, okay, I know that thing is slightly less healthy, so let's have that as a flavour thing or as an enjoyable snack. And then but most, if I'm having it every day, let's choose that option. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think, I'd seen the AGE things somewhere before, and I think I was a bit confused about it because I was like, it's very ironic that the video was something about anti-aging. They're talking about these things called AGEs, and I was like,
it's kind of hilarious, isn't it?
Yeah.
The acronym AGE, it stands for, like I say, Advanced Glycation End Product, and the glycation bit means sugar. So it's, as I understand it, which is probably somewhat inaccurate, but it's when proteins are heated and they kind of get, protein and sugar get stuck to each other and produce these molecules which are damaging. They're pro-oxidant. So this is going to end up as a lecture, but basically the oxidation is it happens naturally in every cell in the body which respires. So all our cells produce energy by using glucose and oxygen to create energy in the form of ATP. That process naturally produces what are called free radicals, which always sound to me like little Che Guevaras running around, but it's actually just like it's more like soot produced from a reaction.
Right.
So free radicals, what they actually are little single electrons which bounce around, knocking electrons off other atoms and creating a little chain reaction of instability. So it's like soot produced from the normal respiratory processes, produces these oxidative particles, these free radicals. So antioxidants are substances either made by your body or which you can ingest in some foods, which have a spare electron to donate. So they donate the electron and stabilize this little free radical.
Right.
So they're things that your body makes to neutralize. So in other words, it's like burning sugar with oxygen in every cell of your body produces this soot, these free radicals, which when it builds up, it damages the cell. They cause these little chain reactions. And antioxidants are like little soot cleaners. Or what they're actually doing is donating spare electrons to neutralize the free radicals.
Yeah.
And your body makes them, and you can get them in some foods. So like vitamin C is an antioxidant, loads of the pigments in fruit and vegetables are antioxidant. There's loads of these things that are antioxidant. AGEs are a specific, and again, I may be slightly wrong here, but I'm in the right ballpark. AGEs are basically strong sort of oxidant things that are produced naturally when you heat up proteins with sugars, and these molecules, like a little sort of like pro-oxidant wrecking balls, they go in and sort of like create chain reactions. So you need, if you have lots of antioxidants with them, or some compounds, I have to say particularly made by many plants, useful plants, those compounds will neutralise the effects of those AGEs. But the best way to sort of reduce the harm of AGEs is to ingest less of them.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so they're often produced in, as I say, sort of high temperature reactions of protein with sugar. So usually that is browning reactions. So
like frying things or
anything that creates tasty browning. So yes, so frying, roasting, particularly we're talking usually cooking with oil, which by the way I'm not a purist. I'm not saying you have to eschew these things completely. It's just if you're eating a lot of fried stuff, so anything that's crispy or toasted, so ordinary toast, which I have a lot, I like it, or roast potatoes, all of these things, all of those will, the browning reactions that in cooking, they're named after some guys called Mr. Maillard and Mr. Strecker, so they call them Maillard reactions or Strecker reactions, but they're reactions that create those lovely flavour compounds. Those same reactions will usually create some AGE type compounds.
That's so annoying.
It's really annoying, but the beautiful thing is if you're having a good balanced meal with lots of like good veg with it and stuff, you'll be neutralising a lot of it. And also you kind of want your food to be tasty because you want to be incentivized to eat it. So having a little bit of that sort of like having a little bit of fried stuff or some roasted nuts or whatever to encourage you to eat the whole thing is fine. It's just about not going overboard so that the whole meal is fried, or so that every time you have nuts they're like roasted nuts, or that, you know what I mean? It's that because we're talking cumulative things over time, because I don't believe that you can avoid aging. I don't believe that you can avoid decrease in function over time. But what you can do is just tip things so that the balance is a little bit more favourable.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's about being extreme, because I think in the end, if you try and be super crazy about it, well, you can see it. People get orthorexic. You can get too controlled with the diet, and I think this is from a Chinese. I'm not a Chinese herbalist, but there's a concept in Chinese medicine, or in most traditional medicines, that every extreme turns into its opposite. So if you get overly controlled about your eating, so these people who do 100% raw diet or 100% fruitarian diet, it ends up becoming unhealthy because of all the stuff they're restricting and all that. So anyway, I'm lecturing now, so I'm going to.
It's kind of sad when you think about it, because they probably started with good intentions, right? And
I think those diets have lots of good stuff in them, but they're so hyper focused on achieving that goal that it ends up becoming destructive.
Yeah.
In the long run. Yeah. So, which is interesting. Although I'm sure, like on the internet, there'll be people who disagree strongly with that sentiment. Okay, so what do you drink throughout the day?
Usually just plain water. Yeah. Well, Brita filter water.
Brita filter. I want to get one of those bougie under sink filters one of these days, but they're quite expensive. Nice. But yeah, so because probably in the long run cheaper than using a Brita filter and changing it every month.
Definitely.
So just filtered water. How much water do you drink throughout the day, would you say?
I'd say I drink a lot. I'm not entirely sure exactly how much, but definitely have a little built-in Brita water bottle that big,
Okay, so maybe 1.5 litres, something like that.
Yeah, probably. I do drink a lot of water.
Okay, and any you said you were drinking green tea. You have your Amazaki in the morning and green juice. Any other liquids, teas or?
Because I'm not drinking green tea right now. That's kind of it.
Okay, that sounds fine.
Yeah.
Right, just some general questions. So general sort of medical, sort of systems inquiry. Okay, so do you ever get any chest pain?
Yes, occasionally. Yeah, just like here. Yeah.
Okay, when does that tend to happen? How often?
It seems to be in the evenings. I'm never entirely sure why. Like sometimes lying down, so it's probably just awkward posture or something, maybe.
When you're lying down, are you normally, when it happens, I don't know if you recorded this, but are you lying on your back or on your side?
Back, I think. But I'm really not sure.
Okay.
That'd probably be on my phone, so some sort of combination of the two.
Gotcha. All right. And are they? How intense are they? So if you 0 to 10, 0 being nothing, 10 being max.
3 or 4. I can ignore it.
Okay, but it's pretty intense. And how long do they last?
It goes away. Like it comes in like bursts, but I think if I ignore it, like it's gone within 10 minutes or so.
Okay, so it can last up to 10 minutes. Okay. Yeah. And are there any palpitations with it?
No.
Okay, no palpitations. Excellent. And how often is that happening, would you say? So say this past couple of weeks.
It's really infrequent. Like I've only had it like once or twice this month for the weeks, yeah.
Very infrequent. So maybe would you say once or twice a month?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Melissa. Right. Any ankle swelling?
No.
Wouldn't have thought so. Any shortness of breath? You mentioned, well, we've talked about that. Yeah. There is shortness of breath. That's part of the main thing. Other than when you're getting the shortness of breath, those sudden little attacks, you're not short of breath when you're walking or running for a bus or something?
No. Not unless I've just overdone it and done too much walking and running.
So generally speaking, no, just when you're having those moments of spontaneous breath.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hands and feet normally warm, cold? How's your circulation?
They're usually quite cold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have they always been that way?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Any varicose veins at all?
What exactly are those again?
I wouldn't have thought so because they're usually sort of an older person's little present, but they're larger, more visible blue veins that are usually a little bit bulgy.
I don't think so.
No. I'm very, very sure that you wouldn't have.
Just
they're
the
often
normal,
found on the calf
veins.
or sometimes on the inner thigh or the legs, but usually low legs because people do this, crossing your legs.
Yeah, I can see veins, but I don't think they're like special
not
veins.
Bulgy, not bulgy.
Yeah, not
special
bulgy veins. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Any coughing at all?
No.
Excellent. And no snottiness. I mean, other than in hay fever season, no snottiness or catarrh or sore throats or anything like that.
Nope.
Excellent. Any problems with the waterworks, peeing?
Nope.
Excellent. Not going too frequently or getting up at night to pee or anything like that?
Just once or so a night, probably.
Okay. Most nights, one time?
Yeah, most nights.
Okay, thank you. Does that disturb your sleep or are you able to get back to sleep?
Most nights, yeah, I get back to sleep fine.
Okay, excellent. Now you mentioned headaches earlier. How often are they happening?
It's really hard to put numbers on things.
It is. We always ask these really awkward questions. It's like quantify it. It's tricky.
I honestly don't know. But at least twice a week.
Okay.
When I'm at work at my screen or
So that's when you notice it. Usually when you're sitting down.
It's always at work. Yeah.
Okay.
Other than the caffeine withdrawal thing I had at the weekend.
That's a whole separate issue.
That was self-inflicted.
Well, that's like everybody's like humans. There's a reason it's the most popular drug in the world, caffeine. It is by far. So 2 days a week average. How long would they last when you get one?
Yeah, a good few hours. Yeah.
Oh, really? And again, if you had to, sorry, quantification question, if you had to mark it out of 10, how intense would they be? 0 to 10?
2.
Okay, so pretty mild but niggly.
Yeah, it's there.
Got it. And where on the head are they?
Always like here around the eyes.
Around the eyes. That sounds very screeny, actually.
I'm pretty sure it is.
So you did say it's often when you're using screens. Do you have them when you've not been on a screen?
No.
Okay. Might have a few fixes for that. So, okay, a few headaches. You said lasted up to a few hours, I think you said.
Yeah.
And then headaches around eyes. Always when using screens. Thank you. Any dizziness at all?
Occasionally. But it usually has some sort of reason for it, like I haven't eaten or again, maybe sometimes with the fatigue there's a tiny bit of dizziness there and I just want to lie down.
Okay, so that happens again. When you say occasionally, how many times in the past couple of weeks have you noticed that?
Once.
Okay, so is that about right-ish? Once every fortnight at the moment?
Dizziness? Once every fortnight? Maybe even less.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once a month?
Yeah, I'd go with that.
Okay.
It was worse in August. I had like the worst period of all these symptoms.
Okay.
And then the dizziness was more than that.
So, and the same with the headaches were more frequent in August?
Yeah, the headaches seem to be
They seem to be their own thing, don't they? Where it's screened.
Yeah.
So it's more the dizziness, the shortness of breath, the fatigability, that was all worst in August.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like the peak of whatever that was.
Got it. So that dizziness is something you would associate very much with the presenting complaint, very much with the main thing.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful. So about once a month recently. And how long does that dizziness last?
Not too long because I usually just lie down straight away and then
sorts it out once you've rested.
Yeah, you feel a bit like almost a bit tipsy.
Got it. Yeah, wobbly.
Yeah.
5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour?
10, if I had to put a number on it.
Okay, thank you. That's 10 minutes duration. Thank you. And that's worst in August. I've got to record that. Okie doke. Any problems with, I'm assuming not, but your hearing?
No.
No, good. I'm glad you didn't say pardon, because that's what most people say at that point. What? So any ringing in the ears?
No.
Lovely. And any pins and needles anywhere?
No, only if I sit in
On
like
a funny
yeah.
angle. Yes, fine. And just generally, do you? I mean, this is literally a medieval question. This is what the medieval physicians used to ask. But any perturbations of the mind? In other words, is there anything that is worrying you or that's on your mind at the moment that you're okay to talk about?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, so there's no particular thing. So
Yeah.
good. That doesn't have to be.
Yeah, I think the only thing I stress about is filming. So.
Okay, but that's just like the daily stress of.
Yeah.
Okay. So nothing major. Good. Any weird skin things like lumps, bumps, patches,
Nope.
odd things? No. So no itchy bits, no moles, no.
No.
Great. Through that. Okay. How's your digestion?
Yeah, pretty good.
Excellent. Good appetite.
Yeah.
No nausea. Not feeling sick any of the time. Excellent. Your weight stable.
Increasing.
That's not a bad thing. And so, do you mind what your current weight and height is?
I'll go with 51 kilograms.
Okay, that's good. Fine. And height?
160 centimeters.
Thank you. That's fantastic.
But I was 48 for a good 3 years. So I've put on a lot of weight.
I don't think that matters. All right, so fantastic. And any dental problems at all?
No, not really, no.
Great. And any heartburn?
No.
Good. So, any issues with joint pain or back pain?
Nope, not really.
Perfect. And just in terms of menstrual cycle, at what age did you start menstruating?
That's a really good question.
Ish.
Again, I know it's year 7, but I know that's really unhelpful.
Well, no, we can work that out because you said year 6 was.
Yeah, I don't know if year
10.
6 was right.
Okay, all right, okay. So maybe
I
we
could do the maths really quickly. 11 to 12, 12 to 13, 13 to 14, 14 to 15, 15 to 16. I started with 11 to 12. I would have been 11.
Thank you. That's excellent.
Because 16 is year 11, yeah.
That sounds very, very usual. So good. Any problems with the cycle?
No, not
Excellent.
really.
So regular, no big period pains or heavy periods or anything like that?
The first day is bad.
So pain on the first day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just cramps and the usual.
Okay. And do you have to take painkillers?
I think I did more in like sixth form and stuff where I couldn't focus on class, but now I just...
Nowadays, just sort of steal it out. Just
Yeah.
go through. Okay, fine. Thank you. All right. So, I have to ask, any pregnancies at all?
No.
Good. Oh, well, I mean,
Okay,
depending.
yeah.
They're context dependent. And no previous history of infections, sexually transmitted infections?
No.
Excellent. Good. I think we've covered just about everything. And I think this, probably you've answered this already in another way, but do you feel sensitive to hot or cold environments? You don't have to feel sensitive to each bit either, but do you have a preference?
Yeah, I've always preferred hot environments because I've
tend to feel cold
quite a
more
cold
easily?
person, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
To prefer warmth. Thank you. That's great. All right. I think we've got everything. Was there anything else that you wanted to sort of mention or foreground that I haven't covered?
I think that's everything, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. In that case, I will just take your blood pressure and your pulse.
Okay.
And then I think we're done.
Thank you.
Right, just one arm, doesn't matter which. That's great. Thank you. That's fine. 18 times 4. My maths is terrible, so I'll calculate that later, but that looks perfectly acceptable. And I just need the upper arm, so might need to take just it needs to go around the arm. Super, thank you very much. Got the old school one, everyone else is using the electronic ones now because they're much easier. But
Oh yes, the pump one.
yeah, we trained with this one, and I sort of like I'm reluctant to give it up. I'll just straighten the arm a second. That's great. Relax again. Thank you. That's fine. I'll do that. Fantastic. 108/74, which is lovely.
Good.
Thank you. That's low normal, so perfect. Okey-doke. Okay. Right, so all that's going to happen now is I will make sense of all this on Monday and write a little treatment plan. So I'll come up with a working diagnosis, which I think I can tell you right now will be post-COVID fatigue, but I think I'll come up with a working diagnosis and a little treatment plan. I don't think too much is needed because it sounds to me like you're on your way to recovery naturally anyway, so it's just a case of sort of accelerating that, which is pretty easy to do, I think. And I think what we'll try and do for you, because you've got another 2 of these sessions, is to just sort of give you some tools that you can take away that sort of improve your long-term health. So there'll be well, that's my job. So, so there'll be little homeworks. So there are a few ideas that I had today just from things that you mentioned. So I will put all that in an email to you on Monday. So if they'll sort of usually, because the only thing I'd say is because I use a Hotmail email address. If you haven't got an email from me by 5 o'clock, check the junk box.
Right, okay.
And if you still haven't got one, text me and go, where the heck's my email?
Right, got it.
It'll be arriving on Monday.
Right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Please take a seat. So I see on your intake form you've mentioned briefly you've had some acupuncture before.
Yes,
yeah. And the main complaint seems to be fatigue, tiredness.
Yeah.
How and when in the day do you finding in the morning, how are you waking? Are you sleeping well?
I sleep quite well actually, yeah. Like I try to get 8 hours most nights, and I often do. Yeah, I wake up pretty energetic. But
good. You wake up fresh.
It's the end of the day, like nowish. Like I get really worn out, and also lunchtime sometimes I'm also a bit like I have like a dip in energy levels.
Okay. After eating? Is there a connection there at all?
I haven't noticed a connection, but I also haven't been like checking for one.
So sort of lunchtime you'll have some lunch, and then later in the afternoon, is it you feel the fatigue or before lunch? Would you?
Both, but I don't always eat at regular times, so that could be why. Like sometimes I skip breakfast, and sometimes I don't eat until like 2 or 3. So
do you eat the healthy?
Yeah, I'm trying really hard because I thought that might be the reason. So I've been trying hard to eat like a lot more vegetables and stuff, whereas until recently I was having a lot of takeaways
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But less now.
Yes, yeah.
And the sort of makeup of the food, a good breakfast, lunch and dinner?
Yeah, like usually I have like a yogurt for breakfast, and then I usually just go to M&S because working in London I try to get like some random like selection of like a little bag of carrots, and then and like a banana.
Okay.
I had a tortilla the other day or something like that.
So some vegetable sources and protein?
Are
you a vegetarian or?
No, I'm not. I just maybe probably a lot less meat than other people, but yeah, sometimes eat meat if I'm probably more likely to eat meat if it's takeaway because it's like a pre-prepared meal. I don't usually like buy it at the supermarket for lunch.
Okay, so healthy sources of food. It's important to look at nutrition, and that it's balanced and that there's sufficient calories in the day. And there's some flexibility in that, of course, personal choice, personal taste, but good breakfast and a good lunch and a good dinner is important. Do you take any supplements at all?
I take vitamin D, like 3,000. I can never pronounce it. I think it's IU. Or,
the IU units, yeah.
And then recently I've started taking like a women's like multivitamin supplement thing. That's mostly it though, yeah.
Okay. And how do you digest your food? Do you find, after eating it, do you feel bloated at all? Or do you find that you assimilate the food well, and do you have any digestive concerns?
I don't really get bloated. It's just very, like, quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Passes through you well?
Yeah.
And the bowel movements are all regular and formed and...
Yeah.
No irritability or any concerns there?
I don't think so.
So you're getting energy?
I think so,
it's passing through, you're assimilating it. Okay. Have you had blood tests? I see, and ECG and blood tests. So your blood results are not showing any deficiencies?
Completely normal, yeah.
Excellent.
A year ago, so that was my recent blood test. A year ago, like September 2021, I was told I was vitamin D deficient, which is when I started taking the supplements, and then the recent blood test, it was all like normal. So I can't think of anything else that was bad on there.
So the level of fatigue, would you term it as tiredness, or would you sort of more like something like called chronic fatigue, where it is quite debilitating and exhausting?
I don't really know the difference.
One would be like, I've got to go to bed, I've got to lie down, I just don't feel good. And that's it's recurrent. And they feel like sometimes they feel quite weighed down by their tiredness.
Yeah.
Is that something?
Yeah, sometimes it's like I really don't think I should be getting out of bed level. I just shouldn't move. But it comes in waves. Like yesterday, I could tell I was like at my limit, and I probably shouldn't have been like moving about too much. And then some days I have a bit more energy, and it's better.
Okay, right. So it's quite strong.
Yeah, like I can fight it, but then I'll probably end up sometimes getting a bit like dizzy or something.
I was going to say to get dizziness, lightheadedness, but your blood pressure's all okay.
It all came back fine. So I still get really
And would that be regular, daily, or sometimes is it episodic? Is it sometimes stronger? Or...
Yeah, it seems like to fluctuate a lot. So like, was it the week before last? I was completely fine, and then this week's been a bit harder, and then I can't really predict it.
Do you notice the seasonal changes and the weather influence?
I thought, because it was quite bad in August, I thought maybe I just got really overheated, but then it happened, like I was feeling the same symptoms again recently, and it's a lot colder now, so I don't really know.
Interesting, just to collect information, and then we can see if there's a pattern that emerges. Do you, cyclically, do you get a difference in your menstrual cycle? Do you find that there's any obvious relationship?
Yeah, I haven't seen a link. Like sometimes it has just happened to have like matched up when I've got like really dizzy and overwhelmed, and then maybe it is that. But also other times I've been like in the middle of the cycle. So
the cycle normal 28 plus or minus a few days, is that sort of regular cycle?
I think it is exactly 28 days. So it's really regular.
And do you get any premenstrual symptoms at all? Is it?
Not really.
No,
No.
because it does concern some people. It's quite difficult the time before the period, but that sounds good. And the flow's normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, the quantity and the duration, 3 to 4 days.
Yeah, 3 to 4 days. Mainly the first day is bad, and then it's kind of smooth sailing after that.
So some discomfort is there? Or,
Yeah, just like cramps and stuff.
do you need to take any medication, or do you?
No, I just power through.
Good,
Yeah.
some warm water bottle or something.
Yeah, hot water bottle. Yeah.
Good. And after, do you notice the feeling depleted at all after a period? Do you feel more release and lighter, or do you not notice it?
Genuinely don't notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I move on to things like pain. Any headaches or any pain, back pain, neck pain, shoulder pain, knee pain?
Probably if I have pain anywhere in my body, it's always like shoulders and neck. Yeah.
And that's postural, would you think? Would it sort of work related, or?
Probably, yeah, because I'm at the computer all day with my this shoulder forwards, and this is the shoulder that always hurts.
But does that then lead to any form of headache on a regular basis?
I don't think
Not
so.
stress headaches, or often that's where it comes. You get tightness in the neck and shoulders. Quite a lot of people develop this problem. But with the acupuncture, you can always release tension in the neck and the shoulders. So what I'm doing is screening your system to find out where and what we can do, what's necessary to release tension in the connective tissues or in the nervous system or whatever it is. Using terms of Chinese medicine, of course, yin-yang balance, and we can look at releasing tension, obstruction, which causes pain. But seemingly there is no pain, so that's
good.
you're
Yeah,
in good health there.
It just feels like tense sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a tendency to tighten up, and we can relax and release that, certainly. Okay. But my core now really focusing in is this idea of tiredness that sort of comes over you from periodically. You taking any medication at all?
No.
I see sometimes you've taken some Chinese herbs, or are you currently under any
Not right now, no.
medication?
No.
Natural herbs or supplements you told me about?
Supplements I had. I had one previous like Chinese medicine, I think it was 2 weeks. So I took that. I think I probably would have had to have done it longer to actually see the difference. So, I mean, those 2 weeks I didn't really have any of my usual symptoms, but it could have been placebo, I don't really know. But
sure.
yeah.
And was that a tea form or a tablet form or a powder form? Some people
I had like a powder I scooped into a teacup and then I added water.
Okay, I'm familiar with that. So.
Yeah. I don't know what was in it though.
I could probably imagine, or if it's something similar to what I do, that there are some very good formulas that work with things called blood deficiency or qi deficiency, which may underlay what your condition in Chinese diagnostic terms may represent. So then there are some really nice formulas that have been around for a long time, but have been made it into the modern world as well. So they've survived the test of time, if you like. And there's some good prescriptions you can draw from. This is a doctor of Chinese medicine, so I studied that in detail at Beijing University. So I'm versed in being able to write you a prescription, which would be similar to another doctor of Chinese medicine. We'd be drawing from the same knowledge, basically. So you're not taking anything currently?
Not currently, no. Yeah.
Do you get hot or cold? Do you notice?
It's really weird. Like most of my life, I would always say cold. Like I get really cold hands and feet quite easily. But then it does seem like the last 6 months, like I'm quite prone to getting hot really easily. And yeah, I still don't know if it's related to. I had COVID in April. I don't know if there's a relation or anything like that.
Was that the first? You had COVID one incidence of COVID?
Just once, yeah, in April.
The April just passed?
Yeah, and part of me thinks it might be related to...
It could well be. Were you doing vaccinations? Have you...
Yeah, I had all 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have any effects from them? Any...
Only in like the evening I felt a bit like off, but I didn't really get like a...
Nothing.
Yeah, my mum did though, but I don't know if that's really...
There's some mild things, obviously an achy arm, but they might get mild headaches and things like this afterwards. Some people get a sensation of feeling unwell, and that passes. Or in some instances, there are a small amount of cases where there's a sort of like a post-viral almost experience that are very rare. And it's not something that we're not seeing in you. But after the COVID infection, how did you process that? How did your body respond to that?
So at the time, I took it easy. I like rested and then went back to work full time.
You felt fluey?
So at the actual time, I had a bad temperature. I was really dizzy, on one of the evenings, I remember I was a bit scared to sleep because it was really hard to breathe, so I didn't want to lie down.
Okay.
Yeah, I had most of the symptoms on the NHS website. But yeah, afterwards it was kind of gone. Like after the 10 days, I was back to usual.
So
and
you've
fine.
made a full recovery.
Yeah.
But you mentioned then you're thinking maybe the relationship when you started to feel more warm as opposed to tendency to feel more cold may have been after April.
Yeah, that's like I've never experienced ever feeling like flushed or like overheated until then, really, because I was such a cold person. But again, maybe it was seasonal. Maybe,
it has been a very hot summer too,
yeah.
hasn't it? Yeah. So would you notice the heat at any particular time of the day?
It's often if I maybe I'm really unfit, but it's like after overexerting myself, like exercise and stuff, I'm getting like really flushed. Yeah. So.
Do you ever wake at night feeling warm or having a night sweat or notice that you're clammy or something like that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Frequently, regularly?
I don't know, like because I just wake up and if I have a jumper on or something, I just take it off and then go back to sleep and then I'm fine. But I do.
So you tend to, some people are the opposite. They want to pull the covers up rather than take them off, for instance. So there's an indication that maybe there is an internal heat tendency. Do you wake in the night? Do you never need to drink liquid when you wake up, or do you feel thirsty at all?
I don't wake up feeling thirsty. No.
No taste in the mouth when you wake.
No, I do wake up in the middle of the night, but it's usually just to go to the loo.
Okay.
So yeah.
Maybe once, occasionally, or is it more frequently?
Just once, probably.
Most nights, or?
Yeah, I do drink quite a bit of water in the evenings though, so yeah.
Okay. Can you stick your tongue out for me? That's absolutely fine. Any mouth problems, any ulcers or anything?
No.
It looks very healthy. I'm going to take your pulses, if that's okay.
Really?
If you let me just feel. You feel the pulse in 3 places and at different levels. Yeah, all well. Slightly wiry, I would say, but don't worry about the diagnosis, it's very normal.
Wiry?
Slightly wiry. It's just a quality of the pulse in Chinese medicine that you can, there's 28 different pulses if you study them.
Oh my gosh.
Not that I would be proficient to say I could detect 28 different types, but there's certainly 7 or 8 major types that you can recognise.
Yeah.
And you're clearly fitting into one type that fits everything else that we're talking about, fits into your overall pattern.
Oh wow, okay.
Very clearly. So that gives me a bit more information to work on.
Okay, that's good.
Anything that I haven't asked you that I think that you think might be important?
Trying to think. I had a tiny bit of like muscle pain occasionally. But
whereabouts?
My legs. But it doesn't seem to be super frequent.
In which in muscles?
Like my knee joints, and it's just like the feeling of like heaviness as well. But yeah, it seems to be similar to the fatigue of like just feeling like heavy and like tired. So yeah, but I think that's everything. Yeah.
Okay. Well, clearly from what you've told me, my information would be something. Yes, of course, you've been tired.
Yeah.
You could look at the idea of fatigue and what may be underlaying that, and what we're looking at then at the qualities in Chinese medicine. And there is a little bit of tension in the system, liver qi stagnation. They call it. Nothing to do with your liver or cheese, but it's what they call it. It's a tightness, and that can sometimes create warmth.
Right.
And what we can try and do is release that tightness. And smooth it, and then the body can sometimes respond by you can cool the system.
Okay.
I don't think it's nothing excessive. It's nothing. It's not unnormal. It's very normal. But that's the sort of the area of treatment. We'll be looking to smooth the liver, energy, and we're looking to strengthen then the spleen and stomach, so you can draw more energy from your food and your substances. I'm also going to strengthen the kidney meridian, which is the fundamental base of where you draw your energy from.
Okay.
So the acupuncture points I'll select will be in a combination of prescription that will reinforce the components of reinforcement and also the components which will help smooth and release any tension that's in the system. So really we're going to lift your energy and release any blockages of tension. That should give clarity. So when you're feeling well, you feel energetic, you feel clear, the channels are open and you're flowing well. So this is the sort of direction we look towards to find well-being.
Yeah.
And that's how the acupuncture will put the points in. You've had acupuncture before, so you know sort of what to expect. So I don't need to be concerned that any adverse effects or anything.
Yeah, no,
put them in gently, maybe 10, 15 points, something like that, if it's comfortable for you.
Yeah.
And then I'll leave the room and I'll let you relax for about 30 minutes.
Okay.
If you ever need my attention, there's a little call bell here.
Okay.
It's a soft alarm, it doesn't empty the building or anything, but it just alerts me and I can come straight for you to see if you need any attention at all.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, any questions for me?
I think that's everything. Yeah.
Good. Okay, well literally I'll let you get ready. I'm going to access your your feet. You take shoes
Okay,
and
I'll
socks
take my
off.
shoes off, yeah.
There's some really helpful points as well on the side of the leg. You're wearing a skirt, so it's great, so you can lift the skirt up if you want to.
Right, so take my tights off then?
You need to take your tights off as well. Yeah.
Okay.
And then laying on your back with your head on the pillow, and you could cover yourself with a towel if you wanted to expose anything, you could then cover yourself. Alright, I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
This other one goes under your knees, just take the weight off the lower back. This is a simple infrared lamp, it's going to keep your toes warm, but it could also direct it on muscles if you had any muscle pain or tension.
That's so cool.
You feeling well? You feeling comfortable?
Yeah, really comfy actually.
So these are very fine, obviously disposable Japanese needles, but shouldn't cause you any pain.
Okay.
So I'll put them in gently. I'll work up from the feet upwards, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. These ones are quite painless. Well done. Okay. When did you have your last acupuncture?
About a month ago.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was mainly on my upper back and neck.
Okay. Is there any tension in the neck and shoulders still?
Not really.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a little bit uncomfortable, this one. A bit stronger.
Oh, yeah.
So it should settle. Are you okay if I place something in your face?
Yep.
It's a really helpful point here, just on between the eyebrows, that helps the mind relax. And then check your ears. Good. So that's all the points in place. So I'll leave you for about 30 minutes. Remembering if you need my attention at all, there's a little buzzer.
Okay.
Alright?
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, that's all clear. Take your time, no rush. Slowly come back into the room. Okay. You feeling okay?
Yeah, I feel great, really relaxed.
Yeah, exactly. So the action of the treatment will be immediate, but also over the next 48 hours to have a full effect and it will stabilise. And come and follow up next week would be a good suggestion. These are some prescription for you. Take 3 tablets twice a day, morning and the evening. Doesn't matter if they're with food or not. And that will address the underlying pattern, the differentiation that Chinese medicine will look at.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Do I have to take it with tea or anything?
Doesn't matter. No, they're capsules. They're
okay,
tablets.
yeah. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So Chinese medicine that's been cooked, and then they've pushed it into a powder and then pressed it into a tablet. From Beijing University, it's a really good product.
Oh, thank you.
And they use it in their healthcare system like we do, Western medicine.
So
but
neat.
it's a Chinese medicine that fits your picture
Yeah.
really closely. So there's 10 days there if you take 3 tablets twice a day.
3 tablets twice a day. Okay.
Okay, and if you want to follow up, you call me and book in the reception.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
お願いします。
よろしくお願いし
お
ます。
かけください。
ありがとうございます。
こちらお越しいただくの初めてなので、問診票に、記入をお願いいたします。はい。でね、全部で3枚やってて、最後同意書になるので、パーッと読んでいただいて、ちょっと一応、ちょっといっぱいなんですけど、はい、お願いします。はい。ゆっくりで大丈夫です。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
はい。
そう、今日体とお顔もやります？
ね、どうもお願いします。
はい、OKです。ありがとうございます。そう、どんな感じですか？
そっか、じゃあ肩こりとかも、あれも
行ってきます？肩こり。
何がいいんですか？なんか前回、すごい硬いって言われたの覚えてる。
最近どうですか、感じは？
なんか、常に硬い
感じ。じゃあ、日本語でいいかな、書いてきますね。
頭痛はたまにあります。
たまに。あとはローバックペインは？
ローバックペインはないでしょうね。
素晴らしい。
でも首と肩だけのような気がします。
頭痛くなるときはどんなときですかね？
でも多分あれ、パソコン見すぎ。
長時間の
デ
スクワークみたいな。
デスクワークで、
オフィスワーク
姿勢もこんな感じ。
OK。で、こっちに関してはどんな感じ？
日記日は結構甘いもの食べた2週間後とか1週間後は結構ひどいニキビが出てきて、あと寝不足の時とか。
ありがとうございます。OK。特にメディカルヒストリーの話で。はいですね。疲れてますね。
疲れてます。
睡眠時間って何時間ぐらい取れてます
？8時間は目指しますが、昨日とか7時間でした。
7か8ぐらいってことですね。OK。手足冷えやすい。
冬だとそうです。
冬だと
すごく。
今は夏は大丈夫？
今は全然大丈夫です。まだ暑いので。
風邪ひきやすい
です。
です。どうするとひきやすいなとか自分でありますか？例えば冷えた後とか。
でも冷えた後は絶対なります。だから必ずお風呂とか入らないと風邪気味になる。冬だと
バスタブとかでね。はい。 ごめんなさい、これはこっちだな。わかりました。じゃあやっていきましょう。はい、お願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
じゃあちょっとこれに着替えてもらって。
もちろんです。
よし、じゃあね、最初姿勢見ようかな。姿勢チェックしますね。ちょっとここに。オッケー。一回深呼吸してみましょう。吐いて。もう一回ゆっくり。オッケー。じゃあちょっと座ってもらっていいですか？普段の座ってる姿勢ってどんな感じですか？こんな感じ？結構深めに座ってる感じですね。オッケー。で、こんな感じ。
こんな感じです。
なるほど。オッケー。わかりました。立ち姿勢の方が気になったかもしれない。この上半身の背中がね、結構丸まってる感じがあるかな。でも今座ってる姿勢だと、どっちかってこう後ろにこう重心預けやすいから、そんなに丸まりが出ないけど、でも顔は結構前に出ちゃってる気がします。
なるほど。それは結構やばい。
だから確かに腰痛より肩こりとか頭痛とかには出やすいかもしれない。首肩の筋肉が固まっちゃう。緊張しちゃって。
気をつけます。
オッケー、じゃあちょっとそんな感じでやっていきましょう。じゃあね、上向きで寝てください。体質とかもチェックしますね。
ありがとうございます。
ゆっくりにしてください。暑がりではない。
最近はちょっとそうかもしれない。
そうかもしれない。
でも普段なら
普通
手と足が寒い方で、あんまり暑がりではない。最近はでも結構熱になりやすい。
熱になりやすい。熱が出やすい。
出やすい。
フィーバー？何度ぐらいまで上がりますか？
微熱で
7度。
37.4とかこう。
ちょっとだるいなって感じ。
微妙に出勤が辛い。
辛い、確かに確かに。普段平熱は6度。
36.8とか。
はいはいはい。じゃあちょっと上がる感じね。1度ぐらい。ちょっとお腹も見ますね。押すのでよろしかったら教えてください。大丈夫。
大丈夫。
平気。はい、吐いて。もう一度ゆっくり吸って。はい、吐いて。OK。ちょっと今日少しマッサージも入れていいですか？その方がいいかもしれない。じゃあ今度ちょっとベロ見してください。じゃあ今度裏側見してください。もう一回表側見してください。ありがとうございます。むくみやすい。今日もちょっとそんな感じ。体が少しむくんで、ベロがね、少しね、むくんでる感じがあります。
今日もむくむんですか？
あとちょっとね、なんとなくうっすら白くなってて、それは東洋医学でいうと水の水分のちょっと滞りがあるかなっていう感じを表してます。っていうことをちょっと話してみます。これ痛くない？ちょっと痛いね。そうですね。結構甘いもの最近食べました？ね、ちょっとね、お顔にもね、ニキビ出やすいって言ってちょっと出てるから。 ちょっと緊張がね強いね。わかりました。よし。でちょっと最初少しこのままで針と吸してからうつ伏せになって、また針とギュッとマッサージとやっていきましょう。ちょっと足出しますね。痛い針やったら言ってくださいね。
ありがとうございます。
お腹出してもいいですか？
もちろんね。
ありがとうございます。ちょっとおへそにお灸しようかな。これ日本のお灸なんですけど、これねシールでくっつくし、紙の台紙があるから、そんな直接ダイレクトじゃないので結構安全です。でだんだんねぼんやり最初暖かくなって、こう最後ねキュッて感じで熱くなるんですけど、辛かったら言ってください。大丈夫だったらそのまま最後まで、燃やしちゃいます。もしかしたら、ちょっと今日初めてこういう感じのスタイルで治療したけど、もしかしたら、お腹もどっちか緩くなりやすいのもあるから、体質的に甘いものですごい簡単にニキビとかができやすいタイプかもしれないですね。
まだあんまり感じてきたかもしれないです。
でもね、今ね、当分もう終わったんですよ。意外とお腹冷えてるかもしれない。
夏なのに冷えてるのか。
でもね、結構いますよ、夏なのに冷えてる人。ちょっとね、ずらして、もう一回いきますね。意外と夏の方が暑いのに、みんな結構冷たいものとか取りがちになるから、なんか外は暑いのに、なんか中は冷えちゃったりとか、そういうことがある感じがしてます。暑いですか？あまり？
今回は前回よりちょっと暑いかもしれない。
ちょっと暑いかも。オッケーオッケー。いい感じ。もうちょっとだけ。
なんかあんまり感じないのが不思議ですね。
冷えてると結構感じない人がねいます。ちょっと意外と冷えてるかもしれない。あんまりこう気づいてないだけで、めぐさんが。
よし、温まってきた。
温まってきた。ちょっと暖かくなってきました。
なんか気持ちいい。よいしょ。
とお腹も緩んできました。うん。そしてちょっと歯で抜きますね。よいしょ。うつ伏せになってもらいます。準備しますね。首に打ってきますね。で、しんどい針あったらすぐ言ってください。こんな感じ。大丈夫ですか？大丈夫です。うん。いつもより感じます。いつもより感じる？ちょっと今日硬い。針打ってても感じます。ちょっとね、ずーんと重たい感じがするかな。あ、します。ね。ずーんってね。もう一度ちょっとお灸もしますね。 つかったら全然言ってください。あったかいですか？
あったかいです。
うん。
腰の方がちょっとだけ熱い。
暑いかも。OK です。腰はね、いっぱい乗せたから。全部できました。ちょっと消毒しますね。 くり鼻から息を吸って、楽にしてください。苦しかったら言ってくださいね。ゆっくり鼻から息を吸って、もっと楽で大丈夫です。ゆっくりゆっくり、ただただ深い呼吸。もう一度ゆっくり吸って、はい、吐いて。はい、吐いて。ふー、脱力。リラックス。吐いて、ちょっと万歳してください。よいしょ。はい、吐いて。ゆっくり吸って、はい、吐いて。ラスト1回。はい、吐いて。OK。はい。意外とお腹の中が冷えてたかもしれない。で、それが内臓の冷えがちょっとむくみがちだったりとか、あとね、多分ちょっとね、ニキビできやすい、体質にもつながりやすいかな。っていう気がします。はい。まあね、ちょっと冬にならないと手足の冷えとかがすごい出てこないから。ですけど、ちょっと、そう、意外とちょっとこう冷たいもの飲むのとか、ちょっと気をつけてあげたり、お水とかも冷えてるものより、ちょっと常温のもの飲んであげたりとか。まあもう夏終わっちゃいますけど、夏は意外と冷たいものを食べがちになるから、中が冷えやすかったりするので、ちょっとそこだけ、気をつけてみましょうか。ね、で、あと、そう、風邪ひきやすいって教えてくれましたけど、冷えって結構ね、この首筋のところから入ってくるって、一応東洋医学では言われてて、そう、だからね、首筋あんまり冷やさないようにしてあげるといいかもしれないです。で、冷えやすいのと風邪ひきやすい反応が、ちょうどね、ここのツボにも出てて、ちょうど針とお灸したところなんですけど、だからね、ほんとこのエリアをちょっと冷やさないようにしてあげると、いいと思います。マフラーとか。OK、そんな感じです。はい、ありがとうございました。
Okay, so tell me, what do you want a consultation for?
Yeah, so maybe to quite tired all the time. I have been told in the past I have quite a weak pulse.
Okay, so tell me, is you always been tired or just recently?
So about the last 6 or 7 months.
7 months.
Yeah.
Because you work too much or a lot of the pressure?
I think that could play a part, yeah. But my job in London was since last April. So
Yeah.
the first year I was completely fine.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like the last 7 months that I found it really hard.
Because you do, what kind of job you do?
It's quite desk work and like translation, just admin stuff.
Okay, so you do like TikTok and YouTube as well.
Yes.
So
yeah.
it's 2 jobs will be challenged.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so that sometimes also creative, and a creative job, or you need to think what is better, what is make it better.
Yeah. Yeah.
So okay, so how about your sleeping?
I do get quite a lot of sleep, like 8 hours most nights. Yeah.
Do you wake up easily?
Only occasionally, just to go to the toilet and things.
Midnight you go to toilet once?
Just once, yeah.
Okay, so most night you go to toilet once, pee.
Yeah.
Okay, so in generally, do you wake up feeling morning is tiredness? Or still go to want to say, give me 5 minutes sleeping, I get up better?
Yes.
Okay, this we call after wake up still tiredness. So this is for measure your energy level. So even through 8 hours, your energy level hasn't replaced.
Yeah.
Okay. So second things I want to relate it your tiredness in the afternoon. 4-5 o'clock, you feeling tired? You want a coffee?
Yes, definitely.
So this is these questions related to your energy level. Because in generally people from morning till the evening 8 o'clock, some people say 9 o'clock, my energy fine.
Yeah.
But some people have shortage with energy. So then can't support long days cover. So that is basically your body energy level or energy foundation is not good enough.
Okay.
Okay. So I want about you, how about your eat? You eat properly on time?
Yes, though I often skip breakfast.
So no breakfast.
Yeah.
So is lunch, you have prepared lunch books or just eat what you have?
Yeah, just eat maybe like bread or something nearby.
Fast food.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. So what do you do evening? How you make food for yourself? Or you buy something?
Recently I've been trying better to be healthy, so like I'll have like rice and some sort of meat dish on the side or fish. And then maybe a few vegetables on the side.
Okay, so I ask you diet. So in generally, do you eat red meat?
About once or twice a week.
Okay, once or twice a week. Fish? How many times per week?
Maybe once.
Once. Chicken?
Yeah, so maybe like once as well, yeah.
Once a week. Vegetable every day?
Yes, yeah.
Is cooked vegetable or just a salad or something easily?
Probably like a mixture. For dinner, I'm more likely to have cooked vegetables, but...
So every day you have cooked vegetable?
Probably not every day.
4 days, 5 days?
4, probably,
4,
yeah.
okay, so 4 days cooked and 3 days just salad?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So in generally, does your period Regular?
Yeah, it's very regular.
Do you have period pain?
Only a little bit on the first day.
So on the first day you have little pain or discomfort?
Yeah, like cramps.
Discomfort.
Yeah.
Cramping and discomfort. Does your period comes easily?
What do you
Does
mean?
your period just says I'm cycle 28 days on time but easily?
Yeah, it always comes
Easily.
on time and it's always like pretty predictable. Yeah.
Okay. When your period comes, do you have bloating gas?
No, not really.
Okay. Before period comes, do you feeling very tired?
Probably the day before, yes.
Day before is tired. So in generally, do you do any exercise?
Mainly just walking. Not
Just-
really any proper exercise, no.
No. Okay. So is from this is a paragraph. Okay, I just think your energy lower, which from 3 condition cost. Number 1 is possibly you do 2 job, because one is your interesting or generally you translator. So 2 things, one is creative, one generally. So take a lot of energy to thinking, so this pressure.
Yeah.
Okay, when you stress, which is cost your energy, flow is slowly. Okay, so you reach your body organs demanding the want energy is not good enough. Okay, just like a car. This car say you use too much, he can't fast as before. Okay.
Okay.
Second things, I think your diet have big issues. As you know, you one person is take 2 job, so your daily energy is need extra to support. In generally, how much energy do you need? Do you understand?
Yeah.
How much? You don't know. Okay, if you go to Google research, you need 2,200 calories per day to support you.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
From Chinese medicine way, we talk with yin-yang balance. So yin-yang balance say we need a protein, we need a vegetable. In generally for your ages, for like a protein which come from fish, come from red meat, come from chicken. So these things in generally every day you need to have.
Okay.
Okay, mean in generally Mount says fish or red meat or chicken 100 gram. If you less that, so you take energy from storage. Just your body say before I build up energy, I used. But by a certain time, your storage used all. So you haven't food enough turn into nutrition side. To store is for your energy. So your energy is can't be support you daily running. Change your one word we say.
Yeah.
Okay. Your morning breakfast, so support morning till the lunch time, 4 hours working. So you haven't.
Yeah.
So you burn your body system, take your body system energy to support you.
Okay.
Then you from lunch, you have a quick lunch, fast food or whatever you easily. Do not concern what is nutrition in a balanced way. So this support from lunch till the 5 o'clock, even not good enough. So that's afternoon, you're feeling tired. Okay, so that is one we generally eat. We need say morning breakfast, lunch, and evening. And also we title is yin energy food, yang energy food to comply yin yang balance. So that is yang energy food is meat, fish, chicken. Okay. In energy food is vegetable and fruit. Okay. So that is, I think, totally your food is contributing problem to reduce your energy.
Okay.
Yeah. So for your case, how to change your state to being fully functioning, energetic, great energy to support your daily life and activity. Okay, number one things, we need to change regular food, morning breakfast, lunch, and evening.
Okay.
So don't miss. Yeah, don't skip. Okay. Second things, we need to say is we have, in general, I require for your case, you take 3-4 times a week red meat.
Okay.
3-4 times is fish for you week. Daily, if you have 80 hours translator, and also I don't know how much time you spend on YouTube and TikTok. Okay, so sometimes if you say, I'm really, really tired, I can't don't force yourself. Let's have little rest. Okay. So also exercise contribution, because when you do exercise, bring this energy flow. As I say to one things before beginning, when you being stressed or under pressure, your energy flow will be slow.
Okay.
If you do exercise, one, you gain this oxygen. Second, speed up or your body blood circulation. So your body in a short time gain more energy level. So that's why when you're tired, say, I go to do exercise. I do this running. I'm feeling better after that.
Okay.
Yeah, this also help your body detoxing out. You sit down and do working, concentration your brain, and your digestion system or other part of your body is slowed down.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So from Chinese medicine this side, we can help you use acupuncture, because acupuncture generally work on the acupressure point, energy line, to easily energy flow and also reduce the stress level.
Okay.
And so second, we can use herbal supplement, because supplement is contain nutrition side, yin energy, yang energy. From Chinese, this theory we say provide yin and yang, qi and blood. In generally, qi and yang is for your energy. Okay, yin and blood is nutrition. That's when you eat, say, generate yin energy and also blood energy. Also, this yin energy, blood energy, transforming to qi energy and also yang energy. So that is the reason.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
So for things like the herbal supplements and the acupuncture, do you need to take them every day or weekly or monthly? What's the best?
For your disease condition, if you change your diet immediately, I say I give you 1 month treatment. This 1 month treatment, if you combine acupuncture, herbal supplement, herbal tea, will be fast. If you say I have very busy life, I can't manage it, don't worry. You can just take a herbal tea with supplement, which can help you is daily manage to quickly increase your qi energy, yang energy level, straight away provide your energy activity function.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you used the Chinese herbal tea and herbal supplement?
Yes, a few times, yeah.
Yeah, in generally we use herbal powder, which mixed with 20 different herbal ingredients. Then team working each 5 is make 1 effort function for qi energy. And also we maybe 5 to 6 have herbal ingredients contribution your young energy level. Additional, we need to have 4 or 5 to provide your blood energy, and also 4 or 5 to yin energy. So in the end, you not only have qi energy, yang energy, also you have nutrition to support your body foundation. This is different. You see, is what is Chinese medicine with other this alternative medicine or Western medicine. Just say focus, say, okay, I take a ginseng this side can boost my energy level, but it's not, because you need like nutrition to support your body, generate your energy level to long-term working.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Do you get that point?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So that is Chinese always talk with the yin-yang balance. We talk daily life, we eating well. We talk exercise is regularly to boost the energy flow and activity function for your body system. And also we cooking combine this is protein and vegetable to your body. Is daily you have energy to support. You remember why a lot of the girls easily after have period, then you have trouble, say my energy not good, my concentration not good, sometimes my hormone is not good, because you every month have period released, period part of your body nutrition system. If you every month release a certain is blood, but your system is not taking nutrition to generate a new blood, so that is in the end your body is go to down here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
I'm trying to think of any other ones. I think that...
Do you sometimes have hair loss?
No, not really hair loss.
Do you have skin dry?
Yeah, I've got dry skin.
You dry skin.
Yeah.
Do you know why it's dry skin?
No.
Okay. So because when you haven't this like protein will be generated a special element which Chinese medicine call kidney gene, blood, okay, and a nutrition source to nourish your skin, okay. So if people just eat massively vegetables, they have like a body lacking with some type like a cholesterol, iron, or calcium, or collagen. So in the end, skin is getting dryness. So different.
Oh, okay. So it hasn't got all the right nutrients.
Yeah, because talk with nutritionist side, not just people say, I have a healthy diet. You see, I'm not eat red meat, and I just say all things is organic. I eat the fish, I eat some chicken. But it's wrong, because we balance is different. Just say everything you have, but not excessive. Can't miss things, not skip the meal.
Yeah. Okay, I'll make sure I'm having breakfast then.
Okay, so do you have more questions?
Is there kind of like ideal breakfast then to be eating for energy?
So breakfast in generally, you can say you can have little eggs, you can have little like beans, you can have little toast, and also you can have some like salmon, smoking salmon, because this is rich nutrition. It's in China. In Chinese people, we really concern breakfast are important.
Okay.
It's because breakfast after your slow night, your body cleaning, maintenance, repaired, then your body huge demanded, give me energy. Okay, so morning energy level higher is so important. You have protein, you have like bread, or some people have little rice or noodles in Chinese people, and then you can have some fruit. You have tea as well.
Okay, tea as well.
Very important. Why we need in Chinese diet breakfast must be have tea, because tea can be warm up your digestion system, let them occupation. You know, digestion system, which is work on help your food, is turned into nutrition. If them fast, so your eating food turn into nutrition is good. So this your body foundation is better. Okay? So morning use hot tea and to cleaning activity your system and help blood circulation, and also wake up your brain.
Okay.
Special your morning say, I still want a little sleeping. Reason you want sleeping because you still haven't recharged your energy.
Yeah.
It's so if you use hot water, hot tea, make your blood circulation able running to your head, you'll wake up.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. And also you remember in Chinese diet, each dinner you better have some soap. Because soap, similar herbal tea, this is tea function. Because when you have soap, you're eating meat or eating salad, and the soap can help your digestion system, then turn to food into nutrition better performance, and help your digestion system. That is get a point. So you can have soap like a vegetable. You can have little chicken, or you can have little meat, or you have little like a fishly side. Use mix with ginger, onion. So you have nutrition source in the balance. You can see in Chinese, whatever time to eating food, or what is a combination protein with vegetable. Even is in one soap, we consider say how is a balanced soap to help your body system.
It's really interesting hearing about it all.
In here, you can see in Chinese we are not easily have IBS or indigestion problem, because we do care what we eat, and also we consider how is nutrition to support our body system function. But in here, special some people is like I want to become vegetarian or vegan. No doubt is people provide environment, or some is idea, but is some people can be live with vegan or vegetarian food, just like in the earth, like giraffe can be live just live, then quite fine. But it's tiger can't. This kind of animal then different need protein, meat. For we are human is same. Some people can live like vegan or vegetarian, but some people is couldn't. By certain times, then have creative say water retention, gain weight, absent period, or this is irregular period, and anemia, iron deficiency. This is a kind of problem. So for your case, change your daily routine 3 times, and also each times consider have protein and vegetable, fruit are different sort, have soap. So start from everyday good, your energy is performance will be great.
Oh, thank you. I'm excited to try it out.
We have video did this cooking food and how make a soap. We try like to educate people like from different source to make your life is better. Then we deserved, we are like in the career or success, we are business. Also, we need to consider we are healthy. And a lot of the people work very hard. Forgot is how prepare this food. It's sad. Some people come here for health. I say to them, you have your problem to relate it to your lifestyle. If you can change your lifestyle, let's talk with your case. If you change your daily food, do exercise and do cooking food, and also you have protein, vegetable, and tea, and also soap, you don't want to see me anymore. Say goodbye. Yeah. So, do you have any questions?
I think that's everything. Yeah.
That's everything.
Yeah.
Hello again.
Hello again.
How have you been? We saw you last, wasn't it, on the 28th, something?
Yes.
About 3 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah, for a bit of time. But
4 weeks, in fact, almost a month. How, following the treatment itself, are you feeling okay?
yeah, I've been feeling really good this month. I don't know what exactly has changed. Like, I think the stuff you gave me was really working as well. But I genuinely feel so much better.
Very good. Well, that's a result, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for. Can I have a look at your tongue again? Okay, I'll take the pulses too. And the herbs went in, you took them for the course.
Yeah.
It lasted probably about 10 days.
Yeah, I think it took me a bit longer because some days I didn't take it twice.
You do forget sometimes.
Yeah.
But that's fine. It suits your presentation quite well. And that might help with some of the benefit and the better feelings that you've been having.
Yeah.
Have you had any fatigue or episodes when it hasn't been so good?
Yeah, so there were a few days where I think when I was just kind of doing loads of exercise yeah, it seems to be very related to the exercise. If I had been walking loads, I was so not able to get up, but not in a way that is just being lazy, in a way that I felt very wiped out. But I've only had a few days where I was doing lots of walking or standing that. So on days where I'm not doing that, I've been pretty good.
You're managing okay?
Yeah, much better than I've been since May, June this year. So yeah,
even though the seasons are on a change, you're still feeling.
Yeah, I haven't had the kind of hot feeling as much anymore either. Which has been good. I've tried paying more attention to my diet as well recently, so I have been eating a lot healthier, which may play a part.
It's all of it is joined up, connected.
Yeah.
Any you've been through a cycle. Have you had a menstrual cycle?
Yes, just finished.
And leading into that, premenstrually, did you notice any complications or any difference from perhaps previous cycles? All quite smooth, that don't tend to have much tension or menstrual symptoms.
They're never too bad anyway. So
it's just when people are a little bit more vulnerable. So if you've ridden through that as well, and now you're on the other side of that, that's super.
Yeah. I mean, touch wood.
And the energy is pretty stable, or has it?
Yeah. Overall, it seems to be. I always have energy at the start of the day.
Yeah.
And it's only ever after standing for long periods or whenever there's too much walking or exercise that I seem to get the kind of shortness of breath and then the kind of fatigue part. But I have been doing less exercise kind of purposefully, but also so I did a walk during my lunch break recently that 2 months ago when I got back to my desk at work and I felt really, really hot. I had to sit down, I couldn't move. The walk had really, really tired me out. And the other day I managed to do it and I didn't get that. So something feels like it's gotten better. And I don't know.
And your energy's remaining better through the day.
Yeah. Right, and it's just not getting stolen by something. Yeah, it seems to be better, the reserve of energy or whatever it is. Yeah.
Well, we strengthened the vital fundamental parts of the system last time and removed obstruction to help free flow really, and when you are flowing freely, you feel well. There isn't that obstruction, and there isn't a tendency to develop heat because there's no stagnation. That's how we're treating you. It's something called liver qi stagnation in Chinese medicine. Nothing wrong with your liver, but that tends to create heat, and sometimes that can also lead to deficiencies. So if we clear the heat and we open up the system so the energy doesn't get stagnant, you don't get the fatigue. And the herbal medicine will support that as well. So even though you had one treatment a month ago with acupuncture, the herbs will have carried through and continue to cool the system and reduce obstruction and blockage. I think that suits Jiawei Xiaoyao San, it's called. It's based on Xiaoyao San, which is the free and easy wander. It means things move freely. And there's 2 other herbs in there which clear heat that can develop, which was your presentation, was like calmed, cooled the liver, and prevented it developing any further heat. So this is sort of what I'm hearing you say from the way we're looking at the diagnosis. So
the heat thing definitely seems to be gone. Like I really haven't had it. Like the only times I'm getting hot now are the times I would get hot before any of these symptoms happen, like after walking up a flight of stairs or something, you'll get hot and out of breath, and I've always been like that, but none of the strange like fluctuation of temperature feeling I was having, and it's pretty good.
Excellent. Well, that's what we like to hear. What I'll do today is reinforce with pretty much where we were last time, taking into consideration the period's just come to an end, and then we can start strengthening the system and preparing the body for the development. At the moment in your cycle, there'll be a follicle developing, and there'll be a lot of estrogen beginning to grow in your body, and we can support that part of your system, which is quite a yin time. It's quite a nourishing time, and you should feel quite stable, and we'll fit the acupuncture in around that part of your cycle. Use similar points, maybe a few different points than we used last cycle. And I'll give you another pot of the Xiaoyao San to go with you to continue with that.
It tasted quite, like I know you're not meant to taste like tablets, but when they did touch my tongue, like it actually tasted alright. Like my image of Chinese medicine is like it tastes gross sometimes, but it was like pleasant.
Yeah, well, it's a really good product. Traditionally that's the herbs, and they boil them and you drink the tea, and it's not a usual taste, that people are just not familiar with that in the West. And it's difficult for people to comply to it, because why would you? Of course you can, and it's a great. But what the Beijing University have done, this product particularly, it's got a lot of it's high quality medicine that they use in their health service. So someone like you would prescribe this like you would in the NHS as a prescription. So it's, but the quality of the concentration of the substances is similar to actually taking the original types of teas now. So 3 tablets of this is like having a strong cup of Chinese herbal medicinal tea, but it's not unpleasant because it's just a tablet. You're used to taking tablets, but you get then the benefit of having drunk the cup of strong Chinese medicinal tea, and then that's really where the herbs really do wonders.
It stays better as a habit, because if you think you have to drink this yucky tea every day, you're less likely to probably do it.
It's difficult to comply with it. So now in a tablet form, but it is genuine Chinese medicines. They boil it up and then they produce it in manufacture in such a way that now, in a small tablet in a pot, you can have good, strong Chinese herbal medicine delivered to you. And to say that one fits you really well. Of course, there's probably 60 different pre-prepared Chinese formulas to choose from. And that's why we did careful diagnosis, syndrome differentiation, in our initial consultation, to find out what the differentiation, the pattern in you was, as we say, is the sort of liver qi stagnation generating heat. This formula was designed even probably, I can't remember, I studied it at school, but at least a few hundred years ago in its form, maybe even more, traditionally up to sort of 500 or 600 years ago. And it's been around for that long in one form or another, but now they've refined it and modernised it, so you can still have it as a tablet. It still has this remarkable effect.
So I guess people throughout history have always had, you can categorise their symptoms, so I guess someone 200 years ago might have had similar
Well, this is how
issues.
Chinese medicine goes back thousands of years. So the clever thing about Chinese
philosophy is observation, and obviously it's a lot of time looking and then figuring out combinations of formulas. So there's a history that goes back and is catalogued, but they don't just change their minds and do it, they layer, and the depth of thought in Chinese herbal medicine is refined all the way through to the modern age. So you've got this great wisdom to draw upon, and from studying we can look back and find they find pattern to form. So then in the modern invention of Chinese medicine, or TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, they made it into a more structured form, but it's drawing on what can be almost 2,000 years worth of observation. So you've got the very best bits that we then study, and then we can recognise the patterns and use the formulas that have literally been used for hundreds of years for that type of expression.
Yeah. I guess the human body remains the same, so
and then you say, so you're feeling tired and had symptoms of heat, and now after potentially a month later the symptoms have changed and they're not so apparent. We'll give you another dose of acupuncture, give you some more of this prescription. That's what we do.
Touch wood, I hope it is like ending now, whatever it was that I've had. I really hope it's going to continue. Like however I feel this month, I just want to stay get
there.
better.
Yeah, well that's just it. You don't need to rely upon dependent on what we're doing either. So we've changed certain pathways in your body, and you've also had a reflection and thought about eating and diet, and once you're in a healthier cycle, then you don't need to continue sort of seeing an acupuncturist or taking the herbs. But you know that at any time further you come across change in your life, and if you find that then there are symptoms developing, maybe different pattern shows itself because your environment changes, then come and see an acupuncturist, and we can see how to realign your and rebalance your.
So can you be more than one kind of category of symptom throughout your lifetime, or you always
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It depends on what we're looking at. So where you are in your life at your time, it's not unfamiliar. It's quite common, but it might express itself in slightly different symptoms. And yours we looked at, and the pattern is what we're treating. So someone might come with this similar pattern, but they might have headaches or they might have digestive issues. But really, when you get down and see what's the underlying cause, then you treat the cause, and the symptoms disappear. And that's what Chinese medicine tends to look at, is treating the underlying imbalance rather than the symptom.
So if I was basically back to normal after this and was feeling pretty good, does acupuncture exist for upkeep, or is it better to just not do it by that point? Do people do it for just...
They do, and it depends who the person is, and I don't think there's the right answer to that. Sort of, if you're feeling really well, and you have no requirement, but some people, especially in London or in a busy city, they're working really hard, and they're really stressed, or their environment is putting pressure, so they then start to feel fatigued, or any myriad, they start to express imbalances. So I do have regular patients who come back fortnightly or monthly, just because it's like going to do yoga, but they come into acupuncture because it fits in and they can schedule it, and they walk out feeling like they've just had a really good reset. So some people do come on a regular basis for it, and there's no reason why not, other than cost. It's one aspect. What do you want to do? So you're autonomous with the patient. People can go through a concentrated period of imbalance or feeling unwell, and then maybe 6 sessions of acupuncture on a regular basis will tend to get most things better. And then the question is, well, how do you maintain that? Well, who is the individual, and what pressures, and what's their pattern, what's their overall picture in life, where are they in life? So sometimes you see people more regularly, sometimes you don't see people for 2 or 3 years, and then they come back with a completely different problem. You're like, oh great, nice to see you. So it's this one. Well, this, and then you look into it and treat that. And some of my patients go back 15 years. It's like, no, what have you been up to? Go away. You've got a whole lifetime of, and you see them maybe on 3 or 4 occasions in 15 years or something. And other people you might see for sort of regularly over a period of 3 months, and then and you don't see them again, you know,
Yeah,
until then maybe
solved it. Yeah.
5 years down the line or something. So everyone's slightly different.
Yeah, and I guess we all get different problems throughout our lives, so we'd be back for a different reason. Yeah.
Yeah, and some people like to come. I've had patients who've come regularly for years because they find it really helpful. That's how it works for them, you know.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting to hear. I never knew if it was like, I think there's a tendency to think we have to have a remedy only if we're sick, but I didn't know if it was like almost like upkeep or just like preventative.
Very much preventative.
Yeah.
I think originally in China, there's, you know, you read in the text and they teach it like, you know, in a traditional Chinese community, the doctor would look after the community, so he'll treat you when you're well. But the idea is if you became unwell, then he would treat you for free and more intensively. It's like a community insurance program, like the baker would make the bread, but the doctor's role in the community was to make sure everyone was living harmoniously and healthily.
Right.
And then if they weren't, then it was his role to make them better.
Right.
So in that respect, you know, prevention is always better than prevent a disease forming. It's more easier than it is to cure it. Also, once it has developed, of course, you then have our tools to help get the person better. But so prevention is better than cure.
Yeah.
But that's not always such an easy thing to.
Yeah, easier said than done, I guess. But it's fascinating. I never knew that was the case. Yeah, that makes sense. That's that's a very sensible system. Like preventing it so no one's getting the disease in the first place.
In an ideal world, you know.
Yeah, in an ideal world.
Or an ideal village. Well, there's probably one somewhere.
Maybe less stress as well back then, like not in the city.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but thank you. Sorry, I had loads of questions, but it was all really interesting. So
So what I say we'll do today, I'll let you get ready. I'll come back and put some points in, leave them in for about half an hour.
Okay.
And if you've got any other questions, then I'll try and answer them for you.
Thank you.
I'll be back shortly. So shoes and socks off. If you want to take the trousers off, you can. There's a towel there to cover.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'll come to for you. Use a heat lamp as well. Is the digestive system all working well?
Yeah, it's been good, yeah.
Okay. If I use a few points from the lower tummy here as well, it's going to... There we go. Some lamps sometimes can feel quite nice.
Do you think I should take this watch off? Or is
That's okay. Leave this on. There are points there, but I won't be using those ones.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so start the bottom of the body and I'll work my way upwards. It might be a gentle sensation, but it shouldn't ever hurt. But sometimes it's just a slight feeling.
Yeah, that's more like a pinching sensation.
They say it's like putting, if I had a fast running stream, it's like putting a small stick in the stream and you can feel this is how they teach you. So, not that I'm feeling your energy, but I'm sensitive to your, if you're an acupuncturist, you know what the juchi, the sensation of the needling sensation.
Right.
So, just one cautiously finding where that lays in your system. Going up against it, but not going too far.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've never had it on my tummy before.
What's your centre of gravity here? Just hand breath below your umbilicus. So if you're doing Tai Chi, you should always be moving from this core, basically.
Yeah.
Top 10.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've got that one.
Before I leave, nothing should be painful.
Okay.
So you should really not feel anything, and they should just be able to relax into the treatment. Using a much finer needle now for some facial points.
Okay.
Is that one okay?
Mm-hmm. I didn't know you could put it on the ear.
It's the Shen Men point. Very good. Again, helping the whole nervous system to relax, particularly the heart. The buzzer, if you need to call me, otherwise a good 30 minutes, simply relaxing. I'll turn the lights down for you. Okay.
Thank you.
Just let me take this one. Clear. Absolutely no rush, take your time. Slowly come back into the rhythm. Everything okay?
Yeah, it's all good.
Good, well I'll leave you with another pot of those.
Thank you.
3 tablets twice a day, but if you're feeling well you could reduce the dose to just 3 tablets once a day. But they're really calming and supportive prescription.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, I'll take these again.
Back to the room.
Okay. Cool, thank you so
Come back
much.
and see me when you want to, really. I mean, once a month's a great preventative sort of measure, if you feel that's something you'd like to do.
Okay, yeah, I think I'll do that then.
So, Melissa, would you like to lie down on the couch on your back with your head on the pillow?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you haven't had core therapy before, have you?
No.
So I feel privileged. Thank you for coming and trying it out. I love treating people for the first time. I feel like they're all tiny little challenges.
Oh, I'm excited too.
Oh, bless you. So, first of all, we're going to do some kinesiology. Have you heard kinesiology before?
No.
Ah, okay. So, kinesiology is muscle testing. So, it's like me having a little conversation with your body and your subconscious, and I'm going to ask you lots of different questions, and your body will reply with your muscle tests.
Okay.
Okay? So, first of all, can you raise an arm for me? Nice. And I'm going to push here, and you're going to resist me and hold up your arm and hold. Okay. Can you raise the other one? I'm going to push and hold. Okay. Can you raise a leg? I'm going to push here and hold. Nice. And the other one and hold. Okay. Now we're going for 2. So if you could raise arm and leg, I'm going to push with both. You're going to resist me, hold nice and strong, and hold. Okay? And the other side, and hold. Okay. So I'm detecting a little bit of weakness there. I don't mean that you are weak, I'm just meaning this particular test. So I'm just going to try a few things that could be. So I'm going to pull your hair. Now, can you raise arm and leg again? I'm going to push with both and hold. Okay, it's not that. So you're not dehydrated. I'll tuck that back for you again, sorry. And now, with this hand, can you upturn your finger? You have just washed your hands, so you're happy about putting your finger in your mouth?
Oh, yeah.
And then touch the roof of your mouth at the back of the dome. So not the sicky place, but just in front of that, the back of the dome. Yeah, you touching the skin?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And then raise an arm and leg again. I'm going to push and hold. Okay, it's not that, okay? So I'm just going to test one other thing. Can I have a little look at your tummy?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Sensitive or ticklish?
Sensitive.
Okay. With 2 fingers, can you come and press there for me? Okay, so that's you pressing now, so it should be all right.
Yeah.
Okay, arm and leg up again. I'm going to push, you're going to hold up nice and strong and hold. Okay, so we're not holding there either. So you can relax your hand, and actually, can you use your hand now to put it just across your forehead? Yeah, and then raise arm and leg again. I'm going to push, you're going to hold up nice and strong and hold. Okay, we've got a strong result. So, you may remember I said that I was going to look at 4 different things. One is dehydration. You weren't dehydrated. The next one is that one. It's called an SBS. It's in the head and it's really important, but it wasn't that one. Another one was here in your tummy that was sensitive, called the ICV, the ileosacral valve. It wasn't that. And then, hand to forehead, you touched your frontal bone, which is all to do with stress. And we retested this test here, which is called an IPSI test. IPSI is an English word that means one side of your body. So IPSI that side or IPSI this side, and it went strong. This is your body and your subconscious saying to me, help me, help me. I have a little bit of stress going on at the moment and I could do with some help. So that's like, it's like I'm writing a shopping list for you, and that's at the top of the shopping list. There will be some other things, but when I'm treating you, I'm going to be bearing that in mind quite predominantly. Yeah? Okay, so would you agree that you feel a little stressed? Do you have a lot going on?
Yeah.
You have a busy life?
Yeah.
And lots of juggling balls in the air. You feel like you're having to do a lot and please people, and yeah, okay. I will help you. You will go away from here feeling a lot better.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to carry on with some tests. Can you raise this arm again? And this leg over here, your left leg, I'm going to push with both. You're going to hold up and hold. Okay, we're going to do the same again this way around and hold. Strong, you see the difference? So it was this arm and leg that weren't as strong as the other side, so it's going to be a joint. So I'm just going to have a little feel of these 6 joints to see which one it is. So I'm just feeling into your right shoulder. Can you raise this arm for me? I'm going to push here, you're going to hold up nice and strong and hold. Okay, just going to feel into the elbow. Raise again and hold. Nice. Just going to feel into the wrist and hold. Nice. Now you're nice and strong there. So I'm just going to have a little feel of your left hip. Raising that arm again and hold. It's just starting to drop here. And the knee, lovely knee. Raising again and hold. Lovely, that's good. Into the ankle. Raising again and hold. So you're getting an essence of what kinesiology is now. So you can see that sometimes you're strong, sometimes it's obvious that the muscle is weaker, and that's where your body is telling me this area needs help, needs a bit of attention. So I'm going to have a look at the hips now because this one came up. So I'm going to have a look at the whole of you. Could you just move your hair from your front so I can see your clavicle? Lovely. Lovely. Feeling into your hip bones, your knees. Ankles. Yeah, you can see that one toe was pointing slightly more that way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we're looking at the orientation of the feet because that tells us about the hips. Also the level of the knees, level of the ankle bones, even a millimetre tells us what's going on there. The level of the hips and the clavicle. Sometimes people have their head slightly to one side. Yours is just slightly to your right, but only minutely. But we look for all of that with core therapy. So I'm just going to have a little feel into the hip. Can you raise this arm again? I'm going to push and hold. Yeah, just slightly shaky. And then down on the right hip. Coming up again and hold. Nice. Just have a look at the orientation, whether it's higher on one side, and hold. Lovely. And the other way. And hold. Tiny bit. And then whether they are pulling apart and hold. Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to say that. So I'm just going to update my notes. Okay, so I'd like to do the IPSI test again, this one and the leg as well. I'm going to push with both and hold, okay, and the other side and hold, okay. I'm just going to have a little feel behind you, just relax down, relax, and then I'm just feeling into the side of the sacrum. A little bit sore there. Yeah, sorry.
That's alright.
And hold. Yeah, stronger. Just going to come round and feel the left. Not as bad?
Not as bad.
hold. We're still going down something here. I might not have been quite in the right place. Sorry, relax down. Yeah, that's it. And again. And hold. There we go. Okay. Right, we're getting there. So... Okay, so I'm just going to do a couple more hip tests because I think there's something with the hips. So can you put 2 fingers on your pubis symphysis bone, which is the bone dead centre of your pelvis, a hard bone, quite low down, probably lower than that, hard bone, yeah, and push to the couch rather than to your feet, yeah, and then raise an arm all the way. I'm going to push here and hold strong, okay, so it's intact, you can let go. That's a really good sign for your pelvis.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really good. Now, another one. Can you put your sole towards your knee by bending this knee outwards? Lovely. Now, can you raise this leg up for me? Yeah, a little bit more. I'm going to push here, you're going to hold up and hold. Nice, you can do that. And the other way round, raising the leg, I'm going to push and hold. Okay, not quite as strong, you can let that go. So that was your left hip again, yeah. Okay, so what the ballet test that we just did is test whether the hip is happy opening, yeah. So I will definitely be working on the hips. Just trying to think what else I want to do before you turn over. Can I have another little feel of the tummy?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have quite a sensitive tummy normally, or
sensitive as in like with food or
digestion?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's because with all of us, all of our health, it's really important that the digestion is smooth and flowing and good and not restricted in any way, you know. Yeah, I'm just sensing that that's a little bit tight. So what I'd like to do is just, there's a valve here, and just open that valve for you.
Okay.
It's just a strange feeling. It's not necessarily painful. It's just a little bit odd.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
So can you give me 3 nice long breaths? Okay, yeah, so your body is pretty... Oh, that's really good. That's a really good sign. A little tummy grumble. Literally a grumble saying, get away from me. Yeah, so it's really good to open the ICV, because if we have tension, wherever our tension is, it might go to our abdomen and then things seize up, and if we eliminate from here, we're eliminating stress as well. It's very much to do with it. There's another valve over here I wouldn't mind having a look at. So I'm going to check the same place but on the other side of the abdomen. Is that the same sensitivity?
Yeah.
Is it ticklish?
No, it's like sensitive. Yeah.
Painful or?
Closer to painful than ticklish.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Do you have massages on your tummy?
Not very often, no.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I presume if you massaged your tummy, you'd be able to tolerate that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely.
So I would encourage you to do that. Because if other people can't massage your tummy because it's sensitive, then your tummy needs it to know that you're looking after it and you've got its back. You know, that it's tight and that it needs to relax. I think it would be a really good thing if you learnt to massage your own tummy.
Okay.
On YouTube there are probably some very good self-massage. In fact, I might have put a couple on there. Have a look at my channel.
Have a look.
Okay, so is this getting better?
It is.
Okay, so
It's much better.
Oh, good. 3 nice long breaths for me again. Oh, it's much better on that side. That wasn't as bad, was
No,
it?
that's all right.
Okay, all right. Okay, I think you can turn over. How's your temperature, Melissa? Are you warm enough? Do you want some heating on?
I think just about right. Yeah, the bed's really nice and warm.
Yeah, the
so.
heated bed, but I can put more on, and I might be putting some hot towels on you shortly.
Oh, that'd be lovely. Yeah. Oh, that's exciting.
Okay. Arms down by your sides if that's comfy for you. Okay, so can you bend a knee? Yeah, keep going. Can you bend the knee? Can you raise the knee off the couch? Right, I'm going to push here, you're going to hold up and hold. Okay, so as you can feel, you raise the knee about 1 centimetre off the couch. So that's not as strong as it could be, because what we're testing is this muscle here, the glute max. And I'll tell you what that means in a moment. If you could bend this one now, raise it off the couch. I'm going to push here and hold. Okay, so both of those were not as strong as they could be, so I'm just going to have a little look at this lovely bone here called the C2. Cervical 2, and it's a meaty bone, it's a really big one, but it can be quite sensitive in people if our necks are stuck. Does that feel sore?
A little.
A little, okay. I'm just giving it a little TLC so it knows it's on the shopping list. Okay, so I'm going to look at your sacrum now. So could you put your little finger to your thumb? Yeah, I'm going to try and pull them apart and you're going to keep them together and hold. Nice. So I'm just going to feel different parts of your sacrum and then I'm going to come back to this area here. Little finger and thumb, I'm going to pull and hold. Okay, a little bit more difficult. And the lower part, and again, and hold. Nice. And again, and hold. Okay. And again, and hold. Okay, so some of those were quite difficult to do. So I'm just going to have a little feel of your sacrum and tell your sacrum everything's all right and it can relax and go back into its normal orientation. So this is a Chinese massage called Tui Na, and it's performed through clothes. Oh, that's a really good sign. Your tummy's rumbling again. Do you know what that means? Oh, it's going again. It's really good. Well, yes, it's lunchtime. It means you're hungry. But also, it shows you're relaxing and you're accepting the healing. You know, quite often clients get quite embarrassed, I suppose, that their tummy is rumbling, and they sort of apologise for it. And I say, no, I'm flattered. It's a good thing. It shows you're trusting me and you're relaxing, you're letting go, and your muscles are all chilling out. So this tweenar is a really useful way of not only checking out your body, feeling for any cool or particular heat in any area of your back and pelvis, shoulders and neck, but also I can check out where there might be any particular tension, so where the vertebra may be stuck and not moving fluidly under my hands. And of course it's part of the treatment, so the more I do of this, the more the back will let go, circulation will be able to pump more fully through the body, bringing oxygen and nutrients to the organs and muscles everywhere in your body that needs those motorways open. How's the pressure? Is it okay?
Lovely.
Good. So the sacrum can actually take quite a lot of pressure because it's 5 bones fused together. So I'm applying quite a lot of pressure in a downwards direction. And this really helps the pelvic orientation, so that if there are any muscles and ligaments that are pulling the pelvis over to one direction so it's twisted, then there's a good chance that they will let go and just let the pelvis come back to its proper place. So I'm feeling quite a lot of tension between the scapula, so just above the bra line, just between the scapula, the shoulder blades. And of course, if the back is tight around here, the lower area, is not going to help the digestive and abdominal area, like the liver and the digestive organs, the excretory organs. So this will be helping everything in the torso. So I'm just going to do another couple of techniques on you just to help the back before I do that. This is called a wing stretch. So just relax your elbow, lovely. Lovely, so I'm just picking up your wing, your angel wing. And this helps to release, loosen the shoulder and the upper back. Fantastic. Well done, that was great. So that shoulder should feel a lot looser now. These techniques tend to work straight away. You can feel the benefit of them immediately. That's good. I can actually see the shape of the back is loosening as well. That looks a lot better.
Feels so much lighter.
Oh, good. So this is what we call the drunken walk, walking down your back with the heel of my hands. Feeling the ribs and the spine shifting side to side, and the intention of this action is to mobilise and isolate each vertebra and therefore each disc between each vertebra so that they're not locked on to the vertebra above and below it, but simply working independently. That's great because your scapula feels so much looser now as well. They're really responding much better. Yeah, there's a lot of warmth there, which is great. I do like some warmth in the back. Lovely. Okay. Now coming down to some leg repatterning, starting off with the foot. Feeling the big toe, because in reflexology terms, the big toe is all to do with our head, and the neck of the big toe is our neck. So I'm just feeling around the back and side, seeing what the toe is telling me about the neck of the body. And then round and down. So coming from the kidney and adrenal, and because of the first test we did, finding out about the frontal bone and a little bit of stress, I'm giving the adrenal gland an extra warmth. See, the kidneys love a bit of warmth, as I'm always saying to my clients. So this adrenal gland will respond well if the kidney is warm and hydrated. So coming down through the kidney, down the ureter to the bladder, helping expel and eliminate any toxins and any waste materials. Now working into the foot, just anchoring into the hip, and this is where I'm watching the opposite hip. So just bouncing that opposite hip with a lovely circle rotating action, and it should respond by raising nice and high, which it did, that's really good, and that's lovely because the foot then tends to sit nice and flat, and when we do the other one we'll see if it mirrors the first foot. So now coming up, massaging into the right foot, starting off on the big toe. Circling that toe, feeling into the neck of the toe and encouraging the toe to lie straight so that it relaxes its grip and lies in a straight manner rather than circling back into the other toes. It needs to feel relaxed, that it can stretch out, have space between it and the other toes. And then coming down the thyroid, to the adrenal. Again, giving the adrenal lots of love, comfort and support, telling it everything's okay. Everything's okay. Down to the kidney, some warmth. And then the ureter to the bladder. My tummy's joining in now. That's got to be a good sign, hasn't it? Okay, just holding the foot in a lovely leg repatterning, encouraging the opposite hip to rise. Nice, Lovely. Let that go. Let that go. Floppy doll. Beautiful. Lovely. That will really help you. And then looking at your pelvis, so just letting your legs go, the glute maxes, the calves and the hamstrings, just let them go. I've got you, I'm not going to let you go. Lovely, that's really good. Loosen, beautiful, like you're flying through the air. Oh, nice. So your feet are far more symmetrical now, that's a much better orientation. I'm just looking at the pelvis, so what that was for, sacral fixation, is to make sure that the pelvis is symmetrical and balanced, harmonious with your body. Now a little qigong, where I'm working on the sacrum with 2 hands, feeling into the energy here, seeing what orientation and breath is happening, feeling the warmth, so I'm just tuning into what the energy is telling me. I feel very privileged and humbled to be able to give qigong to so many people, and this place on the body, the sacrum, is a sacred place. It's such a beautiful area to treat. And I almost feel like you're knocking on the door and asking to be let in and saying you'd like to help if there's anything you can do. And it can take a little while for the door to open. And I feel that has now happened. And there is a lovely fluid, calm, that has descended and it is in line with the breath and the pulse of the cerebral spinal fluid, which gently rocks the sacrum. And I wouldn't be surprised if when we're stressed or anxious or lead very busy lives, that there may be some effect to the cerebral spinal fluid, that it may be hampered as it travels. So this is so important to tune in to this area, make sure that it's moving without hindrance, and that it is reassured and told everything's okay. Everything's okay. This treatment was once described to me by someone who had received it, as it felt like warm chocolate sauce was being poured from the top of their head all the way over their body, because of the intense and profound sense of calm and warmth that waved over the body from the top of the head down to the tips of the toes. That's a lovely way to describe it. And now releasing just one hand and tuning into the very top of the dural tube as it wraps around the brain. From the sacrum to the occiput. The breath, circulation and the pulse, all moving as one. Everything being reset back to a perfect harmony. And released. Very, very slowly, because that was a very deep part of the treatment. If you'd like to slowly get up and turn over onto your back. So I'm just looking at the front of you and noticing that one hip is more raised, more proud than the other. The same with the chest and clavicle. So I'm just going to do a little correcting with you. Just going to, I've got your leg. Just going to pull it over here. That might feel like a little bit of a stretch. Just let it go, let it go, let it go. The calf, the ham, the hip. Might feel it into the ankle, might even feel it into the shoulder. And breathe. Well done, well done. And let go. I've got you, I've got you, I've got you. Nice. Okay. So just going to do a brief hip float, holding into the front of the iliacs. And gathering some movement and warmth there. It's good, I can feel some heat there, that's a really good sign. nice warm towel. And because the shoulders, the scapula came up as a little tense earlier, I'm just going to work a little bit more on the shoulders from this angle. This is an arm repatterning, and that feels nice and loose. That's a good sign, probably because of all the work they've already had done on them. That's really good. Loose, loose, loose. Good. Feeling into the top of that trapezius. Yeah, a little bit of tightness just in the centre there. We're going to be addressing that in a moment. That's it. Let go, let go, let go. Nice and loose. A little bit clicky in the elbow. Not too bad. I think it's going. Lovely. That's good. Okay, so that's where we've got a bit of tension left. Okay, so are you comfy? Yeah. Okay, so let your back go. I've got that's it, lovely. We naturally go into a self-defense mode where we hold our muscles because we don't know what's coming, but it's okay. Let go as much as you can. That's really good. Wonderful. And your neck. Let go, let go, let go, let go. Lovely. Okay, let go, let go. All the way down. That's it. All the way down. Eventually your head will just relax, the muscles will let go, and it'll allow your head to go all the way down to this angle where it's almost tilted back slightly, and then a little neck stretch. Just going to have a little feel of your neck. It does feel quite tight, especially on the left. And then feeling into the T1, thoracic one, and then up into the 7 bones of the neck. Okay, they're starting to loosen. So we're just going to do another neck release. Let go, let go, let go, let go. All the way down. So I've got my fingers in a line in between the head and neck, encouraging the neck to tilt backwards. Gently stretching, releasing. encouraging space between the vertebra and the discs, space so that the muscles can lengthen. Just turning your head to one side and feeling what the neck is telling me. Creaking, a few clicks and crunches. Yeah, it can feel a bit sore there. Let go, let go, let go. That's it. Lovely. Well done. You're doing really well. Ah, these are good. They're moving. So these are the spinal processes. Yeah, it tends to be higher up. So these ones are all right. So I'll use the ones that are moving in order to encourage the ones higher up that are a little bit stuck. Feeling the spine itself, each vertebra. So this reaction of the head moving as I press each vertebra down is a really good sign. Shows that there is movement within each bone. And now just working the spinal processes again. So this bit lower down than the other side where there's a little tension. Encouraging that vertebra to turn as it should do separately to the others. This can be a little bit sore here where it's like a relieving pain. You're doing really well, Melissa. I know it can be sore. It's interesting, on your right side it's here, sort of about C4, and on your left it's more C2-3, higher up. So I'm just giving it a little warmth and TLC, telling the vertebra everything's all right, it can release, let go, become unstuck. It can turn independently. Lovely, well done. Coming back to the centre. I'm just going to have a feel of the neck. Oh, let go, let go, let go, let go. And drop down. Nice. Much better. And I'm creating space, a gap in between the neck and head. So you should feel a lot taller after this. Lengthen. Now feeling into the muscle, trapezius around the base of the neck, top of the shoulder centre, which can be quite tight. It was quite tight earlier, Melissa, but actually I think that is now loosening. I think the heat of the couch and the warmth that the therapy has provided is loosening that off now. Oh, lovely. I'm going to hold the head to one side, pushing the opposite shoulder nice and strongly down, so the head should react by pulling over, and it does. That's a really good sign that there is a bounce there, that there is movement, the shoulders bouncing up and down. With some people that can be frozen, where there is no movement there whatsoever. And I'm really pleased that we've got some movement going there. And over to the other side. Again, feeling into that shoulder. Pressing down firmly on the centre soft tissue. And bouncing the shoulder point down. That's nice. Lovely. That's what we want. We want harmony. We want everything working in balance and in the correct orientation. Correct blood flow, nerve signals, spinal flow, structure, everything in harmony. Let go, let go, let go. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Now going to a little bit of Qigong for the cranium, working to the neck and the back of the head at the moment, on the temporals and the occiput bone. This is a deeply relieving treatment where, again with Qigong, we're feeling into what the body is telling us. There is a sense of calm and serenity. There is a sense of letting go and relaxation, because the body is having therapy, the body is being looked after and cared for, and it doesn't have to think, it doesn't have to perform or act, or there's no function, it simply can relax. And now I'm going to do a couple of de-stress Qigong techniques. One palm behind the head, one to the forehead, the frontal bone, and allowing that head to rock in whichever direction it feels the need. Gently, 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 gently. That's wonderful. There is a sense of letting go here. This helps everything, but I particularly like the fact that it helps the throat, allows us to express, communicate, and an overwhelming feeling of freedom. Likewise, it helps the head, our mind. We have an abundance capability to relax. And we simply need to know how to do that. And one way is to tune into our own body and what it is telling us. And our body will easily tell you what it needs at any time if we trust our intuition, if we listen. And there is a deep sense of calm and serenity. Often at this point, we see colours behind our closed eyelids, which is a beautiful kaleidoscope of footage that our body and our mind and our spirit are talking to us. The colours are channels of chakras that are opening and closing. Just like our chakras are breathing, living. Quite often with therapy we see the colours of purple and green. But we may also see blues, reds, oranges, yellows, pinks and whites. And white can bring a wonderful sense of lifting, like cares are being lifted away. Responsibilities, worries are being lifted, leaving us with a sense of spaciousness, lightness, like we are floating. Like a white mist surrounding us, almost like it's in our heads. White mist. That's definitely what I'm sensing right now. And allowing the head to come back if it needs to. There is a lovely feeling of spaciousness if it needs to come back to both sides. Allowing the forehead to let go. The eyebrows, the brow line, the contours of the face, the cheeks, the jaw, letting it all relax and let go. So this is a wonderful treatment to get rid of headaches and stress. Fantastic for head tension, migraines and insomnia. All is well. All is well. Slowly coming back when you're ready. Doing one last treatment for any remaining head tension. Working on the ESR, emotional sensory response. Two fingers at each side of the forehead. Very lightly touching, sensing, reassuring, simply acting as a channel for the ESR to let go. Personally, I'm seeing a lot of colour. I'm seeing greens with bits of blue. Gorgeous green just on the edges. I'm seeing a lot of pink. And now changing to orange. And simply a lovely, overwhelming feeling of calm. And slowly bring your awareness to your feet and your hands, sending your breath down to those extremities and then gently moving into the fingers and the toes. In your own time, there's no rush. It was a very deep treatment. And once you've introduced a little movement to the fingers and the toes, slowly a little more to the feet and the palms, to the soles, the heels, and then maybe turning into the ankles and the wrists. And then when you're ready, breathing again, and send your oxygen to your shoulders, turning into the shoulders when you're ready in one direction. other direction when you're ready. And then, again when you're ready, bringing your arms up over your head for a nice long body stretch. Feeling your whole body waking up, being stimulated and activated. Maybe do a stretch to one side like a banana and the other. Back to the centre before you bring them down. I'm just going to remove a towel. And the other. Okay, so you can open your eyes. Are you with me? Yeah. So can you raise one arm and one leg? We're just going to do a few kinesiology tests that weren't so good earlier and see what they're like now. Arm and leg. I'm going to push down with both and hold. Wow, a lot better. Same with this side and hold. Amazing, so much better. I'm going to hold this arm, and if you could raise your left leg, I'm going to push with both and hold. Entirely different. Yeah, I think you're a different person. There's just a couple more, so I'm just going to squeeze your hips. Can you raise this arm for me? I'm going to push here and hold. Nice. And I'm just going to push that hip down and raise again and hold. Brilliant. And that's everything that I needed to know. So it was quite a deep treatment, so you'll need to come round really slowly.
どうでしょう。なんか体の今日調子とか。
今日はでも、なんだろう。前回ほどそんなに硬くないような気がします。
OK。でもちょっと疲れもさっきね話してもらった。ちょっとお仕事忙しかったり大変だったっていうので、ちょっと背中とか中心にしっかりタッピングで流していきましょうか。
ありがとうございます。
ね、OK。ちょっと座ってみてください。ちょっとチェックしますね。あ、確かに全然姿勢が前回よりいいかも。うん。頭痛とかないですか？
結構あります。
あります。OK。頭痛どの辺に出てきます？横、前。
あ、でも結構
全体。
このなんていうの、ストラップみたいに
みたいに締め付ける。
そうそう
ギューって感じ。
ギューって感じがします。最近カフェイン、飲むのやめたので。カフェイン？緑茶とか毎日4杯ぐらい飲んでたけど、それやめて、カフェインのなんていうの、
ちょっとアディクティッドみたいな感じで、
なのかなと思ってました。
楽になってきました？
楽になってきました。
おお、そうか。どんな時頭痛出てきてたんだろ
う。すぐ飲むのやめた後と、睡眠が足りない時。
オッケーオッケー、わかりました。そっかそっか、すごいすごい。深呼吸してみてください。はいはい。もう一度ゆっくり吸って。はいはい。腰は痛かったりします？腰は大丈夫？
大丈夫です。
よいしょ。オッケー。お、パキって言った。わかりました。よし。今日このシリコンのカップを使ってでバキューム吸って滑らせていきます。オイルを使って。で皮膚がこう引っ張られ るで皮膚と筋肉筋膜の層が引っ張られてでくっついて硬くなったところをなんていうんだろうリリースすることによってちょっとすっきりさせていきますので、
よろしくお願いします。
はい、お願いします。大きいのとか中くらいのとか。
痛いんですか？
強く吸うと硬いところは痛かったりするけど、ちょっとそこら辺あまり痛みなく出ないようにいきましょう。でちょっと場合によっては硬いところとかね赤い跡がついたりして数日で消えるんですけど大丈夫ですか？
全然大丈夫です。
はい、ありがとうございます。よし。ね、これどの匂いがいいかな。オイル使うのにすっきりめのユーカリの匂いか超ユーカリ。なんかいろいろブレンドされてるやつか、なんか好きな匂いありますか？
どれも好き。
セラニウムとオレンジだからちょっとこうハッピー系の
確か
どれがいいってあります？
に。でもゆかり大好きです。
ゆかり大好き。にしよう。ね、そういえばお肌の調子とかどうです？なんか熱出ちゃったりとかたまにとか。
なんか最近本当になくてよくなってるような気がします。
よかった。オッケーです。そう前回言ってたからね、ちょっと私も気になって。
ありがとうございます。覚えてくれて。でも
よかった。じゃあ行きましょうか。じゃあうつ伏せに寝てもらってで背中出すのでちょっとボタンを取って。背中チェックします。大丈夫？このポジションは OK そうですか？楽に。
楽に。はい。
でちょっとできたらこの辺もちょっと硬いから少しここもできたらいいかなと思います。ちょっとまず少しオイルで全身というか背中周りほぐしてからカッピングでやっていきますね。よし、ちょっとお洋服取っちゃいます。この辺結構ね固まってそうな感じがします。ちょっと首周りとかもやってきますね。痛かったりしたら全然言ってください。筋肉をほぐしていきますね。これ痛くないですか？
気持ちいい。
強すぎたら全然やってくださいね。さっ ちょっと深いところの筋肉自体をほぐしてから、あとその後カッピングの表面にある筋膜をリリースしていきます。その方が多分カッピングも痛み感じなくて楽だと思うので。痛くないですか？大丈夫？大丈夫です。はい。
ングしていきますね。オイルを多めにつけていきます。ちょっと吸ってきますね。こんな感じ。
全然痛くないです。
痛くない痛かったら言ってくださいね。
はい。
なんかね、すごい吸われてる感じですよね。
なんか痛いよりはなんか冷たく感じるような気がします。
ちょっとこのシリコンカップだからかな、ちょっとすいません。
全然なんか気持ちいいです。
気持ちいい感じ。
痛くないのはびっくりです。
ちょっとまず背骨沿いを、
あ、ここは感じます。
感じますよね。結構ね、硬いかも。これやっぱね、腰回りちょっと硬いかもしれないです。メルさん。
腰全然痛くないのになんでだろう。
ね、なんか筋肉っていうよりから表面の筋膜とか皮膚がちょっと硬めな感じ。
また姿
勢かなって感じがします。ここもね、ちょっと皮膚が少しね冷えてる感じ。あんまり血流も良くないのかなって感じがしました。
また前回のお腹が冷えてるのと同じ。
関係はねあると思います、多分。よいしょ。ちょっと背骨の脇もいきます。
お腹とか体が冷えてる人って遺伝子ですか？生活？
冷えやすい遺伝で、例えばお腹が冷えやすいとか、そういうなんていうの傾向はあると思うんですけど、まあ、今冷えちゃってるかどうかは生活習慣とか体調によるかなと思います。
じゃあ自分で頑張らないと。
自分次第でね、いくらでもよくはなると思いますよ。予防もできるし。ここもちょっと痛い。
ここは大丈夫です。多分どんどん
下に行く
と。
こことかね、ちょっと痛いですよね。ちょっとこういうところもね、大丈夫。
大丈夫です。
今のところ跡ついてないんで大丈夫です。ここが小さいので。ではですね、ちょっと背中をこれで吸いながら滑らせていきます。こんな感じ。大丈夫ですか？
大丈夫です。
振りたい。
痛くないです。
痛くない、大丈夫。
痛いのは本当に腰だけ。
腰だけ。ね、腰ね、この辺ね。
ないですか？はい。
々ちょっと拭き取るので少々お待ちください。タッピングこんな感じです。大丈夫でした？
結構ハマりそうな感じがします。ハマりそうな感じがします。本当に。体がすごい軽く感じてて。
軽く感じる。この辺ポカポカします？今。結構ね血流良くなってね、ほんのり赤みがある感じになってます。
首が前ほど硬くない感覚はすごいあります。
ああね、私もそれすごいやってて感じました。前より全然いい感じです。
なんか針の跡とちょっと似てます。
ああ、今感覚的に。
ただ、針よりはなんか血流がよく
なった感じ。
楽しい。
じゃあちょっとそれ通しますね。